Cough, cough. Feng Zi was jolted awake by a mouthful of water. As she opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed, she was instantly petrified by the sight before her. The sky loomed ominously, as if threatening to descend and crush her beneath its weight, while torrential raindrops pelted her face like a relentless assault. At that moment, she found herself adrift in a vast ocean, surrounded by an endless expanse of water. The surging floodwaters roared towards her, and in a frantic struggle, she managed to grasp a piece of driftwood, preventing herself from sinking. She had been in class. After all having cared for a feverish child at the orphanage the previous night, she had succumbed to drowsiness during the lesson. Surely, this must be a dream. Nightfall. In the desolate wilderness, a throng of ragged refugees pressed onward, their figures resembling a sinuous dragon winding through the darkness. These individuals were emaciated, their eyes vacant and filled with despair, sustained solely by the will to continue their arduous journey. They hailed from the populace governed by Jingzhou City. 6 months prior, a relentless downpour had lashed Jingzhou for a fortnight, causing the river to swell and unleash catastrophic floods. Although the city, fortified by its lord's residence, endured minimal damage, the nearby villages bore the brunt of the deluge, with homes swept away and countless lives both human and animal lost. In an instant, the land was filled with lamentation. The floodwaters engulfed their homes. Rather than taking action, the Lord of Jingzhou, fearing retribution from the court, chose to conceal the truth and drove away those destitute souls seeking refuge. Thus, they became refugees. Upon hearing of the benevolent and kind-hearted Lord of Lingzhou, who cherishes his people as his own children, it is said that the region flourishes, with its inhabitants living in peace and contentment. Moreover, he is willing to accept refugees, prompting many to flee to the city of Lingzhou for solace. As autumn wanes and winter approaches, the air grows frigid. The evening temperatures dip significantly, causing many to shiver uncontrollably. Clad in tattered garments and worn-out straw sandals, they find little warmth, compelling them to grit their teeth and press forward. They dare not collapse, for if they do, they may never rise again. Upon reaching a grove of trees, the weary procession of refugees, having journeyed since dawn, can no longer endure the strain, and one by one, individuals begin to halt for rest. This group comprises approximately 400 souls, including a family of 10, with members of all ages, young and old, male and female. Their considerable number dissuades any potential oppressors from taking advantage of them. The middle-aged man at the forefront observes the rest stopping to rest and calls back to the others, "Let us pause for the night, we shall resume our journey at first light." His words prompt the others to cease their movement, and soon they gather twigs to kindle a fire, encircling it to seek warmth. Among them, a young girl, her face smudged and obscured, dressed in tattered and threadbare clothing, settles against a tree trunk. She exhales warmth into her hands and gazes vacantly at the flickering flames. A closer inspection reveals her to be distinct from the others. Her eyes shimmer with an enduring spark of vitality. Once her chilled body begins to thaw, she rises and approaches a frail woman nearby. Crouching beside her, she softly inquires, "Auntie, I noticed you seemed unwell during our journey. Are you all right? If it would help, I can hold your little one while you rest tonight." A woman cradled a small child in her arms and smiled at her, saying, "Thank you, but there's no need for trouble. The child is heavy, and carrying him is quite exhausting." The young girl did not insist further, understanding that their acquaintance was merely fleeting and the woman could not fully place her trust in her. This family was kind-hearted, perhaps feeling pity for the lone young girl traveling alone, fearing for her safety, which prompted them to allow her to stay within their group. Not all wanderers are benevolent. Some nefarious individuals prey upon those who are isolated. Upon overhearing their conversation, before the child's father could speak, another woman nearby inquired, "Sister-in-law, are you feeling unwell?" The woman forced a smile, replying, "I have a slight fever, but it's nothing serious." The inquiring woman, with genuine concern, urged, "Oh dear, why didn't you say so earlier? Hand the child to me, I will carry him for you." You should close your eyes and rest. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
This time, the woman did not decline and carefully passed the child over. In a few days, we shall reach Lingzhou City. Our family plans to visit relatives. Do you have any plans, young lady? The young girl, known as Feng Zi, paused for a moment before responding with a gentle smile. I also plan to visit relatives. The middle-aged man did not press further. Their family's decision to visit relatives was born out of necessity, and it would not be wise to bring along an outsider. It was merely fortunate that the girl had somewhere to go. Feng Zi sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, resting her chin on them, gazing calmly into the fire, while her heart was shrouded in sorrow. She had no family to rely upon. She was not even from this world. Who could have anticipated that such a bizarre fate would befall her? Upon her arrival, she found herself surrounded by queens, noble consorts, princesses, and county lords. At the very least, she should have been granted the status of a gentry maiden. Yet, it was evident that she had traversed realms entirely. It was impossible for her to be merely a gentry maiden unless she were to be reborn or have her soul transported. What sins had she committed to deserve this fate? All it took was a brief moment of slumber during class, and when she opened her eyes again, a torrential flood surged towards her. Had it not been for her fortuitous grasp of a floating log, she would have surely drowned. This left her with a lifetime of psychological scars. With no time to wallow in her misfortune, she was thrust into a life of uncertainty, where sustenance was scarce and warmth was a luxury. At one point, she was nearly reduced to consuming the earth itself, a tale that is indeed lamentable. Her survival environment was harsh, compounded by the malevolence of humanity. At the onset of her escape, she narrowly avoided being captured for a pot of soup. Fortunately, she encountered numerous kind-hearted souls along her journey. Host! A cheerful voice resonated within her mind. Feng Zi, disinterested, continued to tend to the fire, adding wood without a second thought. Initially, upon discovering the presence of a system in her mind, she had felt a surge of happiness, believing that her fortunes had finally turned. However, this entity proved to be of little utility beyond mere conversation, leading her to disregard it altogether. Host, I am departing now, and I wanted to bid you farewell. Feng Zi exhibited no particular emotion. Oh, safe travels, no need to see you off. The system momentarily faltered. Host, due to our oversight, we mistakenly identified you as the new host and inadvertently sent you to this uncharted world. We sincerely apologize for this error. Thus, before the message could be completed, Feng Zi's excitement interrupted the system. What do you mean? I am not the person you seek, which is why you have turned a blind eye to my suffering. The system, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, It is our mistake. We sincerely apologize and will compensate you. Though she was an orphan raised in a dilapidated orphanage, burdened with worries over tuition and living expenses, she at least resided in a civilized society, with a roof over her head and enough to eat. A gust of icy wind swept through. It was too cold. Feng Zi could not help but shiver, curling up and hugging herself in a pitiful manner. She longed to cry, yet found herself unable to shed a single tear. Feng Zi felt as though struck by lightning. Considering that the host is a minor, and in order to aid your survival in this world, our superiors have convened an emergency meeting and decided to help you activate the divine bloodline within you. Feng Zi was taken aback. What divine bloodline? It is possible that your ancestors possessed a trace of divine bloodline, which has become nearly non-existent by your generation. I will activate it for you before I depart. Wait, does this world really harbor monsters and spirits? Indeed. Ding dong, I have successfully activated it for you. As long as you perform good deeds, the bloodline within you will grow stronger, and your powers will increase. I wish you a pleasant life, and farewell. The system hurriedly concluded. Chapter 2. Thunder strikes in the dead of night. Feng Zi was unable to sleep, tormented by a sense of unease. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound. In the winter, when serpents and beasts retreat into hibernation, the only sounds in the forest were the breaths of the homeless. Recalling the ominous words spoken by the system before its departure, that this world might harbor demons and monsters, she felt an unsettling fear that something terrifying might emerge from the shadows. Through the feeble glow of the fire, she discerned a robust man stealthily taking a child from a woman's embrace. In a panic, she shouted, "Someone is stealing a child." The burly man, startled, had not anticipated the presence of an accomplice lurking in the bushes. The accomplice swiftly approached, muffling her cries with a rag and hoisting her away. Her scream roused many from their slumber, awakening a family that had been peacefully resting. The woman suddenly cried out, "Where is my dog?" Upon realizing her child had been taken, she fell to the ground in despair, lamenting, "Dogger, my dogger." Throughout their journey, they had kept a vigilant eye on the children, yet as they neared Lingzhou City, such a calamity befell them. Other parents in the group also cried out for their missing children. The middle-aged man, the eldest in his family, quickly regained his composure and rallied his two able-bodied youths, joining forces with other parents to scour the forest for their lost offspring. Meanwhile, Feng Zi was being carried away, her head dangling downward, jostled violently, and on the verge of nausea. She and dog were taken to a secluded spot in the woods. A burly man approached and inquired, "Why did it take you so long?" The other replied, "Do not speak of it. Those homeless have been exceptionally vigilant over their children lately. I waited all night to capture this one." As she spoke, she carelessly tossed Feng Zi and the dog onto the ground. "How can there be such a large one? The master only requires children under 7 as offerings. This little creature nearly ruined my plans. The master does not want us to sell her, so we might as well earn some money for wine." A few burly men chuckled lewdly. One of them cast a disdainful glance at her, his face contorted in contempt. She looked so emaciated and young that she wouldn't fetch much silver, even if she could be sold for a couple of coins. It was necessary to cut out her tongue first to prevent her from revealing tonight's events. They reached an agreement. One man approached Feng Zi with a knife in hand. Terror painted her face as she sat up and scrambled backward. The brute wore a sinister grin, reaching out to remove the rag from her mouth. "Blame it on your own loquacity. Help! Help!" Once the rag was pulled away, Feng Zi let out a heart-wrenching scream. The brutish men erupted in laughter. Here, within the barrier set by the master, no one would hear even the loudest cries. In moments of fury, one can unleash boundless strength. Feng Zi, with all her might, charged at the man attempting to sever her tongue, knocking him to the ground. Though her hands were bound behind her, she executed a nimble leap, running forward at a speed akin to the whirlwind. The men were momentarily stunned before they sprang into action to pursue her. One of the pursuers caught up and struck her hard across the face, followed by a series of kicks. "You filthy wench, I'll teach you to run." Pain throbbed on her face, and her body ached even more. Yet she gritted her teeth in silence, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with fury. The burly leader declared, "This woman is not to be trusted. Selling her may bring us trouble. It is better to eliminate her." The others concurred. The fierce gazes of the burly men directed at Feng Zi were truly terrifying. Feng Zi spat out a mouthful of blood, raised her head, and coldly remarked, "You beasts will eventually face divine retribution and meet a dreadful end." The burly men erupted in laughter. "We have never believed in karma. The heavens are unjust. Why should someone like the Lord of Jingzhou City enjoy wealth and splendor while we are reduced to wandering beggars, homeless? Our master is the supreme deity, who will grant us longevity and future prosperity." Feng Zi closed her eyes. Just as the knife in the burly man's hand was about to descend, a bolt of lightning struck down, shattering the barrier and instantly turning the man wielding the knife into charred remains. In that same moment, 4 additional bolts of lightning descended, catching the other burly men off guard, reducing them to ashes. Feng Zi was filled with disbelief. After the demise of the 5 burly men, the lightning vanished. Overjoyed, she clasped her hands together and murmured, Thank you. Heavens, thank you. Bound and moved beside the charred corpses of the men. She struggled to pick up a knife from the ground to cut her bonds. She hurried over to the children, who remained unconscious despite the commotion, undoubtedly victims of the burly men's actions. She found herself at an impasse. It was impossible for her to carry so many sleeping children alone. First, she loosened the bindings of a few children, and after a moment's contemplation, she picked up a dog and prepared to leave, intending to seek help. The lightning had just breached the barrier. She had not forgotten that a master was to arrive, and it was evident that it would not bode well. The formation of the barrier indicated that she was no match for it. She needed to flee swiftly. With a resolve akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive, she bit into her own fingertip, the pain causing her to wince. A single droplet of blood emerged from her fingertip, which she dripped into the mouth of the dog and squeezed another drop into the mouth of another child. After she had fed all the children, she waited with anticipation, her expression increasingly anxious. Just as she despaired of her fanciful hopes, she heard the soft whimpering of the children. To her astonishment, she exclaimed, "Dog, you are awake." The dog, still dazed, seemed unaware of the situation. "Sister Xiaoji," it whimpered. Noticing the absence of their mother, it opened its mouth to cry.
Wah, woo.
The other children had already begun to weep. Upon hearing this, the little ones ceased their cries and promptly rose to follow her away from that place. Shortly after their departure, a dark mist materialized in midair, casting a disdainful glance at the charred remains of the 5 individuals. It muttered a curse under its breath, labeling them as useless waste, and resolved to seek new prey. The voice was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, rasping and unpleasant. The dark mist twisted and writhed before calming down and vanishing from sight. Chapter 3. Soaring into the sky beneath the inky night sky, a chilling wind howled through the forest. A frail figure carried a small child upon her back, struggling to drag along 6 other children, hand in hand, as they ran with all their might. Feng Zi panted heavily since her arrival in this world. She had become a wanderer, her body severely weakened, her once chubby cheeks now gaunt and hollow. At that moment, while carrying the dog, she felt her strength waning. However, the dog was too small to run steadily on its own, and allowing it to do so would only waste precious time. Suddenly, shouts echoed from a distance.
Dog.
De Zhuang and Chunhua! Feng Zi exclaimed joyfully, her voice ringing out as she called. Those nearby, upon hearing her cry, hurried towards her. Without pausing to express gratitude, the families who had lost their children quickly embraced their little ones, meticulously checking to ensure their safety and offering words of comfort. Tears streamed down the face of Dog's father. Among his 3 children, only Dog remained alive. If anything were to happen to him, both he and his wife would be unable to endure such a loss. This sentiment resonated with everyone present. The sudden thunderous wrath of nature was palpable, and the refugees could not help but voice their indignation. Heaven has eyes. Those heartless beings deserve to be struck down by lightning. The crowd of refugees erupted in anger, calling for the demise of the city lord, asserting that if it weren't for him, they would not have been forced to abandon their homes, and their children would not have gone missing. No refugee harbored any fondness for the Lord of Jingzhou. They clamored in unison, condemning his actions. It was only tonight that Feng Zi learned of his failures. Not only had he neglected his duties and driven the refugees away, but there were also rumors that this calamity was a consequence of his own deeds. He had forcibly taken a beautiful woman as a concubine, unaware that she was backed by a powerful figure, a river demon with formidable abilities. The result was catastrophic. Jingzhou nearly faced inundation. Of course, these were merely rumors, unverified, known only to those within the Lord's household. Having saved Dog, Feng Zi was met with profound gratitude from his family, who surrounded her with concern and warmth. Dog's cousin even offered her half of his precious steamed bun, reluctantly handing it to her. After a long night of turmoil, she was famished and felt lightheaded. Not one to be polite in such a moment, she accepted the offering and devoured it with gusto. As dawn approached, everyone closed their eyes to seize a moment of respite. Unbeknownst to Feng Zi, while she drifted into slumber, an invisible golden light descended upon her. With the arrival of daylight, the group resumed their journey. Dog Mother coughed heavily several times and raised her eyes to Feng Zi, momentarily stunned. Noticing her gaze, Feng Zi, perplexed, inquired, "And what is it?" Dog Mother exclaimed in delight, "Little Zi, the swelling on your face has subsided. Is that true?" Feng Zi responded with joy. What young girl isn't a little vain? She felt invigorated for the journey ahead, as if her entire being was brimming with boundless energy. Due to her act of kindness towards Dog, the middle-aged man's family had grown significantly closer to her, treating her as one of their own. Observing Dog Mother's conditions seemingly worsening with her unsteady gait, Feng Zi proactively offered to carry Dog, and this time, she did not refuse. She held Dog tenderly, while Dog Father supported Dog Mother. At noon, during their fish soup meal, the middle-aged man's wife, the family's matriarch, generously served her a bowl. The entire family gathered around the pot, savoring the broth made from 2 small fish, each no longer than a palm. Each person could only fill their bellies with the watery concoction, lacking salt or seasoning, which rendered it quite fishy, yet everyone drank with great satisfaction. Feeling warmth spread throughout their bodies. After finishing the soup, the middle-aged man earnestly inquired if she would consider joining their family to seek refuge with relatives. Feng Zi's eyes brightened, yet she ultimately declined. This family was already facing considerable hardships. She preferred not to burden them further and resolved to rely on herself. As evening fell, the young adults flocked to the riverbank to fish. The water in the bamboo tube had run dry, leaving Feng Zi somewhat parched. She decided to accompany the 3 brothers, who were catching fish, to the riverbank to fetch water. As she submerged the bamboo tube, she glanced at her reflection in the river and, indeed, there were no signs of swelling or injury on her face. The swelling could perhaps be attributed to her body's natural healing, but how had those scratches vanished so swiftly? Could it be due to the activation of her divine lineage? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. A colossal crocodile, nearly 10 meters in length, surged from the water, creating a tumult of splashes, and dragged a person into the depths. Feng Zi turned her head and witnessed the horrifying sight of that individual being engulfed by the creature. Terror gripped her heart, and those fishing by the river scattered in panic. Feng Zi and the dog father also fled in different directions. As she ran, she couldn't resist glancing back, only to behold a scene of utter dread. The crocodile was climbing onto the shore, moving with astonishing speed. The cries of despair echoed behind her. In that moment, she wished fervently for wings to soar away. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a memory of flight surfaced in her consciousness. To her astonishment, she found herself truly ascending into the air. The crocodile seemed momentarily taken aback and paused, gazing skyward. Just as Feng Zi exhaled in relief, the crocodile unexpectedly took to the skies as well. This was utterly preposterous. Moreover, it was evidently targeting her. You are a practitioner of the arcane, and the flesh of practitioners is far superior to that of mere mortals. I am famished. Consuming you would be equivalent to feasting on 100. The crocodile's voice emerged, raspy and malevolent. With that, it had closed the distance between them and, with its gaping maw wide open, prepared to devour her whole. A resplendent golden sword was summoned, piercing through the body of the crocodile. Alas! The creature let out a piercing cry and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 4. The Divine Crocodile Soup. With a thunderous crash, a heavy object struck the earth, creating a massive pit. The crocodile within lay lifeless. The golden sword vanished the instant it penetrated the crocodile's body. Feng Zi stared in astonishment at her hands, unable to fathom her own prowess in summoning a sword to slay the formidable beast. Suddenly, the name Xianyuan sword surfaced in her mind, but no further information followed. Is that golden sword called a Xianyuan sword? The danger had passed, yet she pondered how to descend. She clumsily landed on the ground, nearly stumbling. Once her feet were firmly planted, she exhaled a sigh of relief and attempted to summon the sword once more. After a lengthy pause, there was no response. Were it not for the crocodile's carcass lying in the nearby pit, she would have thought it all a dream. At that moment, several wandering souls cautiously approached, kneeling and bowing in gratitude, their eyes fixated on the crocodile's remains as they swallowed hard. Hesitantly, they inquired, "Immortal, may we consume this crocodile?" Feng Zi was taken aback. After a moment's pause, she replied, "You may all share it, but do not hoard it for yourselves." Life was harsh for the wanderers. Such a large crocodile would provide a hearty meal for all. She had no intention of partaking in it herself. After they departed, Feng Zi loosened her neatly tied braids, tousling her hair into a disheveled mess, and then stealthily slipped away. Shortly thereafter, the same group of wanderers returned, leading dozens more, only to find the place deserted. Where is the immortal? Someone speculated. Surely, she has departed. Could it be that she wished to share crocodile soup with us? Feng Zi mingled nonchalantly among the crowd. Observing the spectacle, the refugees joyfully prepared to handle the crocodile, setting pots over the fire to brew soup. Some exaggeratedly recounted tales of celestial beings slaying mighty crocodiles to rescue the imperiled. Whispers of ethereal grace and vibrant clouds filled the air, as heroic figures wielded swords to claim the life of the great beast. Had it not been for her own experience, she might have almost believed such fanciful tales. She crouched among the throng, eagerly listening. Having fled with this band of several hundred refugees for months, they were soon to part ways upon reaching Lingzhou City, and this meal served as their farewell feast. The crocodile soup was soon ready, exuding a unique and enticing aroma, a testament to the creature's formidable essence. Those afflicted by ailments found miraculous relief after a bowl, while some suffering from colds were seemingly cured in an instant. Dogger Nyang, who had contracted a chill the previous day and had endured a restless night, found her condition worsening with persistent cough and no physician to tend to her. She feared her frail body could not withstand much longer. Yet, upon consuming a bowl of the crocodile soup, her cough ceased immediately, and the fatigue that had burdened her dissipated swiftly. Unable to contain her astonishment, she shared her remarkable recovery with her family, who readily concurred. At that moment, others from the crowd who had partaken of the soup began to share their own miraculous transformations. Surely, it was the benevolence of celestial beings that had bestowed upon them this divine crocodile soup to restore their vitality. By the heavens, I was utterly drained before, but now I feel invigorated, someone exclaimed. It was unclear who initiated the chorus, but soon the crowd erupted in gratitude, chanting, "Thank you, celestial being. Thank you, celestial being. Thank you, celestial being." In a moment, the refugees responded in unison, exclaiming their gratitude to the immortal. Feng Zi felt a sense of shame, yet, as others joined in the chorus, she too felt compelled to follow suit. This evening, the gathering of refugees was devoid of the usual cold detachment. Instead, it was filled with warmth and merriment, akin to a festive celebration. Dog Nyang noticed that Feng Zi held her bowl of soup untouched and gently reminded her, "Little Z, why aren't you drinking? This soup is quite nourishing." "Aunt, allow me to pour some for you," Feng Zi offered, attempting to transfer the soup into Dog Nyang's bamboo container. Dog Nyang hurriedly declined, "No, thank you. I have already had my share. This soup is precious. And you are still young, you need to nourish your body." The crocodile was substantial, but with so many people, each could only have a bowl, while the children received merely half a bowl. "I am young and in good health. I truly do not desire to drink it. Aunt, please have it instead." She feigned a pout, for having witnessed the crocodile devour a person, she found it difficult to eat. Dog Nyang wished to persuade her further. But a middle-aged man's wife interjected with a smile. Dog Nyang, little Z means well. Do not refuse her kindness. Please drink up. You are still unwell. Unable to decline any further, Dog Nyang resolved to take extra care of Feng Zi on their journey. As night deepened into silence, Feng Zi closed her eyes and succumbed to sleep. An invisible golden light descended upon her once more. In the following days, tranquility reigned. They ventured to the river to catch fish and encountered no more crocodiles. Eventually, another group of smaller refugees caught up, merging with the first, enhancing their safety in numbers. The later arrivals, having heard tales of the miraculous immortal crocodile soup and its curative effects, looked on with envy as all old ailments vanished. In the quiet of the night, Feng Zi would stealthily slip away to deserted places while everyone else rested. For several nights, she had attempted to practice her flying, yet each endeavor ended in failure. The closest she came to success was when her feet lifted 2 or 3 meters off the ground, only to have her tumble down in a most ungraceful manner. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, her strength had suddenly surged, and her constitution had inexplicably strengthened. Otherwise, that fall would surely have left her with shattered bones. As for summoning her sword, that was an exercise in futility. She summoned only silence, with nothing but the chilling wind howling past her ears. She felt a deep frustration, unable to comprehend the cause of her struggles. That day, she had clearly possessed the capability. Did her powers only manifest in moments of dire urgency? Being self-taught, she had relied solely on her own explorations. Yet despite her long journey to Lingzhou City, she had gleaned little understanding. The group traveled for what felt like an eternity until at last, they beheld the towering city walls, where the characters for Lingzhou City were inscribed in traditional script. Though somewhat similar to simplified characters, Feng Zi managed to decipher them. Genuine smiles lit the faces of the refugees. The guards at the city gates, accustomed to the sight of so many displaced souls, bellowed orders for them to line up properly, warning that any troublemakers would face severe consequences. The refugees obediently fell in line behind the townsfolk. "What an unkempt lot," remarked a scholarly-looking man, covering his mouth and nose in disdain. The joyful expressions on the refugees' faces faded at his words, and they turned their gazes toward him in unison. A companion beside him quickly grasped his arm, fearful that his careless tongue might provoke a confrontation with the aggrieved crowd, signaling him to hold his tongue. Under the weight of so many scrutinizing eyes, the man felt a twinge of fear, snorted in annoyance, and begrudgingly fell silent. A woman dressed as a maid approached, covering her mouth and nose with a cloth, and with an air of pride proclaimed, "The refugees can go there to receive porridge. Our kind-hearted Princess Baizhu has specially set up a porridge stall." The refugees were overjoyed, their fortune seeming remarkably favorable, as they arrived to find steaming porridge awaiting them. They looked in the direction indicated by the maid, and not far off stood a thatched shelter, under which several large pots simmered, releasing fragrant steam. Feng Zi could not help but swallow hard. Having spent so long in this world, she had never experienced a satisfying meal. And even plain rice porridge felt like a luxury to her. The refugees, abandoning any semblance of order, rushed en masse towards the porridge stall. Chapter 5. Peril at the city gate. Feng Zi cradled a bowl of hot porridge in her hands, savoring it with great care, the warmth radiating from the bowl enveloping her palms. She closed her eyes in bliss, genuinely grateful to Princess Baizhu. Turning to inquire of the dog keeper beside her, she asked, "Auntie, what is the status of the princess?" The dog keeper, who was feeding her dog some porridge, chuckled upon hearing the question and replied, "The princess is the esteemed title given to the mayor's daughter. This Princess Baizhu is truly a compassionate soul." Just then, the maid approached, overhearing their conversation. With her chin held high, she asserted, Our Princess Baiju is the legitimate eldest daughter of the mayor, possessing not only unparalleled beauty and extraordinary talent, but also a kind heart. Upon learning of your plight, she felt deep sympathy and generously offered her private funds to establish this porridge stall. There are several such stalls throughout the city. The dog keeper, smiling, added, "The princess is a person of immense kindness. We shall remember this in our hearts, and will pray for her day and night." The maid nodded in satisfaction, preparing to leave when Feng Zi called out to her, "Sister, are you one of the princess's handmaidens?" "I am but a first-class maid by the side of the princess." Such words are indeed quite offensive. The maidservant hurriedly grasped her arm to prevent further remarks. In a good mood, the maid chatted with Feng Zi, declaring, "I am a first-class personal maid, earning 3 taels of silver each month." Feng Zi quickly calculated in her mind, 1 tael of silver equals 10 qian, which translates to 1,000 won in copper coins. In a world where a single won can purchase 2 steamed buns or 1 meat bun, earning 3 taels monthly, with meals and accommodation provided, is considered a lucrative profession. Feng Zi's mind whirled. What about the ordinary maidservants? As the maid prepared to leave, Feng Zi hurriedly stopped her. "Beautiful sister, does the Lord's mansion still have openings? What do you think of me? Could I possibly become a maid in the Lord's mansion? Please assist me. And once I am in the Lord's mansion, I shall not forget your great kindness." The maid surveyed her from head to toe, lingering for a moment on her unclean face, then scoffed, "Do not hold such dreams. The Lord's mansion is exceedingly selective in hiring maids. Apart from requiring a pleasing appearance and graceful demeanor, one must also come from a respectable family background. Your status as a vagrant disqualifies you. Furthermore, maids like us who serve the princess and young masters must be literate and educated." She shook her head and gracefully departed. Her figure was indeed elegant, and her beauty striking. Feng Zi glanced at herself, a slender figure akin to a sprout, with a pallid, gaunt face, and felt the wave of despondence wash over her. As for literacy, she was essentially semi-illiterate, recognizing characters only through a mix of guessing and chance. With a sigh, Feng Zi acknowledged the futility of her aspirations. After finishing the porridge, everyone continued to queue at the city gate. Time was running short, and the porridge stall was preparing to close. The vagrants wished to continue their meal, yet if they did not enter the city soon, the gate would be shut. Feng Zi stood behind the dog mother, feeling utterly bored. Suddenly, a thick black mist swept in, enveloping the nearest individuals to the city gate and continuously spreading. Within the inky haze, the panicked voices of the crowd could be heard. The sound of galloping hooves echoed through the streets as over 20 majestic horses raced towards them, each carrying a cold-faced guard armed with a blade. Leading them was a strikingly handsome man adorned with a jade crown and clothed in resplendent garments embellished with golden trim, his fox fur cloak billowing in the wind. Passers-by hurriedly stepped aside to clear the path as these riders made their way towards the city gate, the black mist encroaching upon them.
"Run,"
she urged, swiftly pulling the dog mother along. In the next moment, they found themselves shrouded in the black mist. Visibility lost in all directions, the air filled with chilling wails that heightened their fear. Cautiously, she refrained from wandering aimlessly, terrified of encountering something dreadful. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air. Suddenly, a shiver ran down her spine. Her heart raced, sensing that danger was slowly closing in. Instinctively, she kicked out. As the black mist gradually dissipated, the setting sun illuminated the ground ahead, where 6 limbless figures lay sprawled, blood pooling around them. Feng Zi nearly retched at the sight. This was her first encounter with death. The 5 struck by lightning did not count, as she had barely registered the event before the villains turned to ash. The 20-odd horses came to a halt at the city gate. The leading man spoke in a deep voice. "Bold demon, how dare you invade Lingzhou City and brutally slay innocent lives? Today, I shall see you slain." A swirling mass of dark mist coalesced into an alluring woman clad in black, confronting a group of over 20 men. The woman cast a reproachful glance at one of the men, her voice laced with a beguiling charm. "Oh, how ruthless you are, dear sir. With my beauty. How could you bear to call for violence, pursuing me relentlessly to this place? Might you not grant me mercy? I would be eternally grateful." The man, uninterested in further discourse, drew his sword from its sheath and leapt into the air, unleashing a torrent of formidable sword energy. The energy transformed into a dragon-like form, accompanied by a resounding roar. Dragon Soul Sword Technique. The woman's countenance shifted dramatically, her shock palpable as the sword energy surged toward her. With a cry of dismay, she was struck by the blade's force, collapsing to the ground with a cryptic smile before her form dissipated into nothingness. The man sheathed his sword, a frown creasing his brow as he realized it was merely a doppelganger. The men behind him murmured in understanding. No wonder she was so much weaker than before. "Young master, do we continue the pursuit?" The man reined in his horse, preparing to depart, when his gaze met that of Feng Zi, whose curious eyes sparkled brightly. Despite her grimy visage as a young beggar, he dismissed her without a second thought, as did the 20-odd guards who followed suit, riding away. In the aftermath of the earlier commotion, the city gate was in disarray, but the guards quickly restored order. Curious onlookers inquired about the identity of the man who had slain the demon with a single sword stroke. Feng Zi leaned in to listen intently, absorbing the effusive praises that spoke of the man as the legitimate son of the Lord of Lingzhou, the heir to the Lingzhou title, a disciple of the current Grand Master, gifted from a young age, with exceptional swordsmanship and profound cultivation. He had once single-handedly vanquished a formidable demon. Feng Zi felt a pang of envy, wondering about her own potential. As her group made their way into the city, they walked in time with the bustling crowd. Glancing back, the imposing city gates slowly closed. Recently, the city had seen an influx of refugees, and her group remained inconspicuous. A middle-aged man intended to bring his family to seek refuge with relatives, while Feng Zi took the initiative to bid them farewell. Chapter 6. The difficulty of finding employment. She wandered aimlessly, meandering through the streets until curfew, eventually squeezing into a secluded alley where she spent the night huddled against the wall of someone's home. The following morning, she made her way to the bustling streets. For an entire morning, she traversed the lanes seeking employment, only to be met with rejection at every turn. Her expectations had been too simplistic. She appeared frail and delicate, a mere girl, and shopkeepers were far more inclined to hire robust young men. Moreover, lacking any identification, no one dared to employ her. After much effort, she managed to persuade a restaurant owner's wife to let her help in the kitchen. However, upon learning of her lack of identification, the woman's demeanor soured, and she promptly dismissed her. Feeling somewhat dejected, she quickly regained her composure and headed towards the most vibrant marketplace on Pingan Street in the West City. The shops were abundant, with numerous stalls lining the streets, bustling with activity and life. The shopkeepers on Pingan Street were particularly aloof and haughty, often shooing her away before she could utter a word. Ultimately, she stepped into a cosmetic shop. The female proprietor, busy calculating on an abacus, looked up with a bright smile upon hearing the entrance bell. However, upon noticing her attire, the smile vanished instantaneously, replaced by a stern expression as she scolded. "What kind of little beggar are you? Get out, and do not disrupt my business." Standing on the street, a heavy weight settled in her heart. The world was more challenging than she had anticipated.
It was already midday.
Her stomach grumbled with hunger as she gazed longingly at a bun stall. But the vendor seemed oblivious, cheerfully attending to other customers. With a sigh, she prepared to leave. Someone called out to her, "Young lady, it's cold. Have a bowl of wontons to warm yourself." Feng Zi turned to the elderly woman who had addressed her. "No, "Thank you, I have no money," she replied. The old woman, undeterred by the dirt on Feng Zi's clothes, pulled her over to her stall and insisted, "It's all right, dear. I'll treat you. Everyone has their share of misfortune. Our family also fled from hardship years ago. I may not have much to offer, but I can certainly afford a bowl of wontons." The market on Pingan Street in West City was neither too big nor too small. The old woman had been working there for decades and was familiar with the beggars in the area. Noticing Feng Zi's unfamiliar face as she searched for work, they guessed she was a recent refugee. The old man, clad in a white apron, was busy cooking wontons while the old woman wrapped them and attended to customers. A steaming bowl of wontons was soon presented to Feng Zi. Her eyes felt a bit sore, though no tears fell. She had always been different from others. As while other children often cried, she never did, which endeared her to the staff at the orphanage. Once the old woman set down the wontons, she moved on to serve other customers. Feng Zi picked up her spoon, disregarding the heat, and quickly began to eat. Many people frequented the stall for wontons, keeping the elderly couple busily occupied. Feng Zi finished every drop of broth. After she had finished, the old woman kindly asked, "Is it enough? Would you like another bowl?" Feng Zi hurriedly stood up. "I'm full. Thank you, sir and madam." The old woman pondered for a moment before suggesting, "You might consider trying the docks. There are plenty of jobs there and people come from all over. If you're willing to work, you'll find something." Feng Zi's face lit up with surprise. Lingzhou City was by the sea, with convenient maritime transportation, and many individuals earned a living by carrying goods at the docks. Upon hearing that the wharf was not far from her location, she resolved to venture there in hopes of fortune. As she traversed a sparsely populated street, a young man, who appeared refined and dressed in simple attire, obstructed her path. Feng Zi regarded him with curiosity. The man, with a gentle smile, inquired, "My dear lady, do you find yourself in some distress? Speak freely, and I may offer my assistance." "Thank you, but no," Feng Zi replied hastily, eager to reach the wharf. As she had yet to secure a place for the night or arrange for dinner, she had no time for idle conversation. Noticing her intent to depart, the man once again impeded her progress. "Fear not, dear lady. I am no villain. You seem to be in a bit of a predicament. Perhaps a recent arrival in the city. My household is in need of a maid to care for my mother. The position offers 3 taels of silver monthly, with room and board included. Would you be interested?" Feng Zi's apprehension deepened. Such generous terms would undoubtedly attract countless applicants. It was improbable that she would be considered. And the man's persistent approach seemed ill-intentioned. She feigned interest and suddenly, with a look of excitement, called out behind him, "Brother, you've arrived." With that, she took flight, swiftly disappearing from sight. The man was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of resentment and frustration. Feng Zi pressed her back against the wall, hiding in a secluded corner, waiting a considerable time before peeking out to ensure the man had departed. Only then did she emerge. At the wharf, Feng Zi squatted on the ground, washing dishes. Before her were 2 large wooden basins, one filled with dirty utensils, the other containing the clean ones she had just washed. Fate had not favored her. She had missed the arrival of the large ship and failed to secure a job carrying luggage. The small stall selling noodle soup was in need of someone to wash dishes. She spoke kindly and willingly agreed to have her wages, thus securing the job. After an afternoon of scrubbing dishes, her hands had turned pale, and she barely earned 20 copper coins, along with a bowl of hot noodle soup. She also learned from the proprietress that the cheapest inn in the area charged 15 coins per night. Reluctant to part with her hard-earned coins, she planned to find a decrepit temple for the night. After assisting in tidying up the stall, she made her way towards the northern city's dilapidated temple. Chapter 7. A decrepit temple encounter with villains. Lingzhou City is divided into 4 districts: East, West, South, and North. The Eastern District houses the Lord's Mansion and is primarily inhabited by dignitaries and nobles. The southern and western districts are home to the common folk, with the southerners being somewhat wealthier, while the western district is populated by the lower class, characterized by a blend of society and a lack of order. The northern district, once a flourishing area, has gradually become desolate for reasons unknown, with its population dwindling. As twilight deepened, a frail figure traversed the secluded path in the wilderness, eventually arriving at the dilapidated temple. The temple, long neglected, bore crumbling walls and a roof with a large hole, surrounded by wild grass. Had it not been a cold day, it might have been a breeding ground for mosquitoes. Feng Zi surveyed the surroundings with delight. At least there were tiles and walls to shield her from the wind and rain, allowing her to avoid sleeping under someone else's eaves for the night. Inside, the temple was even more derelict, filled with dust and cobwebs. The statue on the high platform was marred by cracks and enshrouded in spider webs, exuding an air of desolation. Feng Zi cleared a small space and gathered some dry straw from outside to lay on the ground. Reclining comfortably, she soon found her thoughts drifting, prompting her to rise and venture outside in search of twigs and flint. She set about kindling a small fire not far from where she had been resting. With a sense of tranquility, she closed her eyes, preparing to succumb to sleep. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps pierced the stillness. Startled, she sat upright, scanning her surroundings and grasping a wooden stick from the corner, her expression betraying her anxiety as she fixed her gaze on the door. This wariness had been a habit cultivated during her time as a refugee. Before long, a flustered, beautiful woman rushed in, burdened by a small bundle. Noticing her gender eased her apprehension slightly. The lovely woman hastily explained, "I was weary from my journey and saw the glow of your fire, so I came here to rest." "Oh," Feng Zi acknowledged, reclining once more. The night air was somewhat chilly, prompting the beautiful woman to glance around before choosing a spot near the fire to warm herself. Just as Feng Zi closed her eyes again, the sound of footsteps returned, accompanied by grumbling voices. Clutching the wooden stick, she sat up again, her vigilance renewed. At that moment, 4 burly men entered, casting a brief glance at Feng Zi before diverting their gaze. Their gaunt figures were unkempt and filthy, their disheveled hair rendering them quite repulsive. Had it not been for the presence of the other woman, they might have been tolerable. The 4 men fixated intently on the beautiful newcomer, their eyes seemingly glued to her. A sense of foreboding washed over Feng Zi. The men's fierce gazes and brutish demeanor were unmistakable signs of ill intentions, and the most alarming detail was the large knives they bore at their waists. Feeling the weight of their predatory stares, the lovely woman expressed her displeasure. "What are you staring at? Do you not understand basic manners?" The 4 men exchanged glances. One of the men jested, "The young lady is indeed beautiful, yet her temper is quite fierce. What brings you to this dilapidated temple alone at such a late hour? Are you perhaps waiting for your brothers?" The exquisite attire of the lovely woman starkly contrasted with the beggar's shabby appearance, leading them to surmise that the two were not companions. The beautiful woman flushed with indignation, retorting, "You brutish and uncouth ruffians, cease your baseless chatter. I am an innocent maiden from a respectable family, and I will not tolerate your insults. A virtuous girl would never linger in a forsaken temple at this hour." One of the burly men pointed at Feng Zi, who was trying to remain inconspicuous. "Unless she is a beggar like her, yet judging by her attire, she resembles a lady from a wealthy household. We are fortunate indeed to encounter such high-quality prey after so long." Their malicious intentions were laid bare, and the lovely woman's face finally betrayed a look of terror. The 4 men, witnessing her fear, grew even more exhilarated. Feng Zi felt a deep sense of despair within her. What had she done to deserve such misfortune? Why was there never a day of peace? Perhaps this day next year would mark her demise. She clasped her hands to form a seal, attempting to summon her divine sword. As for escape, she had already tried that, but she could not take flight, or else she would have fled long ago. Observing her peculiar actions, the four burly men exchanged confused glances, and one of them laughed, saying, "This little beggar seems to have a few screws loose. Life must be too painful for her. Brother, why don't we show some compassion and help her find release, assisting her in her ascension to paradise?" The eldest of the burly men chuckled. "Indeed. Fourth brother speaks wisely. Let us take action." With that, the fourth man brandished his knife and advanced. Feng Zi adeptly bent down to evade the descending sword, grasping the arm of the burly man known as Lao-Si. The man's expression shifted dramatically. He found himself unable to escape the clutches of this seemingly frail beggar. With one hand firmly holding his arm, Feng Zi deftly snatched the knife from his grasp and, with a swift kick, sent him flying. This kick could have sent even a fierce demon reeling, let alone an ordinary mortal, and the burly man was propelled through the air, crashing into the decrepit temple door. The other three men, who had been watching the beautiful girl with predatory eyes, were startled by Lao-Si's sudden defeat. Their expressions hardened as they regarded Feng Zi with newfound seriousness, no longer daring to underestimate her. Gripping the large knife tightly, Feng Zi appeared calm on the surface, though anxiety coursed through her veins. The beautiful girl, witnessing the burly man being kicked away, brightened and promptly hid behind Feng Zi.
Lao Zi.
The leader of the burly men glanced towards the entrance and called out, "Si, are you all right?" Lao-Si struggled to rise, spitting blood as he weakly replied, "Brother, several of my ribs are broken." Lauda shifted his gaze to Feng Zi, scrutinizing her with a hint of respect. "It seems you possess some genuine skills, young lady. In that case, let us avoid unnecessary conflict. We shall allow you to leave." Feng Zi felt a surge of relief, but then sensed a tug on her clothing from behind. She inquired, "What about this, sister?" Lao Da's expression darkened, and his tone became icy as he warned, "Do not push your luck. No matter how formidable you are, you stand alone. If the three of us unite against you, how confident are you in your chances? It would be wise to leave while you can." Chapter 8. A bounty of 1 or 2 silver coins. Feng Zi found herself embroiled in an internal struggle. Feeling a gentle tug on her garment from behind, she turned to behold a strikingly beautiful woman. The lovely lady cradled a small pouch in her hands, pleading, "This is all the money I possess. I beseech you to save me." Feng Zi glanced at the pouch, noting the exquisite embroidery, before reaching out to take it and tucking it into her bosom, assuring her, "I will help." The burly man, witnessing this, revealed a fierce countenance. In unison, the three men drew their blades and charged at her. Feng Zi wildly brandished the large knife she had seized in defense. The clamor of clashing weapons filled the air. Capitalizing on her strength, she wrested the knife from the burly man's grip, delivering a spinning kick that sent him flying, before wielding his fallen body to strike another assailant. The decrepit temple echoed with cries of agony, soon succumbing to an eerie silence. Of the 4 hulking men, 3 lay unconscious, while 1 remained. Feng Zi cast her gaze towards the entrance, where the 4th man stealthily attempted to crawl away. She approached him, dragging him back by one leg, declaring, "A family must remain whole. How dare you sneak away? Such a lack of loyalty." The 4th burly man whimpered, "O noble heroine, I did not recognize your grandeur. Please, show mercy and spare me." Feng Zi replied with a crisp tone, "If you wish for me to spare you, surrender all your valuables." The 4th man, wearing a distressed expression, lamented, "I possess no valuables. We are but impoverished souls, driven to banditry by a government that disregards us. Yet, we have never harmed anyone." Feng Zi retorted with scorn, "You claim you have not harmed anyone? Was it not you who attempted to strike me with a blade? Had I not possessed some skills, both I and that lady would have fallen victim to your malice." "This is our first offense," he protested. The burly man, Lao-Si, attempted further justification, but Feng Zi silenced him by tearing a piece of white cloth from the tabletop to gag him. The cloth was disgustingly soiled, covered in dust and cobwebs. No need for excessive courtesy with villains. After searching him thoroughly, she found not a single coin. Feng Zi then searched the other three, discovering only 2 coins on the eldest. Holding the meager sum, Feng Zi expressed her disdain. The 4 of you are even poorer than I am, yet you dare call me a little beggar. She unearthed a filthy hemp rope from the dilapidated temple and bound the 4 men together, tying the other end to a pillar. Her purse indeed contained only a pile of copper coins. Feng Zi inquired, "Is this all the money you possess?" The beautiful woman nodded, perplexed. Feng Zi considered for a moment and counted out half the coins, returning them to her. The woman appeared surprised. "I must leave you some travel expenses." The beautiful woman smiled. "You are truly kind." Feng Zi tucked the purse into her bosom, lay down, and closed her eyes to sleep. In the stillness of the night, an invisible golden light once more descended upon the deeply slumbering Feng Zi. The next morning, Feng Zi opened her eyes to find the beautiful woman gone. The 4 bound burly men huddled pitifully in a corner. Feng Zi, holding the rope, walked down the street. The 4 men with their hands tied behind their backs, strung together in a line, following her with frustrated expressions. Passers-by, intrigued, stopped to observe. Feng Zi had already inquired about the location of the yamen and headed straight there. 2 constables guarding the entrance of the yamen saw her and asked, "What business do you have here?" Feng Zi smiled gently and said, "My lord, last night I apprehended 4 villains and made a point to deliver them to the magistrate's office early this morning." 2 constables exchanged glances, and one of them replied, "Please wait a moment, I shall fetch Captain Wang." 1 constable hurried into the office and soon returned with a stern-looking middle-aged man. Upon seeing the 4 captives, the man broke into a smile. "My dear girl, did you truly capture these 4? Observing his skepticism, Feng Zi explained, "Indeed, I possess a natural strength. Last night, I was residing in a dilapidated temple when they approached with ill intentions, and I managed to subdue them. Their audacity is truly monstrous." Captain Wang and the constables wore expressions of indignation. Though this young girl appeared somewhat ragged and gaunt, her features were quite pleasing, albeit she seemed not yet fully grown. After negotiating with Captain Wang, she handed over the criminals. To her astonishment, these 4 were notorious fugitives, wanted for several murders, and had somehow found their way to Lingzhou City. She was duly rewarded, receiving a commendation along with a silver bounty. Elated, she exited the magistrate's office, planning to visit a tailor to purchase a new outfit, for the weather was turning increasingly cold, and she needed warm clothing for the winter. The garments she wore had been scavenged from the deceased, and they were rather uncomfortable and uninsulating. Previously, she had no choice, but now she was a woman of wealth. Arriving at Pingan Street, she encountered the same shopkeeper from yesterday, a middle-aged man clad in yellow, sporting a distinctive mustache. Upon seeing her again, he waved dismissively. "I have no need for additional help. You should inquire elsewhere." She then brandished her purse, asserting, "I wish to buy clothing." The shopkeeper immediately changed his demeanor, enthusiastically inquiring, "Miss, what type of clothing do you require? We possess an extensive selection. I wish to purchase a winter outfit. How much might it cost?" The shopkeeper replied with a smile, "A set of premium winter clothing is priced at 1 tael of silver, while a medium quality set is 800 won, and a lower quality set is 600 won. Is it truly so expensive? We are a centuries-old establishment. Although our fabrics may not rival those of the renowned brocade studio, they are of the finest quality. As for the skill of our embroiderers, it is beyond reproach. Just take a look at the meticulous stitching. It is truly honest craftsmanship," the shopkeeper stated, gesturing towards a garment hanging on the wall. "Old Huang, are you deceiving outsiders once again?" A matron selling wontons entered. The shopkeeper remained unperturbed, responding with a grin, "Madam Shin, how can you say such a thing? When have we ever misled anyone?" Feng Zi joyfully called out, "Auntie." Madame Shin smiled back and then turned to the shopkeeper, saying, "I speak plainly. I know this girl. She is a person of unfortunate circumstances, having lost her family and fled from peril. Please offer her a fair price." The shopkeeper's enthusiasm waned, and he replied listlessly, "Which quality of winter clothing would you prefer? Upper, middle, or lower?" Feng Zi pondered for a moment. "I would like the medium quality winter outfit."
Considering the high price,
She deemed it prudent to select something that would last longer. "I shall take it for 601. Madame Shun understood that this price was quite reasonable. Seeing the older woman nod in approval, Feng Zi readily paid. Unable to bear the sight of her current attire, she decided to change into the new garments right there in Huang's shop. Once she had donned her new outfit, she emerged, while Chapter 9, The Little Woodchopper, unfolded as Madame Shin engaged in casual conversation with the shopkeeper. Madame Shin inquired, "I haven't seen Xiao Tao for several days." Mr. Huang casually manipulated his abacus and replied, "There's been an influx of refugees lately, and the city is in disarray. Xiao Tao is still quite young. I worry she might wander off and get into trouble. So I've kept her confined at home." She's not particularly pleased about it. Madame Shin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is wise to exercise caution. Upon seeing Feng Zi emerge, Madame Shin paused their conversation, scrutinizing her carefully before nodding in satisfaction. It is often said that one's attire can transform their appearance. And indeed, in her new clothing, Feng Zi looked remarkably different and quite lovely. As they departed from the ready-made clothing shop, it was not yet mealtime, and the food stalls lining the street were sparsely populated. Madame Shun urged Feng Zi to sit down and called for Mr. Shun to prepare a bowl of wontons for her. Mr. Shin responded with a smile, deftly boiling the wontons. Feng Zi placed her hands on the table, eagerly awaiting her meal. Madame Shin asked, "Xiao Zi, have you found work?" Feng Zi recounted her experience of capturing criminals and receiving a small reward of 1 tael of silver. While not an insignificant sum, it was modest enough not to incite greed. Madame Shin genuinely rejoiced for her, saying, "You are quite fortunate. Who would have thought that someone so petite could apprehend for criminals?" Feng Zi beamed with pride, her eyes sparkling with delight. She, too, had not anticipated her own prowess. 4 against 1 was no small feat. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but she felt stronger than ever last night in the dilapidated temple. In that moment, she felt a surge of confidence, wishing for more of those inept wanted criminals to apprehend, to earn more rewards. She entertained thoughts of leveraging her modern memories to build wealth. Although she had a clever disposition and skipped grades to save money, reaching the second year of high school by the age of 14, her skills were limited to raising chickens, gardening, and cooking. Her capabilities were rather scant. At that moment, Mr. Shin approached with a bowl of wontons. Feng Zi, having skipped breakfast, was famished and eagerly dug in with a spoon. Mrs. Shin refrained from interrupting her meal and instead rose to assist with chores. Clad in warm, new clothing, Feng Zi savored the steaming wontons, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. With her hands cradling the bowl, she slurped the broth and sweetly declared, "Annie Shen's wontons are simply exquisite. I could indulge in them every day without growing weary of them." With a maternal smile, Mrs. Shin replied, "If you enjoy them, do come often." Upon finishing her meal, Feng Zi insisted on paying, but Mrs. Shin stubbornly refused to accept her money. Feng Zi maintained that it was only fair, as she had been unable to pay the previous day. Now that she had the means, she was resolute in not taking advantage of the elder's kindness. Eventually, Mrs. Shin reluctantly acquiesced. Just as Feng Zi was about to leave, she noticed Mr. Shin chopping firewood. Despite his robust appearance, the labor was evidently taxing for him. "Mr. Shin, I am strong. Let me assist you with the firewood," she offered. Mr. Shin hurriedly waved her off, saying, "No. How could I allow you to do my work for me? You treated me to wontons yesterday, and today Annie Shen helped me negotiate a good price for my clothes. saving me quite a sum. Helping you chop some wood is no trouble at all. In her youth, at the orphanage, where meals were prepared over a wood-burning stove, she often assisted the kitchen staff in exchange for extra food, and as she grew older, she learned to chop and gather firewood. Seizing the axe, Feng Zi began to chop the wood with swift precision, and before long, a neat pile was stacked. Mr. Shen, Mrs. Shen, nearby vendors and patrons looked on in astonishment. Little Zi, your strength is truly remarkable. Feng Zi clapped her hands and smiled with pride. Aunt Shen remarked, a couple of taels of silver may seem substantial, yet it is easily spent. You could easily expend 600 when on clothing alone, not to mention the cost of lodging and your daily necessities. Every penny counts. One must be frugal.
Oh. Feng Zi nodded obediently.
You must absolutely avoid staying in a dilapidated temple tonight. This world is fraught with danger. Last night, luck was on your side, but what if you encounter a situation beyond your capacity to handle? In such desolate places, your cries for help might go unanswered. Aunt Shen's concerns flowed forth. Feng Zi found no annoyance in her words. Instead, she listened patiently until she replied, I understand. I currently have some money and plan to stay at an inn tonight. Once I secure stable employment, I will consider renting a place. After pondering for a moment, Aunt Shen continued, there is a small inn at the far end of the alley next to mine. It may be somewhat secluded, and the environment is not ideal, but the prices are considerably lower than those of typical inns. Feng Zi exclaimed with delight, that's perfectly fine. Having a place to stay is what matters. She still possessed several hundred won, so staying at an inn was not a burden. Although the temple required no payment, it offered no peace. And she had not slept well the previous night. After agreeing with Aunt Shen to first seek work at the docks, she would then be personally guided to the inn in the evening. With her lodging concerns resolved, Feng Zi felt elated and marched confidently toward the docks. However, just a few steps away, Aunt Shen called out to her, Little Zi, wait. Aunt Shen's home was not far from her stall, situated in a nearby alley. After passing by 4 or 5 households, they arrived at her door. Aunt Shen welcomed her inside. This is an antiquated residence adorned with a small courtyard, in which stands a large stone mill. Observing her curiosity directed towards the mill, Madame Shen chuckled. My son makes and sells tofu. This stone mill is his tool for the trade. It became evident why her son was absent from assisting at the stall. He was engaged in the business of tofu. I once heard that in ancient times, 3 forms of hardship existed: boat pulling, iron forging, and tofu selling. Madam, your family is truly industrious. Without diligence, one cannot survive. Both my husband and I fled from disaster, and of our 5 children, only 1 son remains. With barely a coin to our name, it is through our own hard work and resilience that we have managed to establish this modest livelihood. Upon noticing Feng Zi, she added, Ah, we have a guest at home. Madame Shen introduced Feng Zi to her daughter-in-law, saying, This is my daughter-in-law, Luo. Feng Zi politely greeted, Good day, Aunt. Chapter 10. A Sinister Atmosphere. Luo smiled at her, courteously stating, What a coincidence. A fresh batch of sea fish arrived at the market today. My eldest son adores fish, so I purchased 2. I invite you, Miss C, to stay for lunch. Feng Zi replied with a smile, No need, I have already dined. Madame Shen waved her daughter-in-law off. You go about your business. Do not delay in delivering lunch to delaying at the academy. Luo nodded, expressing her frustration. That troublesome girl Xiang Lan has disappeared again, neglecting her household duties. Growing impatient with her daughter-in-law's complaints about her granddaughter, Madame Shen led Feng Zi into her own room, rummaging through boxes to find an old set of clothes and a pair of worn shoes. You are tasked with transporting goods at the dock, and wearing new clothes is ill-advised, as they may become soiled or torn, which would indeed be distressing. However, if you do not mind, I possess an old set of garments that I would gladly offer you. They are more durable and resistant to wear. Feng Zi pursed her lips, stating, Auntie has already assisted me greatly. I cannot accept any more of your kindness." Auntie Shin gently patted the back of her hand. "This attire belonged to my granddaughter, and it was only upon noticing your ill-fitting shoes that I was reminded of it. Do give it a try." Feng Zi glanced down at her feet and suddenly realized she had forgotten to purchase shoes. No wonder, she felt something was amiss. She donned the old clothing over her new outfit and changed into a pair of clean shoes. Though they were old, the shoes had simply faded from washing, yet they were robust and kept her warm. How wonderful! "Thank you, Auntie. Do not be so formal with me. Hurry along to the dock before it gets too late, and you miss out on work." With a bright smile, Feng Zi dashed out exuberantly. In the kitchen, Luo Shi was preparing a meal and caught sight of the garments Feng Zi was wearing through the window, her expression darkening. After Feng Zi departed, Auntie Shun emerged as well. Luo Shi, displeased, remarked, "Mother, we are not a wealthy family. Why would you so carelessly give away good clothing? If they do not fit you, they could be passed down to my niece." Lowering her head, she suddenly had a thought and abruptly looked up to ask, "Mother, that girl isn't a refugee who just arrived in the city, is she?" Auntie Shin nodded. Luo Shi immediately became agitated. "Mother, it is one thing to wear old clothes, but please do not act out of misplaced kindness by inviting her to stay at our home. We simply cannot afford it. While I have never objected to your generosity towards the destitute, you must consider our family's circumstances. We are not wealthy, and my husband and I toil from dawn till dusk making tofu, earning our living through hard work. You and father struggle to sell wontons, and you must also support our eldest son's studies at the academy." Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Luo felt a sense of relief.
Meanwhile,
Feng Zi was making her way to the docks. As she passed the sparsely populated street from the previous day, she saw the man in the scholarly garb once more, stopping a beggar girl to speak with her. Hesitating, she contemplated whether to approach and advise the girl, uncertain if it was a trick of the light. The beggar girl's face gradually blurred, transforming into that of another woman, and then the two faces continued to morph, rubbing her eyes. She found that the unsettling changes persisted. Looking back at the man, he remained engaged in gentle persuasion, completely oblivious to the strange circumstances. It seemed he sensed Feng Zi's gaze, for the distorted, shifting face turned towards her, accompanied by an eerie aura surrounding the girl. With her eyes wide open, Feng Zi dared not linger any longer and hurriedly departed from the scene. Such homeless wanderers are easily deceived. Fortune smiled upon Feng Zi today, as she quickly secured a job carrying packages. Although it was physically demanding, the pay was substantial, as it was based on quantity. Yesterday, she earned a mere 20 coins after washing dishes for an entire afternoon, while today, carrying just 2 sacks would yield 1 coin. Balancing 1 sack on each shoulder, she moved with agility and grace, leaving the foreman quite pleased with her performance. Initially, the foreman looked down upon her for being merely a young girl without any identification. Fortunately, the owner of the noodle stall had vouched for her, in addition to her personally demonstrating her considerable strength. A sizable crowd gathered at the dock, captivated by the spectacle. It is indeed a rarity for a girl to carry 2 burlap sacks at once. Considering each sack weighs approximately 100 pounds, something even a robust man would struggle with, let alone a petite girl. "Look at that little Z," the foreman bellowed from the dock. "She is smaller than all of you and not as strong, yet she can lift 2 sacks at a time and runs so swiftly. What about you? Have you forgotten to eat?" Some among the onlookers felt disgruntled, but it also spurred a few into action, prompting them to work with greater urgency. Though they may not have been able to carry 2 sacks at once, they could make multiple trips. The workers at the dock toiled exceptionally hard that day, particularly under Foreman Zhang's supervision, as the time taken to move the goods was noticeably reduced. As they queued to receive their wages from the foreman, when it was Feng Zi's turn, Zhang sported a slight smile and remarked, "Little Z, you've done well. Here is your payment. Will you return tomorrow?" Yes. Feng Zi replied cheerfully, placing the heavy coins into her pouch. One individual raised a question, Foreman. Did you perhaps miscalculate her wages? How could she have earned so much? Others, influenced by this, began to murmur in agreement. Zhang shot a glare at the questioner and retorted, if you were as capable as little Z, you too could earn such a sum. She accomplishes in one trip what you take two to do, and she does it faster. If you don't understand this, then spare me your complaints. Don't bother coming back. Instantly, silence fell over the crowd. The task of carrying goods at the dock was plentiful, and Zhang was known for his fairness, never exploiting the workers or withholding their pay. Feng Zi received her payment and, with a heart full of joy, first approached the owner of the noodle stall to express her gratitude. The stall owner, having witnessed her strength, smiled and remarked, I never imagined you possessed such might. Even those burly men seem to pale in comparison. Feng Zi humbly replied, it's nothing much. Anshin noticed her and waved with a smile. She hurriedly ran over, her steps light and cheerful. Chapter 11. The hanging ghost of the in the marketplace was ablaze with light, bustling more with the evening crowd than during the day, filled predominantly with youthful couples and parents accompanying their children. With wide-eyed curiosity, Feng Zi surveyed her surroundings. She observed a young father with his son perched on his shoulders, while the young mother, beaming, occasionally turned to converse with her husband and child as the family strolled towards a street performer. She found herself momentarily entranced.
Xiao Zi.
The stall is packed up. Let us be on our way, came the call.
All right.
The three of them walked together, engaged in lively conversation, primarily between Aunt Shun and Feng Zi, while Uncle Shun quietly listened, balancing the load on his shoulders. Gradually distancing themselves from the clamor of the market, the surroundings grew dark, illuminated only by the radiant moon above, guiding their path. Outside the alley stood a well, frequented by locals for their water needs. At that moment, a young girl clad in a simple dress stood by the well. At first glance, she appeared somewhat eerie. Intrigued, Feng Zi couldn't help but steal a few more glances. The girl's long, flowing hair obscured her face, rendering her features indistinct as she gazed fixedly in one direction, a puddle of water at her feet. The two turned left and right, navigating deeper into the secluded area which would have been difficult to find without a familiar guide. At the inn's entrance hung a flag bearing the characters for it in traditional script, which she could barely decipher. As I stepped through the entrance, I was greeted by a mingling aroma of cooked dishes intertwined with a musty scent, accompanied by an odd fragrance that seemed vaguely familiar, yet eluded my memory. The walls bore the marks of age, while dust accumulated on the beams above, adorned with a few cobwebs. The lobby was rather diminutive, accommodating only 4 tables, with the furniture in a state of disarray and filth, devoid of any patrons at that moment. A middle-aged man sat behind the counter, dozing off, oblivious to our entrance. No need for that. I believe this place is quite satisfactory, Feng Zi remarked as she approached the counter and rapped lightly on its surface. Excuse me, sir. I would like to secure a room, she requested. The man stirred from his slumber, his eyes opening to reveal dark circles beneath, conveying a sense of lethargy.
Oh.
You wish to stay? The private rooms are all occupied, but we do have a large dormitory available for 5 a night, excluding meals and drinks, he replied. Madam Shen tugged at Feng Zi's sleeve, prompting the man to continue. Madam, our dormitory is divided by gender. The women's quarters are notably smaller than the men's, as it is still more common for men to seek lodging these days. Feng Zi counted out 5 and handed it to the middle-aged man. He rose slowly, leading her upstairs. As they traversed the corridor, he gestured towards a door. This is it. You may enter yourself. I shall not accompany you further. With that, he exited hurriedly. Feng Zi pushed the door open and stepped inside. A long dormitory awaited her, with over a dozen individuals already reclined upon the beds. The sound of the door opening went unnoticed. The atmosphere within was far from pleasant. The windowless room, deprived of sunlight for years, was thick with mildew, and the oddly familiar scent that lingered in the lobby was even more pronounced here. Exhausted from a long day, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over her as she randomly chose an empty bed and lay down fully clothed, soon drifting into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, she felt a slight itch on her neck. She instinctively reached up to scratch, only to encounter not just her hair but a coarse rope. Wait a moment. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, confronted by a face that was pallid and ghostly, hovering upside down before her. "You smell delightful," a chilling voice whispered in her ear. Feng Zi's eyes widened in terror, nearly losing her composure as she sprang out of bed. "Help! Someone please!" she shouted, yanking the rope from around her neck and sprinting toward the door.
Hee.
"You smell so delightful, indeed," came the eerie laughter from behind her. In an instant, the temperature in the room plummeted. Feng Zi shivered involuntarily, clasping her ears as she rushed toward the exit. "Don't leave. Stay and help me." The voice was hoarse and unappealing. Suddenly, it drifted closer to Feng Zi, a pair of lifeless eyes fixating on her. The door, which had no lock, refused to budge, and as the strange woman approached, panic surged within Feng Zi, compelling her to pull even harder. Logically, with her strength, she should have been able to easily collapse such a flimsy door. Yet, it felt as if it had transformed into a weight of 1,000. The bizarre woman continued to gaze hungrily at her. "Stay away. Go away." Feng Zi desperately clawed at the door while glancing at the dozen or so women still peacefully asleep within the room. Despite the commotion, they remained utterly unresponsive, leaving her with little hope for assistance. Although she could not comprehend why the strange woman fixated solely on her, she was relieved that others were temporarily safe.
Who are you?
Feng Zi mustered her courage to gaze at the bizarre woman. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the strange woman cast no shadow and her feet hovered above the ground, as if she were floating. What more was there to understand? With a resounding crash, the door that had seemed as heavy as a mountain suddenly collapsed. She bolted outside. At that moment, the hall was deserted, engulfed in darkness. With the entrance firmly shut, the ghostly woman pursued her from the upper floor. "Don't go, help me!" But Feng Zi turned a deaf ear. Like a gust of wind, she sprinted past, exerting every ounce of strength to force the door open and escape into the night. The strange woman stood at the threshold, observing her retreating figure, her expression fluctuating between joy and despair. Feng Zi raced through the alley, her heart pounding in her chest, terrified that the ghost might catch up to her. She touched her neck, still haunted by the memory. Had she not awakened in time, that rope would have strangled her. Finally, she recalled the peculiar scent that felt eerily familiar. It was the same ominous aura she had sensed earlier in that girl whose face transformed incessantly. How terrifying! This world was utterly terrifying. She dashed out of the alley, finding the marketplace deserted, the streets shrouded in darkness. It was fortunate she had not encountered any patrolling guards. Otherwise, her frantic escape would surely have led to her capture. Momentarily lost in thought, she then hurried to the alley where Aunt Shin resided. Standing before Shun's door, she refrained from knocking and instead leaned against the entrance, planning to huddle there for the night. What unfortunate luck it was. A dilapidated temple led her to encounter a villain, and a guest house brought her face to face with a ghost. She recalled the ghost's words about how delightful she smelled. She raised her arm to take a whiff. It had been quite some time since her last bath. While her body was not particularly odorous, it could hardly be described as fragrant. That scent might not be what she perceived as pleasant, but rather reminiscent of the aroma of braised pork. Startled by her own sudden thoughts, the tension in her body, which had just begun to ease, tightened once more, prompting her to embrace herself. Why was it still not dawn? Chapter 12. The Origin of the Female Ghost. This night seemed to stretch interminably. She dared not close her eyes, fearing that she might drift off and be startled by the ghostly apparition once more. Feng Zi curled her arms around her knees, resting her head upon them, her large eyes wide open as she sat at the entrance of Madame Shun's home throughout the night, rising only when the first light of dawn began to emerge. Having slept poorly, her demeanor appeared somewhat lethargic. The streets were already bustling with numerous vendors selling breakfast. She approached a stall that offered steamed buns. "Sir, I would like 2 meat buns, please." These meat buns were particularly substantial, each about the size of an adult's fist, generously filled with savory meat. With each bite, the juices flowed, delivering a rich and delectably smooth flavor. The vendor wrapped the buns in oil paper, accepting her money with one hand while handing over the buns with the other. Holding the paper-wrapped treat, Feng Zi walked and nibbled on the bun. Yesterday, Foreman Zhang had mentioned that a shipment was arriving this morning. After finishing the last bite of her bun, she hastened her pace towards the dock. Foreman Zhang was busy counting the goods with the steward when he noticed her approach. He offered a faint smile and jotted down her name in his notebook. Feng Zi refrained from interrupting and went directly to the ship to unload the cargo. Many greeted her with warm smiles upon her arrival, though some regarded her with disdain. She remained utterly indifferent, her demeanor particularly subdued today, the radiant smile from yesterday absent from her face, which was now etched with unspoken concerns. Thoughts of the dozen or so individuals who shared the communal dormitory with her last night lingered, leaving her with an uneasy conscience. At noon, she collected her wages and made her way to the inn where they had stayed the previous night. It was broad daylight. Surely, nothing untoward would happen. Approaching the inn, she soon overheard the furious shouts of a middle-aged woman. "Let us settle this fairly. Who among you is the culprit that smashed my door last night?" "2 doors. Mind you. Do you have any idea how much it will cost to repair? My inn is so inexpensive, yet someone has the audacity to deliberately damage my property." A dozen women stood in front of the portly matron. One of them impatiently retorted, "We've already stated it wasn't us. We don't even know what happened. We woke up to find the door collapsed." Another woman added, "We all came from nearby villages, seeking work. We've paid for our lodging, and we have not a single coin to spare. Even if you take this to the authorities, we remain broke." The first woman who spoke countered, "How can we be sure you didn't intentionally break the door to extort us?" "Exactly." Someone chimed in instantly. The plump matron bellowed, "I don't care. It was your room where the door was damaged last night. It must have been one of you. Either you confess who did it, or you compensate me. You can't leave without paying. We've told you we don't know anything." The women, weary from the morning's harassment, finally pushed past her to leave. The middle-aged woman, undeterred, threw herself to the ground, wailing and throwing a fit. "Heavens! Those heartless souls damaged my door and fled without a trace." However, Feng Zi's attention was not focused on the middle-aged woman at that moment. She raised her gaze towards the inn, only to find a thick layer of malevolent energy enveloping the establishment. The stench was considerably stronger than the previous evening, at least last night. She had only caught a faint whiff upon entering, but today, the odor was evident even from outside. A middle-aged man emerged from the inn, noticing the crowd that had gathered around him, feeling a sense of embarrassment. He decided it was best not to create a scene, lest the neighbors find amusement in their plight. The door was old and had already been prone to damage. The middle-aged woman had spent the entire morning in vain, failing to secure even a single coin, and her mood was soured. Upon hearing the man's feeble remarks, her anger flared. "You useless creature! While I am out here arguing, you hide inside as if nothing is amiss. They only paid 5 coins for a night's stay. How much do you think our door is worth? If we don't make them pay, we shall have to bear the loss ourselves. Enough. Stop making a scene outside." The couple continued to bicker as they made their way into the inn. With the excitement dissipated, the onlookers began to disperse. Feng Zi approached a young woman cradling a child and inquired, "Sister, What transpired at this inn? The young woman glanced at her, recognizing her as an outsider. You don't belong to our neighborhood, she remarked. I came to stay at the inn, but seeing the chaos here, I am hesitant. This prompted the young woman to open up. She explained that the innkeeper had discovered early in the morning that the main door had been damaged, along with the door of an upstairs room. Despite the uproar throughout the morning, they had been unable to ascertain who was responsible, and naturally, no one was willing to compensate for the damages. Knowing that nothing happened last night, Feng Zi felt somewhat relieved. The inn, once a thriving establishment, had seen better days. The proprietor's daughter-in-law was a gentle and gracious woman, always greeting guests with a smile. She was diligent and capable, ensuring the inn was spotless each day. And her culinary skills were lauded by all who had stayed there. However, ever since her untimely death a year ago, the inn had fallen into decline. As the elderly couple who ran it lacked the industrious spirit necessary to maintain it, evident in the disarray within. Feng Zi inquired about the circumstances of her death. The young woman, guiding her down a narrow alley, glanced around to ensure they were alone before revealing that the daughter-in-law had taken her own life by hanging. A tempest of emotions surged within Feng Zi. The woman's husband was a despicable man, indulging in vices such as drinking and gambling, often resorting to violence against his wife. Neighbors frequently heard the cries of the poor woman as she endured her husband's brutality, ultimately driven to despair. Feng Zi's indignation flared. How can such a scoundrel go unpunished? Does the government not intervene? The young woman sighed, cradling her child. What can they do? The authorities cannot control domestic disputes, especially since she chose to end her own life rather than succumb to her husband's cruelty. She lamented the fate of the woman's son, only 3 years old and now motherless, left with a father who was as good as absent. Feng Zi pressed further, asking if the young woman had heard any disturbances from the inn the previous night. Shaking her head, the woman expressed her confusion about when the door had been damaged. After speaking, she departed with her child, leaving Feng Zi in deep contemplation. It became increasingly clear to her that the specter from the previous night was indeed the vengeful spirit of the innkeeper's daughter-in-law. She must possess the ability to temporarily isolate a certain area from the outside world, which explains why the events that transpired at the inn last night went unnoticed by anyone. However, for reasons unknown, the female ghost cannot leave the inn. Otherwise, she would have pursued her. The innkeeper and the neighboring residents are oblivious to the ghost's existence, indicating that she has not harmed anyone before, perhaps due to an inability to do so. Last night, she manifested, and upon observing the dense aura of malevolence surrounding the inn, it became evident that the ghost was prepared to act. She approached Madame Shen's stall and ordered a bowl of wonton for lunch, contemplating the matters concerning the inn as she ate. Her magical abilities were insufficient. She relied solely on brute strength, which sufficed against ordinary individuals but was inadequate when faced with a vengeful spirit. She harbored no concern for the fate of the scoundrel who abused his wife. Rather, she feared that the ghost, devoid of reason, might unleash her wrath indiscriminately upon innocent bystanders, as she had done to her the previous night. Chapter 13. Soaring free. Feng Zi chose not to reside at the inn any longer. After conferring with Madame Shen, she decided to temporarily stay at Madame Shen's home, agreeing to pay 300 yuan per month, with additional costs for meals. The rent she offered was quite generous, and even Madame Shen's daughter-in-law, Luo, welcomed her warmly. Although Madame Shen had initially intended to charge only 100 yuan, Feng Zi insisted on paying more, unwilling to take advantage of Madame Shen, as that would jeopardize her ability to stay in the Shen household for an extended period. Having lived on Peaceful Street for several decades, she found it essential to temporarily reside with the Shens, as this would facilitate her integration into the community. Much like when she had seized the opportunity to join the dog family during her escape, ensuring her safety. In the absence of absolute strength, living together with a large family feels significantly safer. The Shen household consists of only 4 rooms, one for the elderly couple, one shared by Uncle Shin and Aunt Luo, one for their son Shin Wenshu, and one for their daughter Shin Xianglan. At 15, Shin Xianglan is a charming and vivacious young lady. Upon learning that Feng Zi would temporarily share a room with her, she was overjoyed. How wonderful! I have always wished for a sister or a younger sibling, but alas, I only have a bookish older brother. At last, I will have a companion. Aunt Luo cast a sideways glance at her daughter, admonishing, "Do you think everyone is as carefree as you? You spend your days frolicking about, failing to assist with household chores. Little Z must earn her keep at the docks each day. She hardly has time to play with you." After dinner, Shin Xianglan knelt on the bed, helping to arrange the bedding. "You can use my old bedding for now. Once I earn some money, we can buy new ones." "Thank you, Sister Xianglan." Feng Zi responded gratefully. "There's no need for formality. From now on, you shall be my sister." That night, Feng Zi and Shin Xianglan slept side by side. Listening to the rhythmic sound of her companion's breathing and inhaling the delightful scent of the blankets, she nestled into the warmth and gradually succumbed to slumber. This was the first peaceful sleep she had enjoyed since her arrival in this new world. Upon waking, she chose not to have breakfast with the Shuns. Since her arrival the previous night marked her first day of staying, she had shared a meal with the family, but from now on, she would keep account of her expenses. Aunt Shun's culinary skills paled in comparison to those of Aunt Luo, and she would rather have wontons for breakfast than plain porridge and vegetable pancakes. As she stepped outside, she noticed that Shin Xianglan had yet to rise. Just then, a young and handsome man clad in a blue robe was about to enter, and he encountered Feng Zi as she was leaving. The young man paused, slightly taken aback, and inquired, "Who are you?" Feng Zi observed the resemblance between him and Shin Xianglan. He too was adorned in scholarly attire, leading her to surmise that he was the most promising son of the Shin family, having achieved the status of a successful scholar at the tender age of 15. "Greetings. I am Feng Zi, currently residing here," she introduced herself. The young man merely nodded, offering no further words, and strode into the premises. Feng Zi then made her way to a wonton stall, ordering a bowl of wontons, before heading to the adjacent Baozi stand to purchase 2 buns. She settled down to savor her meal. Dr. Shi's medical skills were indeed remarkable. In her opinion, he rivaled the physicians at Jishir Hall. Indeed, I wonder why he chooses to remain here. East City is so much better, one conversant remarked, their expression filled with yearning. Feng Zi glanced towards the medical clinic adjacent to Huang Zonggui's tailor shop, noting that it had yet to open its doors, as the hour was still early. After finishing her breakfast, she proceeded to the dock. As always, she was industrious, accomplishing the work of 2. Were it not for the fear of attracting too much attention, she would have even managed to carry an additional sack upon her head. Foreman Zhang was exceedingly pleased with her, greeting her with a broad smile. Each time he settled her wages, he would generously add a few extra coins, promising to accept her whenever she came to work. With the morning tasks complete, the second batch of goods would not arrive until the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, granting her several hours of respite. The matter of the inn's female ghost persisted, weighing heavily upon her chest like a burdensome stone. Mastering her skills was essential for her own protection. Presently, her mind was occupied solely with the spells of flight and summoning a sword, with no new incantations surfacing. She reassured herself that one cannot bite off more than one can chew. These 2 spells were not yet to be wielded carelessly, so there was no need to pursue additional knowledge at this juncture. She had long been adept at the levitation incantation. However, inexplicably, each attempt resulted in either a failure to launch or a precipitous descent from a mere 6 or 9 feet. She resolved to practice summoning her sword first, to circumvent any potential injuries from botched flight attempts. With hands clasped in a mudra, she executed a series of gestures, each one rehearsed ad infinitum and performed with practiced ease. Yet, as before, her efforts were met with utter futility, leaving her profoundly disheartened. Nevertheless, She rallied her spirits and commenced her flight practice. Contrary to her expectations, she found herself airborne, as lithe as a swallow, soaring freely through the atmosphere. She veered left and right, ascended and descended, pirouetted in dizzying circles, and executed consecutive somersaults, reveling in her newfound aerial prowess. Exhausted but exhilarated, she alighted with flushed cheeks, her elation palpable. Indeed, she could fly. She spent the entire afternoon in repeated flights, emboldened by the prospect of evading any future adversaries. At the dinner table, an additional guest was present, Shun Dalong, whom she had encountered that morning. Madame Shun extended a warm greeting and introduced her eldest grandson, Shun Wenshu, suggesting that he could assist her with any difficulties she might encounter. Luo Shi, however, was less than enthusiastic about her son's interaction with Feng Zi. Despite Feng Zi's youth, Luo Shi feared that prolonged exposure to her son's exceptional qualities might incite inappropriate affections. "Mother," she interjected, "Dalong is preoccupied with his studies. He has little time to spare. If Xiaozi requires assistance, she can always turn to us." Shun Xianglan scoffed. "Brother is so engrossed in his studies that he neglects even his own sister. What can one expect from him? Xiaozi, should you need anything, come to me instead." Listening to his sister's words, Shun Dalong felt no anger. He took out an exquisite hairpin, stating, "Since I am not regarded as a good brother in your eyes, I shall refrain from gifting you this hairpin." Chapter 14. The neighbor's Shun Xianglan's face lit up with delight. She rose and clung to her brother's arm, playfully shaking it. "Dear brother, you are the best brother." Luo Shi, initially wearing a smile as she observed her two children, inquired upon hearing her son's words, "What is it? Are you going to stay at your classmate's house again?" Shun Wenshu shook his head. "Tomorrow, our teacher will take several disciples out of the city to visit Master Songha for guidance. This is a rare opportunity, and we may have to stay with Master Songha for the night." Madame Shin nodded. "Pursuing knowledge is important, but do you need us to prepare any gifts for Master Songha?" Shun Wenshu replied with a smile, "There is no need. Master Songha is a free spirit, roaming as he pleases, and he does not concern himself with such matters." Having addressed the main topic, he turned to Feng Zi with an apologetic expression. "Miss Zi, I was unaware of your presence at home and did not procure your share. I shall get it for you next time." Feng Zi, sitting nearby with a bright smile, was pleasantly surprised that Shun Wenshu would speak to her and even offer her a gift. She quickly waved her hand. "No need for that. I have no use for a hairpin, as I cannot even style my hair." Shin Xianglan glanced at Feng Zi's casually tied ponytail and chuckled. "You are indeed quite carefree. How can a young lady not know how to style her hair? I shall teach you how to arrange it into a bun tonight. I know several methods." Luo Shi shot a disapproving look at her daughter. "You and your vanity. We have a whole box of hairpins at home, and yet you constantly ask your brother to buy you gifts." She turned to her son and inquired, "Dalang, this hairpin must be rather expensive, is it not?" Shun Wenshu replied with a smile, "It is not particularly costly." Luo Shi then asked, "From where did you acquire the silver? I hope you Haven Tea spent the money intended for your books and writing materials on her." Shun Wenshu gently explained, "I take the opportunity to transcribe text for the bookstore. It allows me to earn some silver while also reviewing my studies. All of this is from the earnings of my writing." With that, Luo Shi ceased her inquiries. After the meal, Feng Zi expressed her desire to assist with the dishes, but Madame Shin ushered her out of the kitchen, stating, "You are a guest and have paid your dues. It would be improper for you to work. This is a task that Dalang's mother and I can manage." In ancient times, there was little in the way of nightlife. One could stroll about, perhaps indulge in a late-night snack, but by 10 o'clock, curfews were enforced. Upon returning to her room, Shun Xianglan approached her vanity, opened a box, and said, "All right, I shall teach you how to style your hair." Feng Zi initially thought it was merely a casual remark, but to her surprise, Shun Xianglan genuinely intended to instruct her in hairstyling. She did not feign reluctance but rather leaned in with curiosity to examine the hairpins within the box. Although none were particularly extravagant, each was exquisitely crafted, making them difficult to resist. Shen Xianglan first demonstrated on her own head, then beckoned Feng Zi to sit down. After a considerable amount of time spent arranging her hair, she finally secured the hairpin in place. At last, it was done. Feng Zi gazed into the mirror, unable to believe that merely styling her hair had elevated her appearance significantly. Shen Xianglan scrutinized her closely, then retrieved a box of lip balm from the cabinet, applying a touch to Feng Zi's lips with her fingertip. Following that, she took out some face powder and delicately dabbed it onto Feng Zi's cheeks. Only then was she satisfied, nodding in approval and exclaiming, "What a beautiful young lady you are." Feng Zi could hardly believe that the reflection in the mirror was her own. No wonder girls are so fond of makeup. It possesses an undeniable allure. Luo Shi sat up in bed and noticed there was still light in her daughter's room. She called out, "Xianglan, it is getting late. You should retire for the night." "Understood," Shen Xianglan replied casually, extinguishing the oil lamp. She then quietly inquired, "Have you learned to style your hair yet?" Feng Zi nodded. Shen Xianglan smiled. "Tomorrow, I shall teach you a few more techniques." Feng Zi returned the smile. "That sounds great." The following day, as dawn broke, Feng Zi rose early, while Shen Xianglan remained asleep. Moving quietly, she dressed and stepped outside. For convenience, she opted for a simple ponytail instead of the intricate hairstyle she had just learned the night before, as she was heading to the docks for work. Within the household, Mr. and Mrs. Shen had already set out for the market, while Shindabo and Luo Shi were in the courtyard grinding tofu. Shen Wenshu was also awake early. Noticing his parents' toil, he intended to offer assistance, but was halted by Luo Shi. "There is no need for your help. Just focus on your studies," she insisted. As Shindabo turned to look at his son, his gaze was filled with affection. "Listen to your mother, go have breakfast. Then head to the academy. Your mother and I will manage the chores." Shen Wenshu solemnly replied, "Father, mother, I vow to study diligently so that you may enjoy a prosperous future." Upon hearing their son's words, the couple's faces lit up with smiles. Feng Zi stood a short distance away, observing this scene with a tinge of envy. According to the matron at the orphanage, she had been abandoned at its doors shortly after her birth, with marks of a grasp still evident on her neck. Not wishing to partake in breakfast at home, she completed her morning routine and ventured out. At that moment, she caught sight of a familiar figure emerging from the adjacent shop. It was none other than Manager Huang from the ready-to-wear store. "Manager Huang," she exclaimed joyfully. Huang raised his head to look at her, momentarily failing to recognize her. After a few more scrutinizing glances, he finally recalled, "Oh, it's you. What brings you to stay at Madame Shen's?" "I am temporarily residing here," she replied. Huang nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Wen Zi did not elaborate either, as they were not particularly close. They then approached the wonton stall. Wen Zi moved closer to Madame Shen and said, "Madam, I just found out that Manager Huang lives next door to us." Madame Shen chuckled. "Indeed. The red manager from the rouge shop also lives next to me. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, old Huang and the red manager have been my neighbors for 5 years. 5 years? Wen Zi mused, but Manager Huang's ready-to-wear shop is a century-old establishment.
He must have lived here for quite some time.
Madame Shen laughed. "Ah, it seems that way. By the way, who is Xiao Tao?" Xiao Tao is Manager Huang's daughter. She is 5 years old this year and a very well-behaved and adorable child. Wen Zi expressed her astonishment. Manager Huang appears to be in his 40s. How can his daughter be only 5? Madame Shen chuckled softly. He is blessed with a daughter in his later years, which explains why old Huang dotes on Xiao Tao so much. He even hired a nurse to take care of her. Seeing customers approaching, Wen Zi decided to take her leave. The cargo at the dock today was more abundant than yesterday, and it wasn't until the afternoon that work concluded. With no tasks for the afternoon, she chose not to seek further employment while others lingered at the dock looking for work. Instead, she returned to the northern city, her heart fluttering with anxiety, fearing that after a night, she might lose her ability to fly once more. Fortunately, she did not disappoint herself. She soared gracefully and her skills grew ever more refined, to the point where she could stand atop the leaves of a towering tree and gaze into the distance. Lost in a moment of blissful reverie, her expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. In the distance, several figures were swiftly approaching, embroiled in a fierce conflict. Their silhouettes danced in midair as weapons clashed, accompanied by the resounding echoes of combat and vibrant bursts of light, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds that drew nearer with each passing moment. Hastily, she descended from the tree, glancing around before seeking refuge in a dilapidated temple. Chapter 15. Mid-tier 6 stage for luminous orbs descended rapidly to the ground, followed by several figures taking their stance. One of them, strikingly handsome, adorned with a jade crown, stood tall and elegant, clad in a flowing fox-fur cloak that billowed in the wind, confronting three horned figures dressed in black. One of the black-clad figures, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "Ingrongchi, you have fallen into our trap. Today, my brothers and I have specially devised this ambush for you. No matter how formidable you are, you stand alone against three of us. Today marks your demise, a fitting retribution for the countless valiant spirits of our demon clan that you have slain." Ingrongchi smiled in response. "Only the three of you? As three mid-tier 4th stage warriors, we are more than capable of handling a single mid-tier 4th stage opponent. Alas, your intelligence appears to be lacking." "What do you mean?" With a slight smile, Ingrongchi unsheathed the long sword at his waist and executed the Dragon's Soul sword technique. A roar erupted as the sword's energy transformed into a serpent-like dragon, resonating with a thunderous dragon's chant that reverberated throughout the realm. "I have already ascended to the 6th stage," Ingrongchi stated lightly before sheathing his sword once more. Three figures cloaked in black fell to the ground, their eyes refusing to close in eternal sleep. As they breathed their last, their bodies dissipated into a wisp of ebony smoke. Ingrongchi did not depart immediately. Instead, he gazed towards the dilapidated temple. "Whoever is hiding there, come forth," he called out. After a prolonged silence, there was no response. "If you do not emerge, do not blame me for shattering this decrepit structure," he continued with an unhurried demeanor. It was not merely an idle threat. He raised his palm, gathering energy, and directed it towards a small stone slope ahead. With a thunderous bang, the slope erupted into countless shards. "I'll come out right away,"
Feng Zi exclaimed in a fluster,
reluctantly stepping into view. Ingrongchi's gaze remained fixed on the temple's entrance, and when a young girl appeared, he was taken aback, having anticipated the emergence of accomplices from the demon clan. Since she was not one of them, he felt no obligation to linger, casually advising, "The city has been quite turbulent of late. If you have no business here, do not wander alone in the northern district." She lowered her head, offering a small, compliant Ingrongchi, then turned to leave. Once he was gone, Feng Zi exhaled a profound sigh of relief. The imposing aura of the young master from Lingzhou had been overwhelming. In his presence, she had scarcely dared to breathe. Glancing at the stone slope reduced to rubble, she felt a twinge of envy. How she longed to possess such formidable prowess. She entered the rouge shop, where the proprietor, Hong, scrutinized her intently. "It seems you've transformed in just a few days. I hardly recognize the former ragamuffin. Have you come seeking work?" Feng Zi approached the counter to browse.
"No."
"I am here to purchase a birthday gift for Sister Xianglan," she replied, eliciting surprise from Hong. With fervent enthusiasm, she began to recommend, noticing the pallor of her skin and the dryness of her lips. The girls from the Shen family often purchase this particular brand. At just a small price. It's quite affordable. You should treat yourself to a box. Feng Zi, unfamiliar with distinguishing the quality of rouge, purchased the box recommended by the red shopkeeper, identical to the one Shin Xianglan had used on her the previous night. I'll take this one. I won't need another. The red shopkeeper scoffed slightly. As Feng Zi departed from the rouge shop and entered the alley, she spotted an elderly woman who had fallen to the ground, struggling to rise. Rushing over, she assisted the woman. Are you all right, ma'am? I'm fine. Thank you, the elderly woman replied. Upon closer inspection, Feng Zi noticed the woman's vacant gaze, devoid of focus. I'm sorry, I can't see well. I must have troubled you. The elderly woman's hand slipped from Feng Zi's arm. It's no trouble at all. Just a small act of kindness. Noticing the time was still early, Feng Zi inquired, Do you need me to accompany you to the physician? The elderly woman chuckled gently. No need, I merely took a tumble. It's nothing serious. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. If you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate your help. Feng Zi supported her as they walked, engaging in light conversation, adept at bringing cheer and learning about the woman's background. This Aunt Wang resided in the same alley as Aunt Shin, albeit further in. She had lost her husband in her youth and lived alone with her son, who worked as a constable in the local magistrate's office. Upon reaching her home, Aunt Wang fumbled to pour a glass of water. Have a drink before you go. Feng Zi drank it all in one go. Goodbye, Aunt Wang.
Goodbye.
By the way, is Xianglan at home? Upon mentioning her daughter, Luo was filled with irritation, uncertain of where she had wandered off to. Feng Zi offered to help with the fire, but was met with a refusal from Luo. She was clear in her understanding. Since Feng Zi had paid, she could not simply order her about. After lying on the bed for a while, her gaze unintentionally fell upon a book on the bedside table. She reached out to pick it up, discovering it to be a volume of the Book of Songs. It was high time for her to carve out moments to learn to read and write. She could not remain a semi-illiterate forever. Luo shot her a glare, exclaiming, Do you think everyone is like you, idly passing the days? Your father works so hard, and you show no concern. Shun Xianglan retorted, How could I not care? Tomorrow I shall assist my father in selling tofu. Their daily banter had become a norm for those around them. Feng Zi brought up Aunt Wang with Aunt Shin, who sighed, She is a woman of great suffering. Feng Zi echoed the sentiment with a sigh of her own. Aunt Wang, having lost her husband young, had to raise her son alone, a daunting task for a blind woman. As the sky darkened, Aunt Shin and Luo grew restless. Aunt Shin inquired, Where has the eldest gone? Feng Zi's expression shifted. Luo rose, stating, I shall go look for him. Aunt Shin quickly grasped her arm, warning, It's already curfew. What if you encounter the patrolling officers and get arrested? We shall search for him at dawn. Dinner that night was tasteless for everyone. The following day, as dawn broke, the Shun family prepared to search for their missing member. Even Shun Xianglan, who usually cherished her slumber, was awake. Shinda, Aunt Shun, and Luo all bore weary expressions, their eyes red, as if they had not slept through the night. Feng Zi hurried out, declaring, I shall go as well. Aunt Shun nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. The family hurried to the neighboring inn, only to find the entrance firmly shut, and their knocks went unanswered. Master Li, please open the door. They called out for an extended period without any response. Feng Zi noticed a woman passing by, carrying a basket of vegetables, presumably a local resident. She approached and inquired, Good lady, has the innkeeper's family gone out? The passerby glanced at their group and recognized Mr. and Mrs. Shun as the vendors of wontons from the market. Thus, she hesitated before responding, What brings you to the inn at such an early hour? She continued, I live right next door. I can assure you they are home. It is peculiar that they have not opened up yet. After the passerby departed, the Shun family found themselves at a loss. Suddenly, Shun Lanxiang suggested, Mother, grandfather, we should report this to the authorities. Luo Shi quickly concurred, Yes, we must report this immediately. Being ordinary folk, They harbored an innate fear of the government and typically refrained from engaging with officials, which led to their initial inaction. After some contemplation, Mrs. Shen recalled that a young man from the Wang family worked at the magistrate's office, and they decided to seek his assistance. They hurriedly made their way to the Wang residence. The atmosphere there was thick with an ominous presence, as if it were on the brink of consuming the entire inn. However, in an extraordinary turn of events, all the sinister energy suddenly retracted and vanished in an instant, leaving Feng Zi in astonishment. Shen Xianglan noticed that Feng Zi remained rooted in place, gazing blankly at the inn, lost in thought. They finally arrived at the Wang household, where it was still early, and Constable Wang was enjoying breakfast with his mother. Upon learning of the intentions of the Shen family, he did not hesitate for a moment and promptly seized his dagger, preparing to head to the yamen. "Rest assured, madam," chuckled Constable Wang. "Even without your urging, I shall assist diligently." Constable Wang led the Shen family to the yamen, where they found his uncle, Chief Wang, and recounted the circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, Chief Wang inquired, "Does your family have any grievances with the innkeeper?" Upon seeing the official, Mrs. Luo shrank back in trepidation, hesitating to speak. "There are no grievances," Mrs. Shen interjected. "My husband and I run a wonton stall on Pingan Street, while my son and daughter-in-law sell tofu. We have always been kind to others and have never had any quarrels." Typically, in cases of ordinary missing persons, Chief Wang would delegate the matter to his subordinates. However, since his nephew had spoken up, he felt compelled to take it upon himself and decided to investigate personally. He summoned several constables to accompany him to the inn. By the time they arrived, it was already morning, yet the door remained firmly shut. The nearby residents, witnessing the arrival of the officials, felt a mix of fear and curiosity, gathering at a distance to observe the unfolding spectacle. "What business do these officers have here? Has something happened at the Li family inn? It must surely be that troublesome son of his. If I had such a son, I would have surely given him a good thrashing," the locals whispered among themselves. Constable Wang strode forward assertively, rapping on the door with force, declaring loudly, "Open the door. The authorities are conducting an investigation." After several minutes of knocking, there was no response from within. The Shun family, anxious and distraught, looked on. Feng Zi, meanwhile, surveyed the sky above the inn. It was a clear day, devoid of any ominous clouds, which only added to the strangeness of the situation. An inexplicable sense of unease gripped her heart. She could not shake the worry about Uncle Shun's safety. Growing increasingly impatient, Head Constable Wang directly commanded that the door be forced open. Several constables collectively rammed against it repeatedly, yet failed to breach the entrance. The door, recently constructed, was exceptionally sturdy, having been commissioned at great expense by Proprietor Li to forestall further damage. The constables, their faces flushed with exertion, were deliberating on procuring a timber to batter the door down when Feng Zi, unable to bear the delay, retreated several paces, inhaled deeply, and sprinted forward, colliding forcefully with the door. With a resounding crash, the door gave way. Head Constable Wang and his fellow officers stared in astonishment. Feng Zi interjected, urging, "Let's proceed inside." "Indeed, the more I observe you, the more familiar you seem," Feng Zi remarked. "A few days prior I delivered 4 miscreants to the yamen, for which you commended me and awarded me a silver tael as bounty." "Ah, it's you," Head Constable Wang exclaimed, finally recognizing him. "No wonder you possess such formidable strength. To apprehend 4 villains single-handedly, breaching a mere door, is of little consequence. Now is not the time for idle conversation." Head Constable Wang promptly led the way inside, followed closely by the Shin family. To their dismay, the inn was entirely deserted. Head Constable Wang and his men thoroughly searched the premises, yet failed to locate a single soul. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Not only the innkeeper and his family, but also the patrons lodging at the inn had vanished without a trace. Turning to his nephew, He declared, "This matter is beyond our jurisdiction. It must be entrusted to the care of the Fengshan Palace." Shen Xianglan implored urgently, "What Fengshan Palace? Is it not the duty of the government to locate missing persons? How can you simply abandon us?" Lady Luo, startled, hastily restrained her daughter, Xianglan. Shen Xianglan, her eyes brimming with tears, lamented, "Mother, my father's whereabouts are unknown. And even the authorities refuse to intervene. What hope remains for us? Ordinary individuals who offend officials inevitably face repercussions." However, Captain Wang, considering his nephew's relationship, chose not to hold a grudge against Shen Xianglan. The officer explained, "Madam Shen, it is not that we neglect our duties. Rather, this incident bears an air of mystery. It is highly likely that malevolent forces are at play, and ordinary officials like us are ill-equipped to handle such matters. The Divine Palace specializes in addressing these types of cases, and their involvement would be far more effective than ours." Upon hearing the officer's explanation, the Shen family realized their misunderstanding. As common folk confronted with strange occurrences, they only knew to seek the aid of Taoist priests or shamans, oblivious to the existence of the Divine Palace. Madame Shen promptly apologized on behalf of her granddaughter, expressing, "As humble citizens, we lack experience and have misjudged your intentions. We ask for your forgiveness." Captain Wang, with a solemn expression, departed the inn with purposeful strides. He intended to report this matter to the provincial governor, urging him to summon personnel from the Divine Palace. Established during the Qin dynasty by the first national master, the Divine Palace is widespread, with its headquarters in the imperial capital and branches in all 36 prefectures, dedicated to addressing supernatural disturbances. The branch in Lingzhou is overseen by the heir, Ing Rongqi, not merely due to his status as the heir of Lingzhou, but also because he is a direct disciple of the current national master. As the officials and the Shen family left the inn, she felt an unsettling sensation, as though someone remained behind. Suddenly, an eerie awareness crept over her. Perceiving a pair of eyes fixated upon her, a tinge of fear gripped her, but the thought of her ability to fly offered a semblance of comfort. She ascended the stairs to the room where she had encountered the female ghost that fateful night. In the room, a large bed was covered with a disarray of bedding. Clearly, someone had slept there without making the bed, a sign of recent occupancy. She still remembers the night she arrived here, when the vacant bedding was neatly folded. Chapter 17. The Disappearance of Malice. While pondering where the person might be hiding, her gaze suddenly fixed upon a bloodstain on the edge of the bed, perfectly concealed by the covers. She crouched down and touched the blood on the bed's edge. It had not yet dried, indicating that the injured person had bled not long ago. Feng Zi walked around the room again, inspecting every corner, even the beams and beneath the bed, and discovered a few drops of blood in the corner, seemingly fresh. When she first entered the room, there had been no traces of blood there. This room held secrets. Remembering the time she used her own blood to awaken her dog, she bit her finger to draw a drop of blood and let it fall to the ground. She could not explain why she felt compelled to do this, nor what might ensue. She merely followed her instinct. Suddenly, a violet light burst forth, and she felt a wave of dizziness, as if she were being forcibly drawn into another realm. The light was blinding, prompting her to close her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself still in the same room, but the previously empty bunk now held a dozen people. Uncle Shen lay on the ground, precisely where she had noticed the bloodstain in the corner. "Uncle Shen, wake up," she urged, crouching down and calling out several times. With no response, she placed her hand near his nose and felt his breath, which brought her relief. He was merely injured. "I understand your plight. You are the daughter-in-law of this household, are you not? If you seek vengeance, no one will stop you, but why harm the innocent? These people bear you no grudge." The female specter chuckled coldly. "Am I not innocent? Why has no one come to seek justice for my demise? My spirit is condemned to linger in this room, unable to step beyond its confines. eternally reliving the agony I endured before death. It took me a year to manifest a corporeal form. None shall impede my vengeance. I shall not only exact retribution but also devour more souls to augment my power and attain the status of a ghostly cultivator. With a resolute demeanor, Feng Zi continued to implore, the path of evil and malevolence leads to no future. Let us devote ourselves to cultivation. For perhaps one day you could not only attain ghostly prowess, but also ascend to immortality. The spectre gazed at her with a frigid stare. Are you attempting to deceive a fool? There are no deities in this world, nor can anyone achieve immortality. Feng Zi was genuinely perplexed. If there are no deities, then what exactly is she? She is not counted. She is merely a half-hearted entity. If she possessed true strength, she would have acted rather than engage in idle chatter. The female spectre interjected sharply. Enough of your prattle. Put away your feigned benevolence, or I shall consume you first. Feng Zi promptly sealed her lips. After a moment's contemplation, she quietly approached the door, attempting to push it open, only to find it yielding effortlessly. She hastily hoisted Uncle Shun onto her back, ready to flee, leaving the fate of the others to chance. Planning to seek the authorities for assistance. As she reached the stairway, her foot hesitated before descending. The hall lay shrouded in darkness, resembling the depths of night. She recalled her entrance had been mere moments ago. How could it have grown dark so swiftly? Suddenly, the candles on the table ignited of their own accord, illuminating the hall in an instant. The innkeeper and his family were bound to the table, barely clinging to life. You wish to escape? The spectre's voice echoed eerily from behind her. Feng Zi turned rigidly, saying no. I merely stepped out for a stroll. Do you believe me? The female ghost let out a chilling laugh. Just in time. I have yet to torment that family of 3 sufficiently. Since you are being dishonest, I shall make you the first to suffer. You are simply too delectable. Once again, she remarked upon her allure, sending a shiver down her spine. I am not alluring at all. Captain Wang, save me. She attempted to employ the same trick, calling out in surprise towards the ghost behind her. However, she collided with an invisible barrier, sending both herself and the elderly Mr. Shin crashing to the ground. He groaned softly, yet remarkably regained consciousness. Confusion etched across his face. It took him a moment to recall the events prior to his fainting, and upon raising his gaze to the ghost standing on the staircase, sheer terror gripped him. Xiao Zi, what brings you here? At that moment, outside was not the bustling street, but a swirling mass of black, ominous energy. This was not a true exit. The ghost descended with a smile. This is my domain. None of you shall escape. Once I have devoured you and enhanced my power, I will exterminate everyone on Peaceful Street. Upon hearing this, Mr. Shun's face drained of color as he bowed his head in desperation, pleading, It was the actions of the Li family's young man that brought this upon you. We are in no way connected. Why must you harm us? I implore you, spare our lives. The ghost remained indifferent, her eyes devoid of any sympathy. Suddenly, Feng Zi declared loudly, I once felt pity for you, but now I believe you deserve your fate. The ghost's expression contorted into one of terrifying rage. What did you say? In a moment of defiance, Feng Zi resolved to face her fate head-on. Did I err? Your man strikes you, and while you possess the audacity to contemplate suicide, why do you lack the courage to resist? Seeking vengeance as a spirit only reveals your cowardice and ineptitude. Once empowered, you harm the innocent, rendering you no different from your abuser. It is evident that your nature is not virtuous. You deserve your fate. You speak nonsense. I was coerced. I am not to blame. I will kill you. The female ghost raged, her visage morphing from a semblance of humanity into a ghastly form, her fingernails elongating grotesquely. Beside her, Uncle Shin was terrified yet mustered his courage to shield Feng Zi. Little Zi, do not provoke her further. You must flee. I will hold her back. As the malevolent spirit charged forward, Feng Zi, in a bid to protect herself, shoved Uncle Shen aside and delivered a powerful kick, sending the ghost hurtling away. The first strike had caught the ghost off guard, but as she advanced again, the ghost's form became insubstantial. Feng Zi's kick met only air, and the spirit seized the opportunity to extend its claws, poised to pierce her chest. Feng Zi attempted to escape, but one of her arms was firmly grasped by the ghost, rendering her immobile. Just as the claws were about to penetrate, Uncle Shen rushed in and knocked Feng Zi out of harm's way. The ghost, now thoroughly enraged, had eyes that blazed crimson. Feng Zi instinctively sensed the imminent danger and recognized that the ghost was prepared to act with lethal intent. She clasped her hands, attempting to summon a sword. Initially, she held little hope, yet unexpectedly, the sword manifested. As the golden blade pierced the ghost in that fleeting moment, an indescribable emotion surged within Feng Zi. The ghost was a victim, wronged and without recourse. Her desire for revenge was not misplaced, yet she should not harm the innocent. "What has become of me?" A melodious sound resonated. The female ghost did not dissipate. Instead, her malevolence vanished, and she fully regained the clarity of her mind from her past life. Chapter 18. The Ghost Gate. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered by the wailing of a child. Feng Zi looked up to see a little boy, around 4 or 5 years old, rushing down the stairs. Upon spotting the ghost, his face lit up with joy as he rushed towards her, sweetly calling out, "Mother." The ghost's initially perplexed expression gradually transformed into one of recognition. Memories flooded back to her. She recalled her husband's gambling losses, which led him to harbor such nefarious intentions. For the sake of her son, she endured hardship and suffering, even willing to bear the brunt of violence. Yet, she resolutely refused to descend into the life of a courtesan, fearing for her son's future. In a moment of despair, she took her own life in an unoccupied room that night. Her spirit lingered in that room, where she learned that her in-laws had exhausted their resources to help her husband settle his debts, only for him to remain unrepentant, indulging in debauchery and gambling. She feared that one day he might again gamble everything away and contemplate selling their son. She resolved to protect her child. At the moment she resolved to safeguard her son, an individual appeared, promising to assist her in seeking vengeance. Subsequently, she devoted a year to training under this person's guidance, solidifying her corporeal form. However, her mind became increasingly clouded, consumed by thoughts of vengeance and consumption. Fortunately, when she captured members of the Li family and tormented them, a vestige of instinct remained, preventing her from harming her child, instead confining him to a room to sleep peacefully. "Little Bao," the ghost murmured softly. The cries of the child captured the attention of the innkeeper. Among the family of 3, he bore the lightest injuries. With great effort, he opened his eyes and pleaded, "It is all my fault regarding darling. I failed to guide him properly. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards me. Spare Xiaobao, for he is also your son." The female spectre paid him no heed. She crouched down, yearning to embrace her son, yet found herself grasping at emptiness. The malevolence dissipated, her spiritual power diminished significantly, rendering her incapable of forming a corporeal body. With a sorrowful expression, she gazed longingly at her son, striving to imprint his face in her memory. "Xiaobao, do not follow in your father's footsteps. Study diligently. Become a person of merit, and above all, strive to be a good person." Xiaobao, bewildered, nodded obediently. The female spectre rose and turned her gaze towards Feng Zi. "Li darling has little time left. My wish is fulfilled. I am aware that I am not meant to exist in this world. Proceed with your intentions." "What intentions?" Feng Zi queried, utterly perplexed. The spectre paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Naturally, you must extinguish me. Is it not the purpose of you practitioners to vanquish demons and eliminate evil?" Feng Zi found herself at a loss. The sword she had summoned failed to vanquish the specter. What other means could she possibly employ? Her eyes sparkled with determination as she pivoted the conversation. You carry no burden of human lives. I can assist you in transcending. The specter beamed with joy. Having lingered as a ghost for a year, she had witnessed enough to know that spirits like her, bound by resentment and obsession, could not enter the underworld and were destined for endless reincarnation. Is it truly possible? We shall find out through trial. Feng Zi swiftly executed a series of intricate hand seals, causing a dark vortex to emerge from the ground, exuding a dense aura of malevolence. Golden light surged forth as a grand portal rose from the depths of the whirlpool. Shortly thereafter, two spectral enforcers materialized, one on each side of the gate, their expressions devoid of emotion as they intoned, "The gate of Hades opens, spirits, hasten to depart with us." The female ghost, overwhelmed with astonishment, knelt before Feng Zi, bowing her head in gratitude. Such kindness cannot be left unacknowledged. Should there be a next life, I shall toil like a beast. Feng Zi quickly interjected, "There is no need for repayment, and refrain from making such promises, lest you truly reincarnate as a beast." The female ghost chuckled at her words, casting a lingering glance at her son before stepping towards the two spectral enforcers. The small boy, perhaps sensing the impending separation, suddenly erupted into heart-wrenching sobs, wailing with profound sorrow. The enforcers exchanged a glance with Feng Zi, for in this era, those capable of summoning the gate of Hades were a rarity, especially one so youthful. The enforcers fastened chains around the female ghost, leading her within, and soon, they vanished along with the portal. Feng Zi had presumed that all spectral enforcers resembled the likes of Oxhead and Horseface, or the duality of black and white impermanence. She was surprised to discover that the true enforcers bore similarities to bureaucratic officials, the only distinction being a sword and chains. As the gate of Hades dissolved, the domain conjured by the female ghost crumbled into nothingness, and the patrons of the inn were once again greeted by the light of day. The door lay as it had, still toppled upon the ground, and Captain Wang, along with his companions, startled by the sudden appearance of several figures, exchanged bewildered glances. Captain Wang hastily inquired, "Where have you been? How is it that you have appeared so suddenly?" Bearing the child, Xiao Bao, in his arms, Uncle Shen voiced no dissent to Feng Zi's words, as he was not one given to excessive conversation, and the matters at hand were indeed too bizarre to readily discuss. Feng Zi cast her gaze about, inquiring, "Officer Wang, did you not seek aid from the Fengshan Palace? Where is the person?" She harbored a desire to consult with them on matters of cultivation, as her ignorance left her vulnerable in the face of significant events. Upon this mention, Officer Wang's countenance darkened. He had sought an audience with the governor to report the happenings at the inn, requesting assistance from the Fengshan Palace, only to be met with the admonition to refrain from meddling. His attempts at reasoning were met with rebuke. "Officer Wang, can you ascertain that this is the work of demons? Should it not be, we risk misreporting to the prince. I am beset with troubles as it is, and would rather not add to them. Refrain from causing further disturbances." Departing from the Amen, he could not reconcile his conscience and returned to the inn with his men, turning it upside down, even searching the depths of the well, yet to no avail. As he prepared to leave, he declared, "Since all are safe, we shall take our leave." Officer Wang did not inquire as to how Feng Zi had come to be with the missing persons, but, with a stern visage, strode out of the inn. Feng Zi called out to him, "Officer Wang, what troubles you?" and followed in pursuit. Chapter 19. Unable to afford a home, Wang Bukuai caught up with Officer Wang, who, casting a meaningful glance at his nephew, remarked, "You are not typically one for such enthusiasm, yet you seem quite concerned for that young girl." Wang, the head constable, found himself in a state of bemusement. "Uncle, what are you imagining? I merely remarked that she bears a resemblance to my sister, who had gone missing at an age similar to that of Miss Xiaozi." Upon mentioning this matter, the smile on Wang's face faded. The group departed from the narrow alley in silence. With the officers gone, the injured Li family lay unattended in the tavern, barely clinging to life on the table. Feng Zi and Uncle Shen had no choice but to seek the assistance of nearby neighbors to transport the family to the medical clinic. Although Feng Zi could have carried them herself, she preferred not to, believing it more virtuous to enlist the help of others. Upon reaching the main street, they encountered Dr. Shi, a young man in his 20s, dressed in a flowing blue robe, exuding a gentle and refined demeanor. He was attending to a patient when he noticed their group bringing in 3 individuals. With a slight lift of his gaze, he instructed the onlookers to exit, allowing only the injured to remain. Feng Zi expressed her gratitude to the neighbors who had assisted in bringing the injured, and after the Li family was settled, she waited nearby. The Li family, comprising Mr. Li and his wife, had sustained lighter injuries and regained consciousness shortly after their arrival at the clinic, whereas Li Delang was in a more critical condition. Once the previous patient was seen to, Dr. Shi approached Li Delang to examine his wounds. Initially composed, his expression shifted to one of gravity after assessing the injuries, and it took him a moment to regain his usual demeanor. Without raising his head, he remarked, "Your injuries are quite serious. Are you a family member of the injured?" This inquiry was directed at Feng Zi.
No.
"I happened to encounter them and offered to assist in bringing them here," she replied. Mr. Li, lying on the wooden board, appeared somewhat frail and hastily inquired, "Doctor, how is my son faring?" Upon hearing these words, the wife of Master Li burst into tears, pleading with the doctor, "You must save my son, no matter the cost." It was then that Master Li recalled his own grandson, who was still quite frail and unable to rise, lying on the wooden plank in gratitude. The Shen family was dependable, yet the household was in disarray, leaving little room for concern for the little one. His misfortune compounded yesterday when he intended to finish selling tofu early and return to the inn before sunset. However, after knocking for quite some time with no response, just as he was about to leave, the door swung open unexpectedly. Upon entering, the inn's door slammed shut behind him. Sensing something amiss, he attempted to exit, but the door would not budge. It was then that he encountered the female ghost, a haunting presence that would remain a nightmare for him. Upon learning the details, the Shen family was somewhat incredulous. Seeing the fear in her family's eyes, Madame Shen offered reassurance. "We have nothing to fear if we have done no wrong. My father has not committed any misdeeds. He is merely caught in this predicament." Shen Xianglan's eyes brimmed with tears as she clutched Feng Zi's arm, saying, "Xiao Zi, I never imagined you would be so formidable. Thank you for saving my father." Feng Zi smiled and replied, "I did not do much. It was merely a matter of strength and a stroke of good fortune." Uncle Shen refrained from disclosing the incident regarding her summoning the ghostly gate, deeming it too extraordinary. At that moment, the Li family was in a daze, and only he and the little one had witnessed her summon the ghostly gate. The child's words would not be taken seriously, and he would not speak carelessly to bring trouble to Xiao Zi. From his vague comments, the Shen family assumed that Feng Zi was simply fortunate to have subdued the female ghost. That evening, Xiaobao lodged with the elderly Shen couple. However, the following morning, Proprietor Li and his wife arrived to retrieve Xiaobao, bearing a plethora of gifts, primarily intended for Feng Zi, in recognition of her vanquishing the female specter. The Shen family received a pound of meat and a couple of parcels of pastries, as a token of gratitude for escorting them to the infirmary the previous day and for tending to Xiaobao. Feng Zi, having summoned the gates of hell the previous day, had expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Although she was not cognizant of it herself, she awoke feeling utterly drained and enervated. Consequently, she abstained from working at the pier that day. Proprietor Li and his wife effusively expressed their gratitude to her. Upon beholding the couple, Feng Zi mused that physician Shi's skills were indeed formidable, having healed them so significantly overnight. "There is no need for thanks," she stated. "You have given gifts. and we are now even. I have no desire for further dealings with the Li family. Proprietor Li's wife hesitated before finally resolving to speak. Miss Xiaobao, she began. Since you possess such remarkable abilities in subduing female specters, could you possibly save my son? We are prepared to offer our entire fortune. Proprietor Li gazed at her expectantly. Feng Zi shook her head. I cannot save him, she declared. The Li family departed, and life in the Shun household resumed its tranquil course. 7 days later, Li Dlang indeed perished. White cloth was draped over the inn, and the main hall was transformed into a mourning hall. A figure entered the inn, seemingly invisible to the innkeeper and his wife. The figure ascended the steps and crouched at the landing, retrieving a small, red pearl, the size of a grain of rice. Easily overlooked. A soul form is ultimately inferior to a physical body. It is still too weak, he murmured. With these words, the figure vanished from sight, his arrival unnoticed by anyone. A month after Li Dalong's demise, the innkeeper sold his house, reportedly relocating to the countryside with his grandson. Li Dalong's violent treatment of his wife had led to her untimely death, and the Li family faced the scornful glances of the townsfolk. Remaining in Pingan Street, they, along with the grandson, would be ensnared in the web of gossip. Seeking solace, they might find a quieter place to start anew. During dinner, it was said that the innkeeper's house fetched nearly 500 taels of silver. Feng Zi couldn't help but gasp. She had not anticipated the exorbitant property prices in this world. Even a lifetime of hardship would not suffice for her to afford such a sum. Madame Shan remarked, the house is spacious, with 2 stories, and can be operated as an inn, which explains its high price. A house like mine with a small courtyard would cost around 200 taels at most. Still quite expensive, Feng Zi replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. She had grown fond of this place and aspired to save enough to settle down here. However, the harsh reality of the housing market dealt her a blow. She decided to stick to her original plan and diligently save money to build a thatched cottage in the countryside. Chapter 20, Resurrected from the Dead life continued in its usual unremarkable fashion. The departure of the Li family did not significantly impact Pingan Street. Neighbors exchanged a few words of gossip before gradually forgetting. Occasionally, they might reminisce with a sigh. In her quest to save money more quickly, Feng Zi not only worked at the dock but also engaged in small trading ventures for profit. She entered the rouge shop and said, Hong Jia, please give me 20 boxes of premium rouge and 50 boxes of medium-quality rouge. The shopkeeper, Hong, smiled upon seeing her, noting, You're ordering quite a lot this time. Do you think you can sell it all? Just to be clear, I won't accept returns. With your keen insight, you recognize the flourishing business of these individuals. The esteemed Hong Zhonggui complimented, noting the quantity I brought, and offered me a slight discount per box. Thank you, Sister Hong, Feng Zi responded with a cheerful smile. Dressed in coarse cloth and resembling a young boy, she carried a bundle filled with cosmetics to the Qingfeng Tower, navigating the familiar paths. She knocked on the door of the back courtyard. A worker came to open it, greeted her with a smile, and willingly led her inside. A meager sum earned from labor pales in comparison to the wages of a young man. Were I a boy, I too would work in the tower. The worker, filled with pride, declared, Indeed, our establishment offers far greater rewards than toiling under the sun each day. In the bright daylight, the flower house was closed for business. The prominent ladies, Kai Dai and Fin Dai, awaited eagerly, and upon seeing Feng Zi's arrival, they rushed over to select cosmetics. Kai Dai and Fin Dai, the 2 leading stars of Qingfeng Tower, were rivals, each vying for superiority. As they both reached for the same box of blush, Feng Zi quickly interjected, This box is specifically chosen for you, Kai Dai. It perfectly suits your complexion, while this one is ideal for you, Fin Dai. Their attention shifted, and upon closer inspection, they realized Feng Zi's recommendations were indeed more suitable than their own selections. Both ladies readily produced their coins. Little Sister Z, please help us choose more fitting options. Of course. With her silver tongue, Feng Zi successfully sold all the cosmetics from her bundle, leaving each customer thoroughly satisfied. A girl clad in a rosy red dress suddenly spoke up. Miss Feng Zi, you are truly clever. Even though your products are considerably pricier than those at the Rouge shop, you still manage to charm others into purchasing your wares with such delight. With an innocent expression, Feng Zi replied, if I recall correctly, you have never purchased anything from me. The girl in the rosy red dress faltered, responding, I have no need for your goods. I can procure them myself. While others may buy 2 boxes, I can afford 3. Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful crowd's expression soured. Yet, Feng Zi maintained her cheerful demeanor, stating, the products from the East City are indeed more expensive than ours in the West City. But does that mean their goods are superior? Certainly not. They sell status and a sense of superiority. I deliver right to your door, sparing you the trouble of venturing out, and I merely earn a service fee. In doing so, I maintain your dignity while also sustaining myself. I am grateful for your support. The group of young ladies lifted their smiles once more. As Feng Zi prepared to depart, the girl in the rosy red dress approached her, huffing sweet words and flattery. Feng Zi was at a loss for words. She felt no animosity toward this girl. Why did she harbor such disdain? After all, she did not visit frequently, only appearing once every 10 days or so. Once all the ladies had departed, Feng Zi distributed 5 to 10 coins to each of the waiting maidservants. These maidservants were closely associated with the prominent ladies, making it essential to cultivate good relations. Though the sum was not substantial, it was still a gift, and who would refuse such a gesture? Among them was a round-faced maid named Chana, who served the esteemed Miss Kaidai. Feng Zi shared a good rapport with her. Chana pouted, don't take it to heart. Some people just relish making sour remarks. Feng Zi dismissed the matter with indifference, stating that she paid no heed to it. Her feelings of fondness or disdain for the individual in question did not impede her ability to earn a living, nor did it result in any financial gain from her. Chun Er, stifling her laughter, remarked that the person was exceedingly miserly and the maidservants in her service were subjected to severe exploitation. After departing from Qingfeng Building, she visited several shops to procure goods. From Manager Huang's clothing store, she acquired an assortment of sewing supplies, remnants of fabric, and handkerchiefs. From Manager Hong's establishment, she gathered rouge and face powder. She even paid a visit to Dr. Shi, obtaining several packets of medicine for treating colds. These shopkeepers were well acquainted with her and offered her a commendable discount. Her burden was laden with a variety of items, and she donned the guise of a merchant, traversing the streets to peddle her wares. The earnings were modest. However, as there was little for Foreman Zhang at the docks today, she found herself with free time, believing that any additional earnings would be beneficial. Cough, cough. In an alleyway, a woman emerged from her door, her countenance somewhat pallid, as she covered her mouth with a cloth and coughed incessantly. Little Z, I would like a packet of medicine for colds. Certainly, Feng Zi replied, setting down her burden and swiftly retrieving a packet of medicine for the woman. Dr. Shi's medicine is remarkably effective. It can cure those afflicted with colds and also serve as a preventative measure for those who are not. Will you return tomorrow? The woman inquired. I will not. I shall come again the day after, Feng Zi responded. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances, the work at the docks followed a pattern of every other day, sometimes involving half-days, full days, or even late-night labor. She took advantage of her free time to sell her goods. The woman hesitated for a moment, then said, Please bring me another packet. Feng Zi departed with her burden, and by the afternoon, she had sold the majority of her goods. As she passed the street, she noticed a crowd gathered outside her residence, curiosity piquing her interest. Upon approaching, she discerned the presence of Captain Wang, Constable Wang, and several officials within the throng. 2 of the officials emerged, bearing a corpse. Though the body was marred with bruises and emaciated, She recognized it instantly. It was the young man who had accosted her in the street, insisting she come to work as a maid in his household. Remarkably, in less than 2 months, he had met his demise. Feng Zi blinked in disbelief. She had not misjudged the figure. A shroud of dark energy enveloped the man's face, his features shifting unsettlingly. Startled, she stepped back, inadvertently colliding with a passerby, for which she quickly apologized, feeling embarrassed. She hoisted her burden, preparing to depart. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The corpse reanimated, launching a frenzied assault on the onlookers. The officials scrambled to intervene and disperse the crowd. The resurrected man exhibited tremendous strength, swatting aside an official with ease, his nails elongating into menacing blades. Captain Wang shouted, "Zhengliang, hurry to find the governor and request the presence of the priests from the divine palace." Zhengliang, Constable Wang's name, sprang into action at the command. But the reanimated corpse fixated on him, swiftly advancing. Feng Zi had intended to flee, yet upon witnessing the reanimated man clawing at Constable Wang's shoulder, she hesitated. Given her acquaintance with Aunt Wang, she held a favorable regard for Constable Wang, knowing him to be an exceptionally filial son. Aunt Wang had but one son. Should he perish, the grief would surely be insurmountable for her. As the hand of the corpse-like man was about to plunge into the chest of Constable Wang, she set down her burdens and wove through the throngs of people, launching herself into action, delivering a swift kick that sent the corpse-like man sprawling. Chapter 21. Fainting Zhengliang. Constable Wang cried out in anguish. In that critical moment, a petite figure descended from above, delivering a kick that sent the corpse-like man flying. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Feng Zi, Constable Wang's expression turned urgent. "Little Zi, what are you doing here? You must leave. It is perilous." Constable Wang rushed over to support his nephew, expressing his concern. "Zhengliang, are you all right?" "I am fine." Constable Wang's gaze darted to the unfolding battle. Astonished to realize how formidable little Zi truly was, he remarked with profound significance, "The first time I encounter her, she single-handedly apprehended 4 wanted criminals and delivered them to the magistrate's office, leaving them thoroughly beaten, with the most grievously injured having sustained multiple fractures." Constable Wang swallowed hard. The onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only the officers and the ongoing struggle between Feng Zi and the corpse-like man. As time passed, Feng Zi began to tire. Her strength was not boundless, while the corpse-like man's power surged. She attempted to summon her sword, but it remained unresponsive, this cursed blade proving to be frustratingly unreliable. She contemplated exorcising the entity before her, yet it was not a ghost. Its true nature eluded her. Suddenly, one of the officers gasped in horror. His face, the visage of the corpse-like man, had morphed entirely into that of a woman, and with this transformation, his strength amplified several-fold. Feng Zi was struck by his palm, sending her flying several meters.
Puffed.
She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Miss Zi, surrounded by the officials, declared with fervor, "You filthy men, I wish for your demise." The undead man, his face a mask of hatred, lunged once more at the officials. A fierce skirmish ensued, leaving the officials wounded, with one nearly having his heart ripped out. Fortunately, Feng Zi intervened just in time, only to be flung aside once more. She felt as though her very organs had been displaced and found herself bereft of strength to continue the fight. With a swift whoosh, a golden arrow pierced the forehead of the undead man. The expression on the woman's face was one of agony and refusal, as she struggled for a while before the undead man collapsed, his visage reverting to that of a man. "Lord Lingyu!" exclaimed Captain Wang and the others upon spotting the young man on horseback, their faces lighting up with astonishment. It turned out that when Captain Wang was injured, another astute officer had discreetly gone to the yamen to seek the governor. Upon hearing the news, the governor had rushed to the Fengshan Palace, only to find that the heir was away, leaving his aide, Lingyu, to respond. Without delay, he gathered his men and arrived just in time. Feng Zi, clutching her chest, turned her gaze towards the newcomer. He appeared to be in his 20s, adorned with a jade crown and clad in splendid garments. His handsome face graced by a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "You have all worked hard," Lingyu said as he dismounted and approached the officials, producing a vial of elixir from his sleeve. "The undead carries potent toxins. You have all been injured by it. Taking this pill will counteract the poison." "Thank you, Lord Lingyu," Captain Wang replied with a respectful salute. Accompanying Lingyu were 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. One of the men, visibly disgruntled, remarked that such a trivial matter as a mere corpse demon hardly warranted the personal attention of Lord Lingyu. Although he dared not voice his objections further, he bowed his head in acquiescence. The constables, initially harboring their own discontent, being mere mortals unable to contend with such malevolence, found solace when they witnessed Lord Lingyu reprimanding the man, which quelled their frustrations. "It is indeed commendable that you managed to endure until our arrival," said one of the women among the 5. Captain Wang chuckled and replied, "I do not wish to take credit, for we lack such prowess. Our success is largely due to Miss Feng Zi, who possesses remarkable innate strength and managed to hold the corpse demon at bay for quite some time, granting us precious moments." Innate strength, Lingyu mused with a playful smile, casting his gaze upon the unfamiliar girl in the midst of the scene. She was clad in coarse linen garments, presenting herself in a manner reminiscent of a young lad, yet her femininity was unmistakable. Suddenly, Feng Zi rolled her eyes and fainted. Captain Wang and the others were taken aback. Miss Feng Zi was their savior. Without a second thought for his own injuries, Captain Wang hastily lifted her and rushed towards the medical facility. "Dr. Shi, please attend to Miss Feng Zi at once," he shouted frantically as he burst into the clinic. Dr. Shi, initially alarmed by the urgency, approached and assessed Feng Zi's condition. With a calm demeanor, he stated, "She is not in grave danger. It is you I am more concerned about." Dr. Shi's gaze fell upon Captain Wang's shoulder, which bore signs of injury. Captain Wang, dismissive of his own plight, replied, "I am fine. It is merely a minor shoulder wound. I have endured worse injuries before. This is nothing." Just then, the breathless Captain Jing entered, calling out, "Uncle, you ran too swiftly and forgot to take your medicine. Lord Lingyu has instructed me to ensure you consume it within the hour, or else you shall succumb to the poison and transform into a corpse spirit." Constable Wang's complexion turned ashen as he hastily accepted the pill and swallowed it. Dr. Shi cast a glance and refrained from uttering further remarks. Constable Wang, anxious, inquired, "Dr. Shi, is Miss Xiaozi unharmed?" Indeed, Dr. Shi's medical knowledge was profound, even recognizing the essence of corpse poison. Constable Wang, filled with admiration, recounted the events. Earlier that day at noon, the magistrate's office received a report of a mysterious death within a household, clearly indicating foul play. Upon their arrival at the deceased's residence, they conducted a thorough search, but found no traces of evidence. Just as they were about to remove the body, it underwent a transformation. Feng Zi nearly lost her composure, ready to berate the perpetrator. She asserted that the deceased was of ill repute and expressed her gratitude for her vigilance. Otherwise, she might have fallen into their trap, leaving her with lingering unease. Lord Lingyu explained that the grievances of the deceased, who had caused the young lady's demise, had not dissipated and coalesced into a force, possessing him and turning him into a corpse spirit. "Now that you are aware, you may depart." Dr. Shi waved them away, as if swatting away flies. Once the medical hall was devoid of others, Dr. Shi lightly remarked, "All right, you may rise now." Feng Zi opened her eyes, sitting up abruptly from the wooden bed, and cheerfully replied, "Dr. Shi, you have seen through it all. If I cannot discern even your little tricks, what use would I have as a physician?" Dr. Shi scoffed. Chapter 22. Galloping through the streets, it was clear that she could not escape Dr. Xi's keen perception. Despite Ling Yu's demeanor being exceedingly gentle and courteous, Feng Zi instinctively sensed a hint of danger as he scrutinized her, as if nothing could escape his keen perception. Consequently, she promptly feigned unconsciousness to evade his gaze. She harbored numerous secrets. Although her understanding of this world was still superficial, she had learned from the female ghost that it was devoid of deities. With even a trace of divine lineage coursing through her veins, she would undoubtedly become a coveted prize, akin to a Tang Sung in the eyes of demons and monsters. Before she fully comprehended her circumstances, it was imperative that her uniqueness remained undiscovered. Feng Zi awaited Dr. Xi to inquire about her fainting act, intending to concoct a convenient excuse. However, after a considerable time, Dr. Xi showed no inclination to question her, engrossed in his own tasks. "Your injuries are not severe. You will recover after consuming these few doses of medicine." Dr. Xi prepared several packets of medicine and retrieved a small vial of medicinal liquor from the cabinet. "You still have some external wounds. Remember to apply this, once in the morning and once at night." Feng Zi's face fell at the mention of costs. "How much is this?" Dr. Xi replied nonchalantly. "The herbs cost 2 coins, and the medicinal liquor is 81. I shall waive the consultation fee." With trembling hands, Feng Zi painfully paid the amount, realizing that regardless of the world, medical expenses were exorbitant. As she departed from the clinic, she noticed the young daughter of the shopkeeper, Huang, named Xiao Tao, playing with a cloth doll at the entrance of the tailor shop. She greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Xiao Tao." Huang Xiao Tao, 5 years old, was exceptionally lovely, with 2 playful pigtails and clad in a red dress, her chubby cheeks adorned with a beaming smile as she waved at Feng Zi. "Hello, Sister Xiaoji." Feng Zi cast a glance at the shop, where business was thriving. Manager Huang and 2 attendants were busily attending to customers, leaving no time to oversee Xiao Tao. Fortunately, she was unharmed. Huang Xiao Tao exhaled in relief, patting her chest with delight, exclaiming that it was good to be well, for the dark, bitter medicine was unpleasant. Feng Zi chuckled softly and continued on her way. Midway, she heard a gasp from behind and instinctively turned her head. To her astonishment, the previously docile Xiao Tao had inexplicably dashed into the middle of the road, just as 2 horses galloped towards her from a distance. The first horse was on the verge of colliding with Xiao Tao. Lightly touching her toes to the ground, Feng Zi leapt into the road, scooping Xiao Tao up and soaring away from the hooves, landing safely by the roadside. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving passers-by in shock. While Feng Zi's heart raced uncontrollably, Xiao Tao, momentarily stunned by the fright, only began to cry once she realized she was safe, wailing loudly. Feng Zi gently shook the child in her arms, soothing her softly, urging her to stop crying, assuring her that everything was all right and that she was a brave child. With tears glistening on her cheeks, the little girl sniffled and nestled into Feng Zi's embrace, ceasing her cries. At that moment, Manager Huang hurried over, exclaiming, "Xiao Tao, what happened to my little Tao? Are you all right?" Feng Zi returned Xiao Tao to Manager Huang, turning to the 2 elegantly attired young gentlemen on horseback, admonishing, "How can you gallop through the streets? What if you were to injure someone?" The well-dressed young gentleman, who nearly collided with another person, exhibited not a trace of remorse. His tone laced with disdain. After all, it was her own folly to wander into the middle of the road. If she were to meet her demise, it would serve her right. What a dreary day this was. "Brother Chun, let us postpone our horse racing rendezvous to another time." Unbeknownst to all, as he uttered those words, a glimmer of fierce intent flickered in the eyes of Manager Huang. The 2 well-dressed young men mounted their steeds and departed. From the murmurs of passers-by, Feng Zi learned that the young gentleman's father held the position of a clerk in the Lord's manor, and he often flaunted his status by galloping through the streets of the southern and western districts. What could the common folk do but grumble in frustration against such privilege? Thank you for your help today, Manager Huang suddenly spoke. There's no need for gratitude. The most important thing is for you to comfort Xiao Tao. She must be terribly frightened, Feng Zi replied. Manager Huang gazed down at his daughter, who had cried herself to sleep in his arms, and softly said, I shall not let this matter rest. What did you say? Feng Zi inquired, having missed Huang's quiet words. Nothing, Huang replied, lifting his head with a smile. I am a man who distinguishes between kindness and enmity. You saved Xiao Tao, so for this month, I shall sell you goods at cost price in my shop. I thought you wouldn't charge at all. Feng Zi feigned disappointment, though inwardly she was elated. Dream on, Huang retorted with a hint of irritation. During dinner, the Shin family also recounted the incident where Xiao Tao narrowly escaped being struck by a horse. It was far too perilous. These young masters from affluent families truly regard us commoners with disdain. I nearly fainted from fright when I witnessed it. Had the horse actually collided with her, would Xiao Tao still be alive? Thank goodness for Xiao Zi, Aunt Shin lamented. Shun Xianglan turned to Feng Zi and asked, Xiao Zi, can you still fly? Upon mentioning this, the Shun family found themselves filled with curiosity. Feng Zi, with a mouthful of rice, waited until she had swallowed her food before speaking. It is merely a matter of lightness of body. Anyone with a modicum of martial skills could achieve it.
How could I possibly fly?
She chuckled lightly. Just as she was conversing, a voice from outside called out, Miss Xiao Ji, are you at home? Feng Zi rose to open the door and was greeted by the sight of Captain Wang and Officer Wang standing at the threshold. Captain Wang bore her burden upon his shoulder, while Officer Wang carried an assortment of packages in his hands. It dawned on Feng Zi that she had forgotten her load. With a cheerful demeanor, Captain Wang remarked, It is we who should express our gratitude. Had it not been for your assistance, our brothers in the precinct would surely have suffered casualties today. This is a small token of appreciation, so please do not dismiss it. At that moment, Madame Shin emerged, warmly inviting them, do come in and join us for a meal. Once the two men had departed, Luo Shi, surveying the pile of goods, mused. Captain Wang is truly a remarkable person. Had it not been for this younger brother's support, Widow Wang would not have been able to raise her two children in her earlier years. Officer Wang would not have secured his position in the precinct without his assistance. Feng Zi, perplexed, inquired, What two children? Did not Aunt Wang have only one son? Widow Wang has endured a wretched fate, Luo Shi replied, her reluctance to elaborate evident. Feng Zi's curiosity was piqued, and she resolved to inquire further with Shin Xianglan later in the evening. With time still on her side, she shouldered her burden once more, preparing to venture out to the night market to sell her scallion pancakes. She set up her stall in the very spot where Madame Shen had sold wontons during the day. Just as she organized her wares, a crowd began to gather around her. Miss Xiaoji, today you truly showcased your remarkable skills, soaring to rescue Xiao Tao with such grace. Who would have imagined that not only do you possess great strength, but you can also fly? Miss Xiaoji, could you grace us with another display of your aerial prowess? As the crowd encircled Feng Zi, a nearby vendor, unable to bear the sight, exclaimed, Enough! Miss Xiaoji is not a performer. If you do not intend to purchase anything, please do not hinder her business. How can she conduct her trade with you all gathered here? Upon hearing this, the throng ceased their advance. Feng Zi, holding a spatula for making pancakes, smiled and remarked, I merely possess a bit of lightness skill. It's nothing extraordinary. True masters can leap atop rooftops or ascend to the heavens, which I am incapable of. This elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, and gradually they dispersed, allowing Feng Zi's stall to attract patrons. As dusk deepened, a figure leaped and dashed across the rooftops until it paused atop a grand mansion. The silhouette stealthily infiltrated the premises, where a plaque at the entrance boldly proclaimed Master's Residence. Chapter 23. Cultivating virtue, the door opened quietly and then shut just as softly. The once boisterous young gentleman, clad in splendid attire, now lay slumbering in his nightclothes. A figure approached the bedside, their fierce gaze fixed upon the sleeping man. Just as they were about to strike, they were halted by none other than the red-clad manager of the rouge shop. "Do you wish to slay him?" Through the moonlight, one could discern that the knife-wielding figure was indeed Manager Huang. "Do not impede me. I must rid the world of this scourge," the red manager admonished. "Cease your pretense. I noticed your demeanor was amiss in broad daylight, and indeed, I later witnessed you stealthily departing at night. Do you no longer wish to remain on P Street? Without P Street, how will you ensure the well-being of little Tao?" The yellow manager wavered. The red manager continued, "If you were to take a life, the old gentleman would be the first to pursue you, and he would never permit you to stay on P Street." The yellow manager's hand, once raised, fell limply to his side, reluctant as he lamented, to simply let him go. "I nearly lost little Tao." The red manager leaned over and exhaled toward the man lying on the bed, and soon, the man was covered in repulsive boils. The yellow manager, seemingly inspired, cast a spell upon the man and triumphantly declared, "From this night forth, he shall be tormented by nightmares, never to find a restful sleep." The two exchanged knowing smiles and departed quietly. Elsewhere, Feng Zi was preparing to close her stall after selling scallion pancakes. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she thought she spotted two shadows flitting across a nearby rooftop. Rubbing her eyes, she looked again but saw nothing. Indeed, it must have been a trick of the light. Walking through the dark alley, she would have once felt fear, but now she had been forged by experience. Reaching her door, she retrieved her keys to unlock it, hearing footsteps emanating from the neighboring yard. "Is the yellow manager still awake at this late hour?" she mused to herself as she stepped inside. Shen Xianglan was still awake, holding a letter and blushing, joyfully rolling on her bed. Feng Zi, perceptive and considerate, refrained from probing further and instead inquired about Aunt Wang's two children. She had contemplated this matter throughout the night. The smile on Shen Xianglan's face had faded somewhat. Aunt Wang indeed had two children. Besides Constable Wang, there was a daughter, a year younger than him, who would be 19 this year, had she still been alive. In the back alley, Widow Wang had toiled to raise her son and daughter. 3 years ago, her daughter mysteriously vanished, leaving Widow Wang in tears, her eyes nearly blinded by sorrow. Fortunately, her son was dutiful, and with the assistance of his uncle, who held a position as a constable, he managed to secure a job in the precinct. This incident was known by many, yet out of respect for Constable Wang and his brother, no one dared to touch upon the painful subject, allowing time to gradually dull the memory, save for the family, who continued to grieve. At the time, there were whispers suggesting that Sister Wang had eloped, but Constable Wang swiftly broke the leg of the one who dared to utter such nonsense. It was utterly absurd. Sister Wang was gentle in nature and deeply filial towards Aunt Wang, making such an act inconceivable. Eventually, Constable Wang unearthed clues that proved Sister Wang had been abducted. Despite being of a suitable age, Constable Wang remained unmarried, declaring he would not wed until he found his sister. Many thought it was mere rhetoric, yet here he was, still single, causing Aunt Wang considerable distress. Feng Zi, puzzled, remarked, "Constable Wang isn't that old, is he? Only 20. In modern times, with a stable government job and a residence in the provincial capital, he would surely be a catch." The two girls lay side by side, conversing. Shen Xianglan cast her a sidelong glance, saying, "After all I've said, that's what you remember?" Feng Zi chuckled, rising to extinguish the oil lamp, noting that it was getting late, and advising her to retire for the night. Although it is said that those who sleep early are like the wind, Feng Zi remained wide awake, her large eyes open, until the sound of even breathing filled the air beside her. In the stillness of midnight, an invisible golden light descended upon her, and she sensed a subtle increase in her strength. Today, she had rescued numerous officials, as well as Xiao Tao. She was not foolish. She had long been aware of something amiss, but had been hesitant to confirm it. It seemed that every virtuous deed she performed augmented her power. And the greater the good, the more substantial the enhancement. She recalled the words of the system before its departure. As long as you engage in good deeds, the essence of your bloodline will grow stronger and your power will increase. At the time, she had dismissed it as mere rhetoric. But now the significance of those words became clear. Her path to cultivation lay in the accumulation of benevolent acts. However, these acts were not to be trivial. They had to reach a significant threshold to be deemed worthy. After activating her bloodline, her first noble deed was rescuing several children from the clutches of villains, which resulted in a slight increase in her strength the following day. Subsequently, slaying the crocodile monster indirectly saved many lives, further amplifying her power. Engaging in good deeds could also be described as accumulating merit. She could no longer remain in a state of confusion. She needed to ascertain the current dynasty. Having traversed this realm for so long, living at the lowest echelon, she was oblivious to the reigning dynasty or the identity of the emperor. The following morning, while Sun Wenshu had yet to depart, she took the opportunity to knock on his door. Luo Shi was busy grinding beans to make tofu for her husband and paused her work upon noticing. Just then, Sun Wenshu arose, opened the door, and upon seeing her, smiled warmly. "Little Z, what brings you here?" "Brother Wenshu, I have finished reading this collection of 1,000 characters. May I borrow another history book from you?" Feng Zi expressed her request with a hint of shyness, recognizing the intrinsic value of books. "Of course," Sun Wenshu replied as he accepted the book she handed over, noting its pristine condition, free from any blemishes. He harbored no reservations about lending her another volume. A passion for reading is commendable. I have always believed that women should immerse themselves in literature. It is unfortunate that Xianglan tends to doze off at the sight of a book. Sun Wenshu then retreated indoors to retrieve a history book for her. "Thank you," she said, accepting it with both hands and solemnly assuring him, "I will treat it with the utmost care." Seeing her earnest demeanor, Sun Wenshu couldn't help but chuckle. "Take your time with it." As Feng Zi exited, Luo Shi grasped her son's arm. "You must not grow too close to Xiao Zi. There are distinctions between men and women." Sun Wenshu laughed lightly. "Mother, Xiao Zi is even younger than Xianglan. To me, she is akin to a younger sister." "She is not your biological sister," Luo Shi countered. Observing her son's once cheerful expression darken, she quickly added, "I am only concerned for your well-being and that of Xiao Zi. You aspire to take the imperial examination and become an official, yet she is without parents and possesses nothing. Do not give her false hope only to cause her heartache. She is rather pitiable." Sun Wenshu sighed in resignation. "Mother, you are overthinking this. In my heart, nothing compares to the imperial examination. This year, I must succeed in the county examination." Upon hearing her son's ambitions, Luo Shi cast aside her earlier worries. "Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. You are still young. If you do not succeed this year, there will be other opportunities. Many your age have yet to even attain the status of a scholar." Sun Wenshu found herself in a perplexing situation. "Mother, I have yet to take the exam, and you are already dousing me with cold water." Chapter 24. The Great Qin Dynasty. It was only today that she realized she had traversed into a historical era unfamiliar to her studies, an era known as the Great Qin Dynasty, established by Qin Shi Huang, who unified the 6 states. In her original world's history, Zhao Gao and Hu Hai forged imperial edicts, coercing Prince Fiesu to take his own life, leading to Hu Hai's ascension and ultimately the demise of the second emperor of Qin. However, in this world, Zhao Gao, the eunuch, was absent, replaced instead by a remarkably formidable Grand Master who served as the first national advisor of the Qin dynasty. He aided the first emperor in unifying the 6 states and established the Fengshan Palace to protect the sovereign. Qin Shi Huang lived to the age of 88, bequeathing the throne to Fusu, and thus the Great Qin dynasty has persisted to this day. In this realm, Qin Shi Huang still founded a feudal empire and implemented the commandery county system. Simultaneously, he divided the realm into 36 prefectures, bestowing upon his 36 sons the titles of prefecture lords, granting them rights nearly equivalent to those of vassal kings, yet still subject to the constraints imposed by centrally appointed officials. This strategy proved effective initially, ensuring a millennium of peace across the land, but as time progressed, some subsequent emperors became increasingly inept, and the authority of the prefecture lords grew, diminishing the central government's control over the prefectures. Most of what she knew about Emperor Xian of Qin was gleaned from Sun Wenshu, who evidently harbored a deep disdain for the current empress and a more profound frustration towards Emperor Xian for his lack of ambition. The Great Qin dynasty began its decline during the reign of Emperor Ming, and as the fortune of the dynasty waned, the once concealed demons and monsters emerged to wreak havoc, seeking to overthrow the Great Qin's dominion over humanity. Feng Zi spent 3 days immersed in the historical texts, rubbing her weary eyes. These events seemed so distant from her. She was merely an ordinary citizen, and the grand affairs of the world were hardly her concern. Now, she had gained a preliminary understanding of this realm, no longer wandering in ignorance. Regrettably, the historical accounts solely chronicled the human race, offering no insights into the divine beings or the demons. She pondered why the female ghosts claimed that there were no gods in the world and that no one could attain immortality. She decided to set aside those thoughts, as her mind was becoming overwhelmed. During these past few days, her discoveries had been plentiful. She learned that her path to cultivation lay in performing virtuous deeds. By simply doing good, she could enhance her strength, which seemed remarkably effortless. Yet, the power gained from ordinary acts of kindness was quite limited. She had tried helping an elderly lady cross the street, assisting Aunt Wang with her vegetable basket, and driving away stray dogs from children. But the merits she earned in the evening were scarcely worth mentioning. As Shun Xianglan entered the room, she found Feng Zi leaning on the table, a book cradled in her hands. "I see you are indeed my brother's true sister, always engrossed in your books. Don't you find it tedious?" she remarked. Feng Zi lifted her eyes, shadowed with dark circles, and replied softly, "I have finished reading it. My goodness, such a thick volume. And you completed it in just a few days. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can return it to Brother Wenshu." Noticing Shen Xianglan preparing herself at the dressing table, Feng Zi inquired curiously, "Sister Xianglan, where are you off to all dressed up?" Feng Zi protested. "I am only a year younger than you." "A year younger is still younger," Shen Xianglan chuckled, rising to leave. As she passed by Feng Zi, a faint scent of peach blossoms wafted through the air. Feng Zi was under the impression that she had applied a fragrant powder made from peach blossoms, when her gaze inadvertently fell upon a single peach petal on the ground. She bent down to retrieve it. The petal was still remarkably fresh, as if it had been plucked only moments before. It was the heart of winter. Where could such fresh peach blossoms possibly come from? Just as she was about to inquire, Shen Xianglan had already stepped outside. Feng Zi dismissed the matter from her mind, casually tucking the petal beneath her pillow, soon forgetting about it entirely. Sun Wenshu appeared somewhat unwell, and Luo Shi, noticing this, expressed her concern. "Eldest son, what troubles you? Are you lacking an appetite?" Sun Wenshu set down his utensils and replied solemnly, "Many of the scholars and teachers at the academy have fallen ill. The academy will commence its winter break tomorrow." Luo Shi quickly inquired, Are you all right?" Sun Wenshu shook his head. "I am fine. Mother, I too wish to have a new coat," Shen Xianglan promptly added. Luo Shi frowned. "You already possess several cotton garments, and you run about every day. Why do you require so many?" Shen Xianglan pouted. "I do not care. Brother has them, so I want them too." "Mother, you are biased towards brother. You little rascal, I must have owed you in a past life." As their mother and sister prepared to bicker once more, Shen Wenshu interjected, "Mother, I have enough clothing." Luo Shi, exasperated by her daughter, decided to drop the subject of the coats. As night deepened into silence, the two young ladies lay side by side in bed, drifting into slumber. Shen Xianglan's lips curled into a smile, radiating a hint of spring, while Feng Zi's brow furrowed, her discomfort evident. Soon, a violet glow emanated from her form, and her expression gradually returned to tranquility. The following morning, Feng Zi awoke late. As she prepared to step outside to attend to her tasks, she noticed Shen Wenshu in the courtyard, engrossed in his studies, his brow furrowed in concentration and his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Shen Wenshu took it over, having read it so swiftly. Feng Zi chuckled. "I was afraid Brother Wenshu would be in a hurry to use it." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want it." "Thank you, Brother Wenshu." After a busy morning at the dock, she wiped the sweat from her forehead when Foreman Zhang called out to her, "Xiaozi, you needn't come in the afternoon. There's work tonight. A fresh batch of sea fish needs to be transported to the Imperial City, and there's quite a bit of it. The pay will be doubled. Will you come?" "I will. Thank you for considering me," Feng Zi replied joyfully. She understood the customary practices. Opportunities for overtime like this were typically offered only to regular workers, unless there was a genuine shortage of hands. Foreman Zhang chuckled. "No need to thank me. Your strength is equivalent to that of several people, which saves me a great deal of trouble." Estimating the time, Feng Zi prepared to head out that evening when Shinda Wang reminded her, "Xiaozi, you haven't taken your burden. I want to be setting up shop tonight. There's work at the dock," Feng Zi replied as she hurriedly dashed out. Luo Shi nonchalantly remarked, "Mother, Xiaozi is no ordinary girl. She can even subdue female ghosts." Chapter 25. The family tradition of ghost catching at the dock. The workers managed to load all the goods onto the ship just before the curfew, settling their wages. Feng Zi walked alone towards Ping and Street. Initially, she could see a few scattered individuals, but soon the streets were devoid of pedestrians. The dock was not far from Ping and Street. After a quarter of an hour's walk, she passed through the market and arrived at the entrance of an alley. At the outskirts of the alley stood a well, where locals often came to draw water. Feng Zi knew that Uncle Shin would come here every few days to fetch water for his barrels. Lost in thought, she beheld a young girl, drenched and standing motionless by the well, clad in a simple linen dress, her hair disheveled, gazing intently in a direction that seemed to lead to her own narrow alley. This girl was indeed the same one she had encountered previously, though at that time, only a puddle lay at her feet. Just moments ago, the well appeared deserted. In the blink of an eye, the girl had materialized from nowhere, standing by the well in the dead of night, a sight both eerie and unsettling. Wind Zi's heart raced. She was no longer the naive individual she once was. Swallowing hard, she hastened away, her footsteps quickening as she heard slow, deliberate steps behind her, accompanied by the sound of dripping water. In a panic, she quickened her pace, contemplating the solitude of the night, and decided to take flight. If anyone were to witness her soaring figure in the alley at such an hour, they would surely be terrified. She soared directly to the Shen residence, landing in the courtyard, where she finally exhaled in relief, patting her chest. The following day, as dawn broke, Winzi awoke early once more. Observing Shen Xianglan peacefully asleep, she quietly donned her garments, dressed as she would be for her usual market duties. With her hair tied back in a ponytail, she planned to venture out to sell her wares, as there were no tasks at the dock that morning. Suddenly, a faint scent reminiscent of peach blossoms wafted through the air, reminding her of the petals she had carelessly placed beneath her pillow. Upon retrieving them, she discovered they had wilted. After greeting everyone in the main room, she prepared to depart, only to be called back by Shen Wenshu. "Little Z, do you have the ability to exorcise spirits?"
"What?"
Winzi replied, perplexed. Shen Wenshu continued with a serious demeanor, Forgive my boldness. But I must inquire, are you capable of exorcising spirits? What has transpired? Feng Zi understood that he would not casually inquire about such matters. Could it be that Shindarlang was being tormented by a ghost? Clearly, others shared this apprehension, as Luo and Uncle Shun gazed anxiously at their son. After a moment of silence, Shun Wenshu spoke. Recently, several scholars and students at the academy have fallen ill. My dear friend Liang, and was the first to succumb to this ailment. For many days, he has shown no signs of recovery. He once confided in me that the day prior to his illness, he encountered a woman at the academy. This woman lingered near Master Lu. Yet Master Lu seemed utterly oblivious. Finding this peculiar, he observed her closely and discovered that she cast no shadow and bore no facial features. Feng Zi rubbed her arms, chilled by goosebumps. The more she listened, the more terrifying the tale became. A being without a shadow and devoid of facial features. What could that signify? Was he ensnared by a female ghost? While that was not the case, he harbored a lingering suspicion that his illness was somehow connected to her. His family had sought out a Taoist priest to exorcise the evil, but to no avail. I believe we must address the root of the issue. By capturing the female ghost, Liang, Un, and the afflicted scholars at the academy could be cured. Feng Zi pondered, drawing upon her limited experience. Typically, spirits seek vengeance, suggesting that someone at the academy must have wronged the ghost, thus provoking her wrath and ensnaring the others in her retribution. Yet, she felt powerless. Although she had acquired some knowledge of cultivation, she remained somewhat inept. The only tool at her disposal, a summoning sword, depended entirely on whether it would deign to assist her. Should it refuse in a critical moment, her fate would be sealed. As for the matter of exorcism, it is amusing to note that without absolute strength to overpower, one cannot expect others to willingly accept such a process. Not all spirits are as amenable as the daughter-in-law of the Li family. Just as she was about to decline, she heard Shun Wenshu say that the Liang family had hired several Taoist priests, all of whom were fraudulent, leading to a loss of over 100 taels of silver.
Feng Zi gasped in astonishment, truly extravagant.
Shun Wenshu spoke in a solemn tone. Liang is the sole heir, and as his condition worsens day by day, Uncle Liang has declared that anyone who can help him dispel the evil will be rewarded with 50 taels of silver. I can do it, Feng Zi exclaimed suddenly. Shun Wenshu stared at her in surprise, while Uncle Shun and Luo Shi turned their gazes toward her. Feng Zi cleared her throat, her expression grave, and stated, in truth, I have concealed my true identity. My family has a hereditary talent for capturing spirits. Though my skills may be lacking, I can certainly handle minor spirits. Please, allow me to assist in dispelling the evil. 50 taels. How long would it take her to earn such a sum? According to Shin Dalarong, Liang was merely a victim and not an enemy of the female ghost, so the situation should not be too dire. At this moment, she was utterly blinded by the lure of wealth, unable to think clearly. Shun Wenshu responded with delight. Excellent. I shall go to Uncle Liang at once. If he agrees, I will take you to the Liang residence. Shun Wenshu hurriedly exited, but Uncle Shin called after him, his expression earnest. Dalarong, Xiao Zi is indeed remarkable, I assure you. He had witnessed Feng Zi subdue the daughter-in-law of the Li family and perform her exorcism. There was no doubt she was not a fraud. Seeing his usually honest and reserved father speak with such conviction deepened Shin Wenshu's gaze, and he nodded before continuing on his way. At this moment, Feng Zi's mind had become somewhat clearer, yet she harbored no regrets. After all, one might perish for wealth just as birds perish for food. When faced with danger, she could always flee. Rather than sit idly at home waiting for news, Feng Zi resolutely took to the streets to sell her wares. While traversing the alley, she encountered Aunt Wang, who was out to buy vegetables. They exchanged casual pleasantries, during which Aunt Wang lamented about a large puddle of water that had mysteriously appeared in front of her door last night, now frozen solid. nearly causing the constable to slip and fall that morning. For reasons unknown, Feng Zi was immediately reminded of the peculiar girl she had seen by the well the previous night. How had she ended up at Aunt Wang's doorstep, leaving behind such a large pool of water? It was evident that she must have lingered for quite some time before departing. As a vendor wandering through the streets and alleys, one inevitably hears the most gossip. With each step, Feng Zi absorbed tales of various families, her cargo diminishing with each delightful revelation. She heard whispers about a certain gentleman from the magistrate's household who had fallen gravely ill, having not ventured outside for several days. The magistrate's residence had summoned numerous doctors, yet to no avail. If there were any hope, they would continue to seek further medical assistance. According to the tidbits shared by servants and maids from the magistrate's estate, it was rumored that this young man might be afflicted with a venereal disease, his body covered in repulsive sores, and he had descended into madness, babbling incoherently. Truly, it was a cause for public delight. This young gentleman had not only ridden his horse through the streets on numerous occasions, but he had also caused misfortune for the unlucky, including Xiao Tao, whom Feng Zi had fortuitously rescued from his reckless path. In the end, he had merely disbursed 10 taels of silver to dismiss the matter, maintaining his carefree demeanor.
Now,
However, it seemed that his charm had been thoroughly eclipsed. With a light-hearted step, Feng Zi continued on her way, her burden in tow. Chapter 26. Repercussions. Shen Wenshu visited the Liang family. Liang had succumbed to a deep coma. He sought out his father to discuss the matter, and initially, Liang's father seemed somewhat swayed. However, upon hearing the circumstances surrounding Feng Zi, he was immediately filled with fury. Wenshu, I am aware of your humble origins and your limited acquaintances with extraordinary individuals. You cannot possibly bring a mere girl, still in her youth, to harm my son. A child of the common folk, claiming to possess ancestral skills in ghost catching, is merely attempting to elevate her status and deceive me of my wealth. I appreciate your intentions, but do not complicate matters further. I have already enlisted others to seek out remarkable talents. Uncle Liang. I share a close bond with Liang and as both a classmate and a dear friend. How could I wish him harm? I assure you, this young lady has indeed subdued a female ghost. Perhaps it was mere luck, Liang's father replied coldly, lifting his teacup. Wenshu, there are many matters at home that require my attention, so I must ask you to take your leave. Seeing that he could not persuade Liang's father, Shen Wenshu departed from the Liang residence. Just as he reached the entrance, a girl of about 15 or 16 dashed out to call after him. This was Liang An's twin sister, Liang Ruo, who was blessed with stunning beauty and a gentle disposition.
Shendage, she said.
Shen Wenshu paused, momentarily taken aback. What brings you here, Miss Liang? With a look of apology, Liang Ruo replied, I was in the inner room just now and overheard your conversation with my father. Thank you for your concern for my brother. It is a pity that my father is so stubborn and speaks harshly. Please do not take it to heart. Shen Wenshu regarded her briefly before averting his gaze. Uncle Liang's deep affection for his son is understandable. I assure you, I will not be troubled by it. Liang Ruo smiled warmly. I believe you will not wish harm upon my brother. I will do my utmost to persuade my father. Very well. I shall take my leave now.
Take care.
She had just intended to call out for help when she noticed someone approaching, and she hurriedly followed. Shen Xianglan stood at the intersection for quite a while, anxiously awaiting the appearance of her beloved. As her worry deepened, she could not help but clutch her handkerchief tightly, until at last she saw her heart's desire approaching. With a radiant smile, she rushed forward. Young Master Tao. Young Master Tao was a dashing gentleman in his 20s, handsome and charming, holding a folding fan in his hand. Miss Shen, shall we go to the peach grove today to admire the blossoms and partake in some wine? Certainly. Enchanted by him, Shen Xianglan nodded without a second thought and followed young Master Tao. Feng Zi quietly trailed behind the two. They journeyed to the outskirts of the northern city, far from the dilapidated temple where she resided, in a desolate and remote area.
Soon,
A mesmerizing grove of peach blossoms appeared before them. Shen Xianglan and young Master Tao strolled into the grove, which gradually faded from view, transforming into a dirt road ahead. Feng Zi rubbed her eyes in astonishment. It reminded her of what Aunt Shen had once told her, that Shen Xianglan was originally a diligent and considerate girl who often helped with household chores. The Luo family merely thought that their daughter had grown and developed her own little thoughts, feeling helpless in their anger. Shen Xianglan's transformation was likely linked to that man. The recently vanished peach grove bore a striking resemblance to the domain of the ghostly woman from the inn. She bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall to the ground, and the once disappeared peach grove flickered into view, but before she could revel in her discovery, it quickly vanished again. Feng Zi's face turned pale as she coughed up blood. She had suffered a backlash. Her blood could dispel the ghost's domain, yet it could not penetrate this man's realm, whose cultivation certainly surpassed that of the ghostly woman. The man had been with Shen Xianglan for a year without causing her harm. For the time being, she should be safe. She decided to leave this place for the time being. Feng Zi had long discerned his expression. At this moment, she could hardly care for the 50 taels. This was her first encounter with backlash, and her body felt exceedingly unwell, rendering a visit to the Liang family unnecessary. "It's nothing. You needn't concern yourself," she said. Noticing her voice was weaker than usual and her complexion pale, Shen Wenshu expressed his concern. "Are you unwell?" It was not until nightfall that she was roused from her slumber. "Xiao Zi, wake up, Xiao Zi, awaken." Feng Zi opened her eyes to find Aunt Shen seated beside her bed. Upon seeing her awake, she promptly lifted a bowl of congee from the table. "You haven't eaten lunch or dinner. You must be hungry. I have prepared a lean meat congee for you."
thank you, Auntie.
She had never felt so feeble, as though every bone in her body had turned to mush, leaving her utterly devoid of strength. Observing her fatigue, Aunt Shen took the initiative to feed her. "You work far too hard, my child. Doing so much alone, even iron would wear thin. Money can be earned gradually, but one's health is of utmost importance." Listening to Aunt Shen's gentle admonitions, Feng Zi felt no impatience. Instead, she smiled amiably. Once she finished the congee, she felt considerably better. After Aunt Shen exited, Shen Xianglan finally spoke. "Xiao Zi, Dr. Shi mentioned that you are suffering from exhaustion. I thought you were always full of vigor and would never fall ill. Dr. Shi has been here?" She had been entirely unaware. "Grandma called you for dinner, but couldn't he wake you? Seeing that you appeared unwell, she asked my father to summon Dr. Shi, who administered a few acupuncture needles, and only then did your complexion improve." Feng Zi's heart ached. Not only had Dr. Shi come to examine her, but he had also performed acupuncture, and the medical expenses would undoubtedly be considerable. Seeing Shen Xianglan chattering away, she recalled the reason for her illness. "Sister Xianglan, where did you go to play today?" Shen Xianglan paused her conversation, her gaze flickering as she stammered. "I went to the embroidery workshop to learn needlework." Realizing that she could not extract any further information, Feng Zi wearily closed her eyes. "Sister Xianglan, I am tired and wish to rest. Wait a moment. My mother has prepared some medicine for you. I will bring it over, and you can drink it before sleeping." Shen Xianglan hurriedly dashed out and soon returned with a bowl of medicinal soup. Feng Zi pinched her nose and drank it all at once, her face contorting at the bitterness, before a candied fruit was popped into her mouth. Shen Xianglan looked at her with a cheerful smile. After chewing a few times, Feng Zi swallowed the sweet, which finally masked the bitter taste. "Is it sweet?" Shen Xianglan asked with a smile. "Yes, sweet," she replied, returning the smile. Chapter 27. The water ghost seeks a substitute. A night had passed. The next day, Feng Zi was lively once more. She did not go to the dock to carry goods, nor did she venture out to sell anything, for it had begun to snow. The snowfall commenced the previous night, blanketing the courtyard and the eaves in a thick layer of white. Early in the morning, Uncle Shun and Shen Wenshu were already out with brooms, clearing the snow from the courtyard and doorway. Is Sister Xianglan not here? Feng Zi looked around the house, unable to spot Shen Xianglan. Mentioning this put Luo Shi in a foul mood as she retorted, "She left early. Who knows what has captivated her outside? Is it so wonderful out there? Even in this heavy snow?" Feng Zi fell silent, yet her eyes betrayed an uncontainable worry. Luo Shi prepared breakfast and called out, "Father, Delang, stop shoveling snow and come in for breakfast." After the family finished their meal, Uncle Shun and Shen Wenshu set out to sell tofu. Uncle Shun was initially reluctant for his son to accompany him. "You are a scholar. How can you be seen selling tofu? People will mock you."
Who would mock me?
"I was raised by my father selling tofu. If he can do it, why can't I? I'm merely a shiozai, a candidate for the highest degree in the imperial examination." Shen Wenshu seized the burden from Uncle Shen's shoulders and stepped out first, with Uncle Shen reluctantly following. With Shen Wenshu accompanying him to sell tofu, Luo Shi stayed at home. Occasionally, she would embroider handkerchiefs to sell to the tailor shop, saving a little money for herself. Previously, Shen Xianglan would join her in this endeavor. Feng Zi found it intriguing and approached her to learn needlework. "Laboring is not a sustainable path. I must learn a skill to fearlessly traverse the world." She had some leftover needles, threads, and scraps of fabric, keeping what she needed and giving the rest to Luo Shi. After flattering her with kind words, Luo Shi beamed with joy, eager to impart her lifelong skills. As they chatted and worked on their sewing, time seemed to fly. Feng Zi, accustomed to gathering gossip while selling goods in the streets, shared many intriguing tales. And Luo Shi, a lover of gossip herself, was well informed about the neighborhood's happenings. Their mutual interests quickly forged a bond of camaraderie. Outside, heavy snow fell, while inside, the room felt warm and cozy. The two exchanged amusing stories, bursting into laughter from time to time. Meanwhile, Feng Zi's hands remained busy. As she finished her embroidery and held it up for a closer look, her smile suddenly faltered. "Rashi, come here." "Xiao Zi, what have you embroidered? I did not instruct you to create flowers. Why have you instead crafted wild grass?"
Feng Zi, et la tête, replied, un chen.
"How could you discern that I have embroidered wild grass?" She examined her work, but all she could see were chaotic, tangled lines. Rashi remarked, "Isn't wild grass simply a manifestation of disordered growth?" Feng Zi genuinely wished to learn the art of needlework from Rashi, aspiring to perhaps become a master in the craft. However, the disparity between her lofty ambitions and her lack of innate talent was stark. It was best she refrained from putting herself through such trials. Glancing at the sky, Rashi set down her needle and thread and rose to prepare lunch in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Feng Zi dashed into the courtyard to build a snowball. Initially, she intended to construct a snowman, but upon realizing the enormity of the task, she promptly abandoned the idea. Seeing Rashi carrying 2 buckets of water and preparing to leave, Feng Zi inquired, "Aunt Shen, where are you going?" "I shall do it. I am quite strong," she insisted. "No need, I have recovered from my illness, and I find myself with idle time." With that, she swiftly departed with the 2 buckets. Arriving at the well, at the end of the alley, she recalled having seen a girl standing by the well on 2 occasions late at night. Compelled by curiosity, she bent down to peer into the well. The water was crystal clear, extending into unfathomable depths. Suddenly, she sensed hands gripping her waist from behind, pushing her forcefully. Before she could react, she plunged into the well with a resounding splash, sending a flurry of water droplets into the air. As she thrashed about in the water, a pair of hands clutched her feet, attempting to drag her to the depths below. After struggling for a moment, she seemed to recall something, ceased her resistance, and allowed herself to be pulled down into the abyss. As she sank to the depths of the water, she beheld a maiden. whose attire unmistakably identified her as the girl who had stood by the well on 2 fateful nights. The maiden clung desperately to her feet. Feng Zi offered her a faint smile and, with a sudden motion, seized the girl's arm, propelling them both upwards towards the well. The girl, taken aback, watched in astonishment as she was forcefully dragged to the surface.
Who are you?
Feng Zi inquired directly. The girl remained silent. Feng Zi, with a stern expression, pressed on. We have no grievances between us. Why do you wish to harm me? The girl, cradling her head with her hands, seemed fearful of the sunlight. I have dwelled at the bottom for 3 years, and I have had enough. The water is frigid, and I long for liberation. Alas, your ill fortune has brought you here. At that moment, Feng Zi recalled the tale of water spirits seeking substitutes, and a realization dawned upon her. Are you the daughter of Aunt Wang? The girl abruptly lifted her head, her expression alight with excitement. How do you know this? Do you know my mother?
Wang.
The girl shook her head. I cannot remain above the water for long. Passers-by observed Feng Zi conversing with seemingly empty air, their expressions a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Yet they chose not to intervene. Wang obediently followed Feng Zi. Upon returning to the Shun residence, Feng Zi poured the 2 buckets of water into the bathing tub and encouraged Wang to enter. Fortunately, it was winter, and bathing was infrequent. Thus, her temporary use of the tub was unproblematic. Wang's eyes sparkled as she floated into the tub. The scene was so enchanting that Feng Zi hesitated to gaze upon it. Stay here for now. I shall bring you to meet Aunt Wang and Constable Wang shortly. Wang nodded obediently, and Feng Zi dashed out once more to fetch water. Halfway through her run, she suddenly recalled that the water she consumed at home was sourced from a well. Unable to suppress her nausea, she retched a few times. Uncle Shun, having been reprimanded by Luo, approached Feng Zi with an expression of guilt, saying, Xiao Zi, I sincerely apologize. I was so focused on shoveling snow today that I forgot to fetch water. It's no trouble at all. 2 buckets of water are nothing to me, she replied. The camaraderie forged over the morning's gossip proved effective, as Luo enthusiastically invited her to lunch, generously declaring that the meal would be on the house.
Feng Zi,
lacking an appetite, concocted an excuse to slip away. Spotting a vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes by the street, she purchased a large one, cradling it to warm her hands, nibbling as she strolled. Aunt Wang had not relinquished her search for her daughter. The heartbreak of discovering that her child had long been deceased would be unimaginable. Each day seemed to present an overwhelming number of concerns. Despite her relentless efforts to earn a living, why did peculiar troubles continue to beset her?
woof.
Woof! Help! Father! Mother! Save me! Once again, she encountered the same group of children who had been chased by wild dogs previously. Chapter 28. The Barrier Woof.
Woof. Woof.
3 wild dogs barked furiously at the 5 or 6 boys. Passers-by hurriedly avoided the commotion. These boys were notorious for their mischief on Ping and Street, often teasing cats and dogs. The last time they were pursued by wild dogs, it was Feng Zi who had lured the beasts away. Considering the crowd on the street, she had run several blocks without pause, nearly exhausting herself. This time, she was resolute in her decision not to assist. Mischievous children ought to learn a lesson. After all, this world was free from rabies. Just as she was about to stealthily slip away, a keen-eyed boy spotted her and exclaimed, "It's Little Purple! Little Purple! Come and save us!" The feral dogs, their old grudges reignited, immediately abandoned the boys and charged toward her. Panic-stricken, Feng Zi bolted, initiating another chase. With the dogs relentlessly pursuing her, she desperately tried to take flight, only to realize she was earthbound, a realization that struck her like a thunderbolt. "I should have consulted the almanac before venturing out today," she lamented. She sprinted forward, her path dictated by desperation, and inadvertently found herself trapped in a dead-end alley. the three canines blocking her escape. A fierce confrontation ensued. She narrowly avoided being bitten multiple times, inwardly cursing the children who had led her into this predicament. As one of the dogs attempted to attack her from behind, she instinctively raised her hand in defense. A purple luminescence emanated from her palm, erecting an invisible barrier that repelled the approaching dog. "This seems to be a force field," she mused, glancing at her hand. When the other two dogs lunged at her, she hastily extended her hand again, her palm once more glowing with a purple light. This time, the dogs hesitated, warily retreating. She attempted to reason with them. "I don't want to harm you. I'm not associated with those children. I apologize for my previous actions. I'll discipline them and ensure they never hurt you again, okay?" The three dogs stared at her for a prolonged moment before finally departing. Did they agree? She wondered. Relieved by their departure, Feng Zi felt a surge of elation. She extended her hand once more, experimenting, and the force field reappeared. After numerous attempts, the barrier appeared each time. She was on the verge of tears, having finally secured a reliable spell. Next, she intended to settle accounts with those children. The tiger does not roar, and they mistook her for a sickly cat. Oh dear. Sister Zi, we truly understand our wrongdoings. Please let us down. Several boys dangled from a large tree, having been lured by Feng Zi with a bag of candy. Standing beneath the tree, Feng Zi gazed up at them and asked, "Will you continue to bully stray cats and dogs?" "We won't anymore," the boys chorused in unison. "You better keep your word, for a lying child will find their nose growing long, akin to that of an elephant." "Sister Zi, what is an elephant?" she pondered, scratching her head. "Well, how to describe it? It resembles a small hill in size, and its trunk is as long as a dog's tail." The boys were frightened. "Oh no, we truly won't dare anymore. We don't want such long noses, it's too ugly." Feng Zi soared into the air, untied the ropes binding the boys to the tree, and gently lowered them down by releasing one end of the rope.
Wow.
Her flight elicited exclamations from the boys, one of whom gazed up at her in admiration and said, "Sister Zi, you're amazing. Could you teach us to fly?" "I cannot. For only kind-hearted children can learn to fly. You have always bullied stray cats and dogs, so you won't be able to. Then we shall no longer bully stray cats and dogs." With a smile, Feng Zi retrieved the bag of candy that had enticed them and began to share it among them. Children are often forgetful, and at this moment, she can't stop exclaiming how much she adores Sister Zi. Upon noticing the throng of people gathered at the entrance of the clinic, she rushed forward to inquire about the reason for such a crowd. Feng Zi was puzzled. After all, a mere stomachache was hardly a grave concern, and Dr. Shi could remedy it with a single prescription. What could possibly warrant such a congregation at the clinic's door? "Excuse me, make way. Dr. Shi, my son is suffering from a stomachache." A voice, filled with urgency, pierced through the crowd, prompting a rapid parting of the sea of people as a burly man rushed in, cradling a small boy in his arms. Feng Zi finally caught a glimpse of the scene within the modest clinic, now teeming with patients and their families. Dr. Shi was busily attending to the influx, while even Mrs. Shi, typically frail and reclusive, had emerged from the back to lend a hand. "Are all these complaints related to stomachaches?"
Feng Zi exclaimed in astonishment.
"Please, make way. Another patient is coming." The crowd of onlookers seemed to part with practiced precision. Dr. Shi, catching sight of her from the corner of his eye, beckoned her over. Though bewildered, she squeezed her way inside. "Assist me with the patients," Dr. Shi instructed rapidly. "In exchange for your help, I shall waive your consultation and medicine fees from last night." Feng Zi's eyes brightened at this offer. Without hesitation, she nodded in agreement. She recalled how Aunt Shen had intended to cover her medical expenses, only to be turned down by Dr. Shi. Living on Ping and Street, she knew she could not evade her obligations forever. The doctor had merely suggested she recover before returning to settle her dues. Feng Zi busied herself in the clinic for the entire afternoon, scarcely pausing for breath. As night fell, a steady stream of patients continued to arrive. By this time, the shop had closed, and the neighboring shopkeepers, Huang and Hong, came by to see what was amiss. Red Manager furrowed her brow and remarked, "You don't seem ill. Rather, you appear to be poisoned." Huang Manager cast several scrutinizing glances her way. Red Manager, irritated, retorted, "Why do you keep staring at me? It's not my doing." Huang Manager chuckled awkwardly, stroking his small, turned-up mustache. "These are just ordinary folks. Who would take the trouble to harm them? Who knows?" With a child at home to care for, Huang Manager could not linger any longer, leaving Red Manager to assist, which significantly alleviated Feng Zi's burden. As the clock approached the second hour of the night, all patients had finally been sent away, and Feng Zi collapsed into a chair, utterly exhausted. Madam Shi approached with 4 bowls of noodles, saying, "Red Manager, Miss C, thank you for your hard work today. Please have something to eat." Feng Zi accepted a bowl of noodles and began to eat heartily. Red Manager also took a bowl and suggested, "Madam Shi, perhaps you should consider hiring 2 assistants for your clinic." Madam Shi, possessing a graceful appearance and a gentle demeanor, replied softly, "On ordinary days, there are not many patients at the clinic. My husband can manage alone. Today's circumstances are indeed exceptional." Dr. Shi sat in contemplation, overhearing their conversation, and remarked, "I do not appreciate having outsiders in my home." Feng Zi suddenly stood up, realizing her oversight. "Oh no, I completely forgot about her." She set down her bowl and declared, "Dr. Shi, consider my medical debt settled. I must take my leave." With that, she rushed out like a gust of wind. Chapter 29. Miss Wang's wish. Alone in the pitch-black alley, Feng Zi murmured, "I apologize. I should not have forgotten about you." She led Miss Wang toward Aunt Wang's house, continuously offering her apologies along the way. "Sister Xianglan, where is the bathtub? My father has moved away, and tonight he is bathing with my grandfather. You are taking a bath at such a late hour. Do you not fear the cold?" Feng Zi dashed into Aunt Shen's house. Without waiting for her to inquire, she spotted Miss Wang, who was on the verge of dissipating while crouched on the ground. She swiftly scooped her up and ran toward the kitchen, placing her into the water vat. "Why are you so foolish? You will perish if you stray from the water. You could simply jump into the vat here in the kitchen." She then pondered that if Miss Wang had been wise, she would not have remained in the well for 3 years, enduring torment. Submerged in the water, Miss Wang's voice was weak as she lamented, "There is a deity's talisman affixed to the kitchen door. I cannot enter." It was only then that Feng Zi noticed a talisman on the kitchen door, which was also present on the door of Aunt Shen's house. No wonder Miss Wang could not emerge. Fortunately, she had not succumbed to rage and caused harm, or her transgressions would have been grievous. Is it not said that there are no gods in this world? Why then does this talisman affixed to the door exert influence over you? Feng Zi muttered. After soaking for a while, Miss Wang regained some strength, becoming less translucent than before, and was eager to see her mother and brother. Feng Zi emptied the vat before leading her outside. Feng Zi walked ahead. "I truly did not intend for this to happen. The clinic was inundated with patients today, and I was occupied there all afternoon, so exhausted that I can hardly stand straight." Miss Wang remained silent. What could she say? She could neither confront nor overpower anyone, and still needed their assistance. "Can you genuinely assist me? I have tried countless times, yet I cannot draw near to my mother and brother. Each time I attempt to approach, something repels me from them." Feng Zi halted in her tracks. She pointed out the inconsistencies, stating that the inn's ghost could only reside in the room of death. Yet it did not hinder her from approaching the Li family. Once she attained a corporeal form, her range of movement expanded further, a privilege that Miss Wang did not possess, as she could not even draw near her own kin. "How did you meet your end?" Just as the question left her lips, Feng Zi waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind, this is not the place for such discussions. Let us return to your home and converse there." Upon arriving at the Wang family's doorstep, She intended to carry Miss Wang inside directly. She attempted to ascend into the air, and to her delight, this time her efforts were not in vain. However, the door god affixed to the entrance emitted a golden radiance, prompting Miss Wang to scream in agony. "Ah, what ails you?" Miss Wang shook her head. "I am fine." Consequently, Feng Zi had no choice but to approach the door and knock politely. Aunt Wang and Constable Wang had retired for the evening. Upon hearing the knocking, Aunt Wang fumbled to rise, while Constable Wang was quicker to light a lamp from the adjacent room. "Mother, please continue your rest. I shall answer the door." "Who is it, disturbing others at such an hour?" Constable Wang opened the door with a frown, only to be met with Feng Zi's presence, which brought a flicker of a smile to his face. "Why, little Z, what brings you here? Please come in. Is there something amiss?" He ushered her into the main hall, poured her a cup of tea, and settled in for a conversation. After a moment of silence, Feng Zi finally spoke. "Constable Wang, I have found your sister. She is right beside me at this very moment." Initially, Constable Wang felt a rush of joy. But upon hearing the latter part of her statement, he glanced at the empty space, his lips twitching slightly, his complexion turning pale as he replied, "Little Z, surely you are jesting?" "Indeed. Today, as I approached the well to draw water, I was pushed into the depths, where I discovered her lifeless form." "Impossible!" exclaimed Constable Wang, his voice rising. "I have searched every corner of Pingan Street, and I have scoured the bottom of this well no less than thrice. It simply cannot be." Feng Zi chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that she must afford Constable Wang a moment to absorb the gravity of the revelation. Such news is arduous for family members to bear. They would rather cling to the hope of uncertainty than confront the stark reality of loss. Suddenly, Constable Wang's gaze fixed intently. A puddle materialized on the ground beside Feng Zi, its area steadily expanding. "Sister, is it truly you?" Feng Zi replied. "I have not deceived you. Your sister disappeared 3 years ago on a night when she awaited your return. That evening, you were out drinking with colleagues, neglecting to return for an extended period. Your sister, worried you might stumble home inebriated, rushed to the alley's entrance to wait for you. Just before she left, she was embroidering a peony, having completed only half of it." Constable Wang closed his eyes, feeling the moisture gather in them. Others perceived his profound affection for his sister, yet they remained oblivious to the guilt that gnawed at him. Her misfortune was indirectly his fault. Had he refrained from drinking with his colleagues that fateful night, she would not have ventured out to await him. My daughter, a wail echoed from the entrance as Aunt Wang stumbled through the door, her cries piercing the air. "Mother!" Constable Wang rushed to support her. "Is my daughter here? Miss C, is my daughter present?" Aunt Wang's vacant gaze flitted about the room, but she saw nothing. "What has happened to my mother's eyes?" inquired Miss Wang. "Since your disappearance, Aunt Wang has wept daily, rendering her sightless with her tears." Miss Wang longed to weep, yet no tears emerged. Instead, blood flowed forth in a chilling cascade, a sight that truly unsettled the soul. "Do not cry just yet. Recount the circumstances of your demise. Your brother is a constable. He shall investigate," was the counsel offered. Constable Wang, noticing her murmuring to herself, could not suppress his curiosity. "Miss Xiaoji, are you conversing with my sister? Well, since you cannot see each other, allow me to relay the account of Miss Wang's tragic fate to you." Wind Zi interjected, conveying the narrative to Constable Wang. Constable Wang felt a profound ache in his heart. Those who commit harm are typically driven by greed or lust. Yet the malefactor in this case seemed to desire nothing. Why could this be? He pondered aloud. Miss Wang, equally perplexed, insisted that she had never wronged anyone. Observing the turmoil and pain that consumed Constable Wang, and with little recollection of anything unusual, Wind Zi inquired, "Have you encountered anything out of the ordinary prior to this?" With scant clues at hand, Miss Wang recognized the challenge of identifying her assailant. Her deepest yearning was merely to reunite with her mother and brother. Feng Zi postulated, "The one who harmed you is undoubtedly formidable. Prior to my arrival, you were kept at a distance from your mother and brother. The perpetrator must have orchestrated this. Likely someone of considerable ability, perhaps a practitioner of the arcane arts." Constable Wang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of her reasoning. "I shall seek an audience with the governor tomorrow, imploring him to enlist the aid of those from the Divine Palace." Chapter 30. The Beloved in Dreams. Feng Zi, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Constable Wang, do you intend to summon individuals from the Divine Palace to retrieve your sister?" Constable Wang was taken aback, having not contemplated this angle at all. The Constable Wang hurriedly exclaimed, "My sister has never harmed anyone." He faltered mid-sentence, suddenly recalling that his sister had been found precisely because she intended to harm Feng Zi. With a grave demeanor, Feng Zi stated, "Therefore, we must not disclose this to Feng Shen Palace. I shall assist her in expiation, while you investigate her grievances. If news of her prolonged stay in the well were to spread, your family would find it difficult to reside in Pingan Street. Consider the plight of Master Li, who was compelled to sell his home, having just located his sister, yet unable to even lay eyes upon her." The thought of losing her entirely caused deep anguish within Constable Wang. Aunt Wang was already in tears. Feng Zi then turned her gaze toward Miss Wang, inquiring, "Why have you endured for so many years, only to suddenly wish to stop?" In that moment, Miss Wang felt immense gratitude towards Feng Zi, knowing that she could speak freely, leaving nothing unsaid. She revealed her intention to find a substitute, stating that she was truly under duress and could no longer remain in the well. A demon had taken advantage of the snowfall last night, when the streets were deserted, to stealthily infiltrate and inject a copious amount of demonic energy into the well. To her dismay, the amalgamation of this energy with her resentment transformed into a minute toxin, which posed little threat to ordinary people but was immensely detrimental to her. If this continued, she would perish, hence her desire for a substitute. Miss Wang concluded her lament with a sense of injustice. Finally, Feng Zi understood why numerous patients today were suffering from abdominal pain. It was indeed due to the fusion of demonic energy and the resentment of the water ghost. The Shen family remained unharmed because the toxicity of the water she had drawn from the well after retrieving the water ghost was not as potent, albeit containing a higher concentration of demonic energy. She could no longer remain idle, neglecting to ponder the demon clan's ulterior motives. Her primary concern was for the well-being of the Shen family. They could not stay in the well any longer. They must first care for her in a bathing tub, and she would find a suitable time to assist with her expiation. After speaking, she departed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the clinic, she noticed its layout was distinct from other establishments. It was divided into front and back courtyards. The front faced the bustling street, while the rear housed the residence of Dr. Shi and his wife. Dr. Shi, open the door.
Feng Zi forcefully knocked.
Dr. Shi, alert, abruptly opened his eyes, restraining his wife who was about to rise, and donned his clothes before heading outside. He entered the front courtyard and opened the clinic's door. "What brings you here at such a late hour, shouting outside? Aren't you afraid of attracting the patrolling officials?" "Dr. Shi, a grave matter has arisen." At that moment, the Shen family was immersed in slumber. Shen Xianglan was lost in a dream where she encountered young Master Tao. She relished these dreams. During the day, she often had to wait long stretches to catch a glimpse of him, sometimes an entire day without success, yet in her dreams, they met every night. In the peach blossom grove, Shen Xianglan nestled in young Master Tao's embrace. "Young Master Tao, we have known each other for a year. When will you come to my home to propose?" Young Master Tao paused his drinking, then smiled. "Isn't this delightful? We can see each other every day." Shen Xianglan bit her lip, replying, "But I am a respectable young lady. How can I remain entangled with you like this? If you do not marry me, how shall I find a husband in the future?" For a fleeting moment, young Master Tao's expression darkened ominously, but it swiftly returned to its usual warmth.
Xianglan,
Are you pressuring me for marriage? Oblivious to the implication, Shen Xianglan bashfully replied, I merely fear losing you. You shall never lose me. Young Master Tao once again enveloped her in his embrace. Suddenly, he sensed a faint trace of demonic energy emanating from her, causing him to furrow his brow and flick it away with a snap of his fingers, repulsed by the unpleasant aroma.
what did you say?
Shen Xianglan lifted her head. Young Master Tao chuckled softly. I remarked that the fragrance surrounding you, Xianglan, is quite delightful. Shen Xianglan's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully punched him a few times with her small fists. You are the worst. Since you wish to marry me, why not today? Let us become true partners, young Master Tao asserted, pressing Shen Xianglan beneath him. However, before he could proceed further, Shen Xianglan suddenly vanished from beneath him. Young Master Tao paused, slowly rising to his feet, a shadow of annoyance crossing his face. It was that person again. He had not intended to act so swiftly. Shen Xianglan was the most intriguing young woman he had encountered, and the playful dance of romance with her had been quite enjoyable. It was only that night when he entered the dreams of a stranger that he realized he had not bestowed any peach blossoms upon her. Thinking to seize the opportunity, he was unexpectedly harmed by the benevolent energy radiating from her. That avatar dissipated instantly, as within the dream, he possessed countless avatars, each significantly weaker than his true self, making him susceptible to injury. Later, he discovered that the petals of peach blossoms belonged to Shen Xianglan, and through subtle inquiries, he learned that a refugee girl was temporarily staying at the Shen residence. To avoid the uncertainties of prolonged waiting, he decided it was time to take action. Despite his reluctance, Shen Xianglan opened her eyes to find Feng Zi shaking her shoulder. Stop shaking me. I'm feeling dizzy. Upon noticing her awakening, Feng Zi ceased her movements. Sister Xianglan, you're the last one we need. Come with me. Shen Xianglan, neglecting to complain about Feng Zi awakening her, was pulled into the main hall. At that moment, the hall was brightly lit, and the Shen family was present, along with Dr. Shi. Upon witnessing this, Shen Xianglan understood that something was amiss, and quietly stood aside without uttering a word. Luo Shi, puzzled, inquired, Xiao Zi, what is the matter that you woke us up at such a late hour? Feng Zi had already briefed Dr. Shi on the way, and now she reiterated the situation to the Shen family. The crux of the matter was that they were likely afflicted by demonic energy. She concealed the incident involving Miss Wang, merely stating that a water ghost had been seen injecting demonic energy into the well. Luo Shi, covering her mouth in terror, exclaimed, So there is indeed a water ghost in the well from which we drink daily. Where is that water ghost? She then patted her chest, relieved. Feng Zi urged, Dr. Shi, please examine them quickly to determine if they harbor any demonic energy. Dr. Shi regarded her with a knowing smile. How do you know I can discern demonic energy, and how do you know I can expel it? Feng Zi replied with a smile, Dr. Shi, you readily identified that Constable Wang was poisoned by a corpse ghost. Surely you possess a solution. If you can resolve the poison of the corpse ghost, there should be no reason you cannot dispel the demonic energy as well.
You are no ordinary physician.
Dr. Shi did not refute her assertion. He sat down and methodically checked the pulses of the Shen family members. When it was Shen Xianglan's turn, he could not help but gaze at her for a moment longer. She bore no demonic energy, but rather an overwhelming aura of. Upon hearing this, the Shen family was struck with astonishment. Chapter 31. The flower thief. Under the relentless interrogation of her family, Shen Xianglan finally divulged the matter concerning young Master Tao. Father, Mother, my love for young Master Tao is sincere. Regardless of whether he is human or demon, my affections remain unchanged. Madame Luo, incensed, retorted, Have you lost your senses? You are human, and he is a demon. Your union can only lead to disastrous consequences. Unbeknownst to anyone, As Madame Luo uttered these words, Dr. Shi's gaze darkened. Shen Wenshu could hardly fathom that his typically obedient and lively sister would find herself ensnared in such turmoil. Regretful for his lack of attention towards his family, he implored, "Xianglan, do not be so obstinate. Those not of our kind harbor different intentions. He undoubtedly has ulterior motives." Shen Xianglan remained resolute. "Demons can be categorized as good or bad. Young Master Tao would not harm me. What could he possibly desire from me? I am not a wealthy heiress." Dr. Shi chuckled lightly and interjected, "Indeed, demons can be of both virtue and vice. However, it is unfortunate that the demon you have encountered is of the latter kind. What he seeks is merely your vital essence. That is preposterous." Shen Xianglan exclaimed, her emotions flaring. Dr. Shi, disinterested in further debate, rose and placed his hand upon Shen Xianglan's forehead, extracting a petal of peach blossom. "If I am not mistaken, this demon is none other than the infamous flower thief, a notorious peach blossom demon. Though his cultivation is not particularly advanced, he possesses remarkable skills in concealment, having committed numerous crimes across various cities. The last incident occurred a year ago when he harmed the daughter of a high-ranking official in the imperial city, leading to his nationwide manhunt. It is astonishing that he has been lurking within Lingzhou all this time." Shen Xianglan cradled her head in her hands, tears streaming down her face as she lamented. "Oh heavens, what have I done this past year? I am utterly shameless." Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Luo Shi struck Shen Xianglan, shocking everyone present. "How have I raised you?" she scolded vehemently. "A young lady must uphold propriety if she wishes to secure a respectable match in the future. How could you engage in such disgraceful conduct, consorting with a man in secret for an entire year? If your brother were to achieve success, what would become of him if the world were to discover your transgressions?" Her ire escalated, and she raised her hand to deliver another blow, only to be restrained by Feng Zi. "Aunt Shen, this is not the moment for such matters. Step aside. I shall discipline my daughter." "It is not for an outsider like you to meddle," Luo Shi retorted, her emotions spiraling out of control. Feng Zi, with considerable strength, found herself unable to release her grip. In a moment of desperation, Shen Xianglan dashed toward the pillar, intent on crashing into it to end her life, leaving the Shen family in shock, unable to react in time. Dr. Shi observed coldly, unfazed. As a physician, he would endeavor to heal his patients. But one who does not cherish their own life is not worthy of his intervention. Feng Zi released Luo Shi, lightly touching the ground, performing a graceful somersault to position herself before Shen Xianglan, narrowly avoiding being struck and injuring herself. "Xianglan, this is not your fault. You have been ensnared by a malevolent spirit. Awakening is all that is required." Aunt Shen hurriedly embraced her granddaughter to comfort her, then turned to Dr. Shi with a query. "Doctor, why has this spirit taken hold of my granddaughter?" Dr. Shi cast a sidelong glance at Feng Zi, who was rubbing her chest. "This demon particularly delights in preying upon women from unhappy families, exploiting their yearning for affection to gradually ensnare their hearts, rendering them utterly dependent on him, willing to sacrifice their very lives." Upon hearing this, the onlookers turned their gazes toward Mrs. Luo. She, visibly displeased, stated, "What have I done to her that is so wrong? From childhood to adulthood, whatever her brother possesses, she has as well. What daughter is more fortunate than she? Indeed, in terms of sustenance and shelter, Mrs. Luo treated her two children with equal care. Occasional favoritism was merely a common occurrence of that era, where sons were expected to establish themselves, achieve accomplishments, and support their parents. Dear parents, I apologize. It is solely due to my envy of your greater affection for my brother that I fell victim to the allure of the peach blossom demon. It is my fault." Observing Shen Xianglan, who resembled a lifeless puppet devoid of spirit, Feng Zi felt a profound sorrow. Despite Shen Xianglan's many flaws, She remained Feng Zi's first friend in this world, imparting countless lessons about femininity. Sister Xianglan, you have so many family members who care for you. You cannot fathom how envious I am of you. You must not take your life lightly. Mrs. Shun wept as she embraced her granddaughter, while Mr. Shun and Uncle Shun remained silent. Mrs. Luo pressed her forehead in distress. Shan Wenshu inquired of Dr. Shi, "Will that demon come seeking my sister again?" Without peach blossoms, he cannot enter her dreams to meet her. As long as she does not seek him out, I believe he will not dare approach brazenly. With Shun Xianglan's matter temporarily resolved, the next step was to help them dispel the demonic aura. Among the Shun family, Mrs. Luo harbored the deepest traces of this dark energy, which explained her earlier inability to control her emotions, yet, simultaneously, it reflected her innermost sentiments. Understanding that the neighbors on Pingan Street were suffering from stomach pains due to the contamination of the well, Feng Zi and Dr. Shi arrived at the water source. Dr. Shi poured a bottle of medicinal powder into the well. "Is that all it takes?"
Feng Zi inquired.
"Indeed," Dr. Shi replied nonchalantly. "This medicine not only dispels the malevolent energy within the well, but also purifies those who have consumed the tainted water." "Who exactly are you, Dr. Shi?" Feng Zi could not help but ask. "Doctor," she turned to face her. "I am somewhat curious about you as well. You are neither a demon nor a spirit, nor a practitioner of the arcane. There is not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from you, yet you can subdue female spirits and combat corpse spirits. Most remarkably, you are capable of flight." Feng Zi granted 3 days for Miss Wang to be with her mother and elder brother. Although they could not physically touch one another, Aunt Wang and Constable Wang could sense Miss Wang's presence. When the 3 days had elapsed, she summoned the ghost gate once more. It was the same 2 spectral officials as before. Upon seeing Feng Zi summon the ghost gate again, they expressed their displeasure, saying, "Little girl, do you think the ghost gate belongs to your family? You can summon it whenever you please." According to the regulations, water ghosts like her and the previous hanging ghost are not permitted to enter the underworld for reincarnation. We have already made an exception last time. Your insistence puts us in a difficult position. Without hesitation, Feng Zi produced a bundle of incense, candles, and gold ingots to offer them. "Please, gentlemen, show some leniency." The 2 spectral officials exchanged glances and replied, "This shall be a one-time exception, before taking Miss Wang away. It is uncertain whether the time limit has passed, but the illusion set by the murderer has vanished." The remains of Miss Wang were unearthed by Constable Wang from the depths of the well, and the Wang family erected a tomb for her. As Constable Wang burned paper offerings, he vowed, "Sister, no matter how many years pass, I shall uncover the identity of your killer." Chapter 32. New Year's Eve. Recently, numerous brawls have erupted throughout Lingzhou City, with individuals exhibiting sudden and violent behavioral changes, capturing the attention of the Fengshan Palace. Upon investigation, it was revealed that several areas within the city had been tainted with a substantial amount of demonic energy in the wells. Prolonged consumption of water infused with this demonic essence could gradually transform individuals into furious lunatics. The heir of Lingzhou was furious and summoned all members of the Fengshan Palace who were not on duty. The provincial governor had reported the situation long ago. Why had it not been taken seriously? Who was responsible for addressing this matter? Beside him, Ling Yu's expression mirrored his unease. He understood that the cultivators often held themselves in high regard, frequently looking down upon ordinary citizens. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the Fengshan Palace, they would hardly care for the lives of the common folk. However, he was overwhelmed with responsibilities and often accompanied the heir on outings, neglecting many pressing issues. As no one stepped forward for an extended period, Ing Rongqi's patience wore thin. "If I uncover the culprit, I shall strip you of your cultivation." At this proclamation, a young man finally emerged. "Your Highness, please forgive me. Although only a few ordinary citizens have perished, it is not too late for us to act now." No sooner had he spoken than his entire body was sent flying. The young man, filled with resentment, had no desire to remain in this wretched place, leaving without a second thought. Soon, only Ying Rongqi and Ling Yu remained in the room. "Your Highness, are we truly going to let him go?" Ling Yu inquired. Many years ago, his entire family was slaughtered by demons, and it was only thanks to the current national master that he was saved. Thus, his animosity towards demons is profound. Ying Rongqi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casually remarking, "His uncle is the Minister of Revenue, wielding considerable influence in the court. The Emperor is currently suspicious of the city lord. It would be unwise for me to take action. I shall report his deeds accurately, and the national master will not easily let him off." Ling Yu expressed his astonishment. Having just expelled someone, another has arrived so swiftly. It must be unrelated to the previous matter. Ying Rongqi instructed Ling Yu to address the issue of the demonic aura and strode purposefully outside. On that day, a significant event unfolded. Upon hearing the news, the mother of the Lingzhou city lord fainted and, upon regaining consciousness, furiously shattered a teacup. "My daughter was so young. How could she have suddenly passed away? They wouldn't even allow her into the royal tomb. It must be the work of the demon queen." "Mother, please be cautious with your words," the Lingzhou city lord replied, his expression impassive. He was undoubtedly grieving, yet he could not afford to lose his composure. The old lady wept, her eyes swollen. "My daughter is gone. How can I bear this?" In the beginning, he disregarded propriety and insisted on taking your sister as a concubine, but after just a month of favor, he cast her aside. "City lord, she is your own sister." The Lingzhou city lord turned to his wife. "Madam, I have matters to attend to. Please stay with my mother and comfort her." The city lord's wife gently replied. "Very well, do not worry about mother, city lord. Take care of your health and do not grieve excessively. Rongju is now grown and can help you shoulder some responsibilities." The Lingzhou city lord nodded and rose to leave. Shen Xianglan was confined at home, embroidering, and Feng Zi had no time to visit. She sought out an elderly bodyguard to learn martial arts, practicing diligently by day and honing her calligraphy by night, all while finding time to earn a living for herself, leaving little room for leisure. In the courtyard, Feng Zi practiced her punches and performed acrobatics. The old bodyguard nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Xiao Zi, you possess remarkable talent, and your control over strength is exceptional. There is little more I can teach you. You should seek a more accomplished master. Continuing to learn from me would only hinder your progress. Finding a good master is no easy task." This old bodyguard was persuaded only after she visited him multiple times, fetching water and chopping firewood to earn his favor, all while providing him with fine food and drink daily. Feng Zi understood his intentions. Firstly, he truly had little left to impart, and secondly, he was reluctant to continue teaching, as bodyguards often travel extensively and cannot remain in one place for long. After bidding farewell to the old bodyguard, she ventured onto the bustling street, where she heard the sound of a gong announcing the distribution of medicinal herbs by Ji Shitang, promising to strengthen the body and ward off ailments. Eagerly, the crowd rushed to partake. Following the throng, she soon spotted a tent where the esteemed physician of Ji Shitang sat, attended by an apprentice dispensing herbal concoctions to those in line. Behind the physician stood two individuals from the Feng Shin Palace. Although she had never met them, she recognized their insignia. The Feng Shin Palace had finally taken action. Recently, there had been numerous reports of brawls, with even blood relatives being caught in the fray. The influence of demonic energy truly corrupts the mind. Constable Wang had long reported the matter of demonic energy to the provincial governor, yet for reasons unknown, no measures had been taken by the Feng Shin Palace. After observing for a while, Feng Zi decided to depart. Ling Yu entered the grand hall of the Feng Shin Palace in Lingzhou. "Young master, all the exorcism potions have been distributed, yet there is something quite peculiar." Ying Rongqi was in deep meditation, radiating waves of spiritual energy. At the sound of a voice, he opened his eyes, curious about the disturbance. What is so peculiar? He pondered. As thoughts crossed his mind, a smile formed on his lips. You need not concern yourself with that place. Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his fists in respect, acquiescing. Ing Rongqi returned to his meditative state. The sounds of firecrackers erupted, for it was New Year's Eve, marking the first celebration of the new year for Feng Zi in this world. The Shun family had prepared a lavish feast, and Feng Zi indulged heartily, her face beaming with joy. During the customary red envelope exchange, she received 4 envelopes. Though the monetary amount was modest, her delight was abundant. After the meal, she and Shin Xianglan dashed into the courtyard to set off fireworks. Every New Year's Eve, the streets were particularly vibrant, and my brother and I would venture out to partake in the festivities. Regrettably, this year, I would not be able to witness it. Shin Xianglan's face fell at the thought. Recently, the Luo family had imposed strict restrictions on her, forbidding her from wandering freely. Young people like you enjoy the merriment. Go out and have fun, Shin Damei encouraged. However, Luo did not share this sentiment. Upon noticing Luo's reluctant concession, Shin Xianglan seized Feng Zi's hand and hurried outside, with Shun Wenshu following closely behind. Meanwhile, a group of dark-clad demons stealthily infiltrated the city, arriving at Ping and Street. Master, recently the human cultivators have been relentlessly hunting our kin, causing significant casualties among our people. I find these humans intolerable. Let me eliminate them to relieve my anger. The dark-skirted demoness observed with a chilling gaze sweeping over the crowd. The leading figure, a strikingly handsome and devilishly charming man adorned with a jade crown, adopted a solemn expression. Do not forget our primary objective. Do not act rashly, lest we alarm the enemy. Our foremost priority is to locate the source of the spiritual energy. The black-clad sorceress concealed her indignation, lowering her gaze as she quietly followed the Dark Lord. Chapter 33. Luring the prince into the trap. Meanwhile, Feng Zi, Shin Xianglan, and Shun Wenshu had just concluded a juggling performance. Shun Xianglan, feeling a sudden craving, noticed a vendor selling 8 treasure porridge nearby and eagerly pulled her companions over to sit down, ordering 3 bowls of the delicacy. The vendor was a husband and wife duo. The husband was responsible for cooking the porridge, while the wife served it at the table, encouraging patrons to take their time and enjoy. With great enthusiasm, Shin Xianglan began to extol the virtues of this particular establishment's 8 treasure porridge, declaring it to be of genuine quality, generously portioned, and simmered to a thick, soft consistency that was utterly delectable. You must try it, she urged. Initially, Feng Zi regarded the porridge with indifference. However, upon taking a spoonful, her eyes lit up, and she began to drink eagerly without pause. Just then, a group of individuals clad in black appeared on the street. Each member, regardless of gender, possessed strikingly handsome features, with the leading man exuding an air of commanding authority and regal splendor. The porridge vendor and his wife exchanged glances, and the wife stepped forward to warmly attract customers. Delicious 8 treasure porridge, dear guests, do come and taste it. I assure you, after 1 bowl, you will crave a second. The handsome leader, compelled by his companions, was drawn to the stall, while one of his subordinates attempted to act towards the vendor's wife, but was halted by a raised hand from the striking man. Very well, my good sir, bring us 6 bowls of 8 treasure porridge. Dear guest, you are quite a large party, for just 6 bowls? The vendor inquired. Just serve the bowls as requested. Spare me your inquiries, the black-clad beauty behind the handsome man retorted impatiently. The vendor's wife smiled, and promptly went to serve the porridge. As the group settled down, Shin Xianglan curiously surveyed them, only to be unnerved by the piercing gaze of a woman in black. She murmured softly, "They are truly beautiful, yet quite intimidating." Pouting, Shin Xianglan expressed her desire to see the fireworks. Traditionally, on New Year's Eve, the city lord's residence would display a night of vibrant fireworks. a sight to behold. Xianglan, be obedient, Shen Wenshu said sternly. For reasons unknown, this group emanated a sense of peril, compelling him to curb his sister's whims. 8 treasure porridge is here. Please enjoy, announced the vendor's wife as she placed 6 bowls of porridge on the table. The handsome man in black lifted a spoon to his lips, poised to taste, when suddenly he halted, his gaze turning icy as he hurled the bowl to the ground.
Do not eat.
With a resounding crash, the bowl shattered, revealing the porridge transformed into grotesque, wriggling insects that squirmed stickily across the floor. Feng Zi, witnessing this, widened her eyes in horror, recalling that she had just consumed a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, her stomach churning in revolt. The other 5 men in black, upon witnessing the scene, angrily discarded their bowls as well. It's a trap. One among them was the heir of Lingzhou, whom Feng Zi had encountered twice, while another woman was one she had seen during the chaos wrought by the corpse demons accompanying Lingyu. Rongqi signaled with a flare, prompting the hidden cultivators to emerge, and soon both sides engaged in fierce combat. The air thickened with murderous intent as countless arrows rained down upon the demon lord's group, a relentless storm of projectiles advancing towards them. 5 personal guards of the demon protected their lord from the deluge, while the remaining demon attendants formed a protective circle around them. Rongqi chuckled, I have merely learned from you all. The demon lord gazed intently at him, his voice grave. Is it true that there is a spiritual energy nexus in Lingzhou City? Rongqi smirked. The so-called spiritual energy nexus is but a bait to ensnare you. Alas, the Demon King is wiser than you and has not fallen for this ruse. However, capturing the Demon Lord is still a worthy endeavor. Despicable. You treacherous and vile human beings, I shall eradicate you all. The dark-skirted demoness lunged forward, surging with overwhelming demonic energy toward Rongqi, only to be sent crashing to the ground and spitting blood by a single strike from him. The Demon Lord glanced at his fallen subordinate, the calm demeanor on his face dissipating, replaced by an icy fury. Suddenly, he soared into the air, his hands moving swiftly to form intricate seals. With immense power radiating from his palms, he gathered the rain of arrows from all directions into a single mass, then forcefully reflected the arrow cluster back toward the ambushed cultivators lurking on the rooftops.
Ah! Ah!
The air was filled with a chorus of anguished cries, as one after another, the cultivators tumbled from their perches. Rongqi and Lingyu exchanged grim expressions. The Demon Lord was indeed formidable. With the archers eliminated, the 2 factions engaged in direct combat, unleashing a myriad of spells. Aside from the unfortunate souls caught in the crossfire, the streets had long been deserted.
Feng Zi,
Shen Xianglan, and Shen Wenshu had scattered, observing the bloody melee unfold. With both sides blinded by rage, Feng Zi feigned unconsciousness, lying still on the ground, silently watching and waiting for the battle to conclude. Fortunately, she had just mastered the art of binding barriers. Whenever the battle threatened to encroach upon her, she would erect a small barrier to shield herself. The Demon Lord cast a piercing gaze upon the heir of Lingzhou, unambiguously probing the authenticity of the spiritual energy vein. What say you? Rongqi replied with a faint smile, if it is indeed genuine. Our demon clan is willing to share the spiritual energy vein with your Lingzhou city and forge a decade-long peace treaty. As he uttered these words, the Demon Lord scrutinized Rongqi's expression, yet discerned no hint of deception upon his countenance. Let us not forget that the spiritual energy vein was a fabricated rumor we deliberately disseminated, designed to ensnare the unsuspecting. Yet even if it were true, why should we share what is discovered upon human territory with your demon clan? Rongqi brandished his long sword toward the Demon Lord, his tone brimming with arrogance. If negotiations falter, then naturally, conflict shall ensue. The cultivators on this side were numerous, while the demon clan consisted solely of elites, making it difficult to determine a victor in this moment of chaos. Feng Zi felt a twitch of her eyelids. The palpable atmosphere of hostility and oppression enveloped her. Even with her eyes shut, she could sense it distinctly. Yet, she was increasingly concerned that the 8 treasure kanji she had consumed, which was transformed by insects, might adversely affect her health. However, reassessing the situation, she concluded that as an ordinary person, the heir of Lingzhou would not stoop so low as to serve her kanji made from insects. As the battle intensified, it became evident that lingering here was unwise. She quietly rose, using the tables and chairs as cover, and cautiously maneuvered along the ground. Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the entirety of Pingan Street. "Are you disregarding this old man while engaging in combat on Pingan Street?" An apparently ordinary elder descended from the heavens, swiftly regaining control of the tumultuous situation. The demon lord smiled upon seeing him. Esteemed National Master, I did not expect to encounter you here. There must be something distinct about this place. Perhaps the spirit vein is indeed real." The old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, responding nonchalantly, "I am no longer the National Master. This old man has been in seclusion here for over a decade, unaware of any spirit vein in this vicinity. Furthermore, I do not appreciate being disturbed. I urge you to leave promptly." Chapter 34. The city lord's son-in-law. This scheme targeting the demon and monster clans ultimately ended in failure. The heir of Lingzhou and the demon lord both showed the old man a measure of respect, and both sides retreated a step, thus concluding the matter of the day. The old man did not linger in that place for long, swiftly taking his leave, uncertain if it was merely a trick of her perception. Feng Zi felt as though the old man had cast a glance in her direction before departing. Once they exited Pingan Street, Lingyu expressed disappointment, saying, "After meticulously designing this for so long, it has still ended in failure. The demon lord is indeed formidable. He held back and only utilized half of his strength." However, there was no trace of disappointment on Ingronqi's face. Instead, he appeared somewhat relieved. "After tonight, everyone will know that the rumors of a spirit vein in Lingzhou City are false." Lingyu was taken aback, then incredulously asked, "My lord, was the matter of the spirit vein not a trap you devised?" Ingronqi smiled without answering, instead stating, "Does it matter whether it is true or false? As long as everyone believes it to be false and no longer harasses Lingzhou City, that is sufficient." Meanwhile, on the other side, the group from the demon clan spoke. "My lord, what is there to fear? He is merely an old fool. I could easily crush him myself," the dark-clad demoness declared with resentment. "Crush him?" The demon lord chuckled lightly. "Do you know who he is?" Upon encountering the black-skirt demoness' look of confusion, the demon lord chuckled and explained. "He is the former National Master, the mentor of the current National Master, Yun Zhongheng." The black-skirt demoness displayed a look of astonishment, recalling how her demon lord had addressed the elder as National Master upon their first meeting. The former National Master was a nightmare for all demons, possessing a cultivation level closest to that of a deity at the extraordinary 7th tier, and was regarded as the strongest individual in the world. 15 years ago, he unexpectedly transferred the title of National Master to his direct disciple, Yun Zhongheng, before vanishing without a trace. Rumors suggested he had died. Considering he was over 200 years old, is he not dead? How could he be here? Who can say? For rumors are often a tangled web of truth and fiction, difficult to discern. The demon lord spoke solemnly. "Much like the question of whether there is a spiritual energy vein in Lingzhou City, we remain in the dark." Another demon clad in black interjected, "Are you implying that the rumors regarding the spiritual energy vein of Lingzhou City are not baseless?" The demon lord gazed at the night sky. "Regardless of its existence, we must depart. Relay my orders to dispatch personnel to continue the search for the next spiritual energy vein, no matter the cost. Our demon clan has long been deprived of fresh blood." The black-skirt demoness scoffed. "The demon race is exceedingly naive, believing that transforming human beings into our kind will yield greater combat strength. unaware that such transformed kin cannot possibly exhibit loyalty. Unlike the demon race, which revels in converting humans into their own, the demon clan holds little enthusiasm for such transformations, as mutated demons occupy a lowly status within their ranks and are greatly undervalued. The streets were desolate as Feng Zi rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from her garments. Protected by a barrier, she sustained no significant injuries, merely feeling a slight discomfort in her stomach. She pondered whether that bowl of 8 treasure porridge had indeed been transformed by insects and whether there might be lingering repercussions. "Oh, little Z, it is such a relief that you are unharmed." Before Feng Zi could fully comprehend the situation, she was enveloped in a tight embrace by Shen Xianglon, who was tearful and distressed. "Little Z, I am so sorry." Shen Wenshu felt a twinge of guilt. The incident had occurred so suddenly that he had only thought to pull his sister forward, unaware that Feng Zi had been left behind. Feng Zi was untroubled, recognizing that in the face of danger, no one is obliged to look after others. It suffices to manage one's own safety. She inquired, "Where have you been? It is good that you are all well. I possess the ability to protect myself, and if you are present, I would have to safeguard you as well. After witnessing a fierce battle, I realized that my own skills are merely rudimentary." With a smile, Feng Zi conveyed her thoughts, her spirits entirely unaffected. She had come to a realization. Since the heir of Lingzhou had evidently been prepared, it indicated that he did not entirely disregard the lives of common folk. Thus, he would not serve porridge transformed by insects to them. Moreover, she had not experienced any physical issues thus far. Life in the Shen household was simple yet comforting, and Feng Zi had gradually grown accustomed to this existence. She had believed that such tranquility would endure, yet it was soon disrupted. After the new year, Lingzhou Academy reopened swiftly. Luo Shi expressed her concerns. "Eldest son, are the instructors and students at your academy well? Perhaps you should consider extending your leave." The academy held a sinister atmosphere, were it not for Lingzhou Academy being the finest institution in all of Lingzhou. Luo Shi would have preferred her son to stay away from it altogether. Shen Wenshu set down his chopsticks with a joyful expression and exclaimed, "Mother, the matter has been resolved. It turns out that Lu Fuji's wife is the legitimate daughter of the city lord, Princess Baozhu. The princess sent someone to capture the ghost haunting the academy, and Liang An's illness has also been cured." Luo Shi was taken aback, exclaiming, "My goodness, does that mean Lu Fuji is the son-in-law of the city lord?" Shen Wenshu nodded, saying, "Lu Fuji typically leads a modest life, remaining low-key and unassuming. Who would have thought he possesses such a significant background?" Not a soul in the academy, aside from the principal, was aware of this. With a smile, Shen Wenshu added, "Now, currying favor with Lu Fuji is no longer my concern, nor do I require it. I have my own path to tread. Dear son, do not be too proud. Having connections in court facilitates matters. Even a woman like me understands this truth," his mother admonished. Shen Wenshu, not wishing to endure further of his mother's lectures, bid farewell to his family and strode out with his book box in hand. That child. The conversation between mother and son had not escaped Feng Zi's ears, and she felt the pain of losing her 50 taels entirely. Transforming her sorrow into appetite, she began to eat voraciously. At noon, as was her custom, she went to Qingfeng Tower to deliver rouge. Upon arriving in the back alley, she witnessed 2 thugs violently dragging a girl, beating her mercilessly. The girl was in tattered clothing, her hair disheveled, her cheeks swollen, tears streaming down her face, and a cloth gag silencing her cries. Although she initially had no intention of intervening, their eyes met, and the girl's gaze brightened, her struggles intensifying as she whimpered in desperation. Feng Zi finally recognized the girl before her as the beautiful woman she had encountered on that fateful day at the dilapidated temple. At that time, the beautiful young lady was adorned with exquisite attire, clearly hailing from a wealthy family. However, upon comparison with her current state, She appeared even more destitute than during her days as a wandering commoner. Having shared a brief acquaintance, and once having earned a handful of coins from her, I still possess the very pouch she used, and I cannot bear to turn a blind eye to her plight. Stop! The enforcer glanced at the newcomer, his fierce demeanor softening slightly. Miss Zi, are you here once again to deliver rouge to the young ladies of the establishment? Why are you two attacking her? Chapter 35. The cake possesses spirit. Upon understanding the situation, she hurried upstairs to find Madame Hu. Madame Hu, I implore you, sell her to me at a bargain. She is my fellow townsfolk, and I cannot bear to see her in such a state. Besides, she is quite disobedient and causes you endless trouble. It would be better to sell her to me at a low price. Feng Zi clung to a middle-aged, beautiful matron, shaking her arm and employing every charming tactic imaginable. Unfortunately, Madame Hu's heart was as unyielding as iron. Stop shaking me. You're making my head spin. Madame Hu, overwhelmed by her persistence, shook off her hand. Feng Zi reattached herself, pleading, Madame Hu, after all this time, I finally meet a fellow townsman. It's a poignant reunion. Unable to withstand further, Madame Hu interrupted. All right. Have you agreed? Feng Zi exclaimed with delight. Madame Hu adjusted her clothing, wielding a round fan, her eyes regaining their shrewdness. 50 taels, no less. Feng Zi's eyes widened in shock. All her savings amounted to merely a few taels. Madame Hu, considering our friendship. Friendship is one thing. Yet this young lady possesses an alluring beauty. With proper guidance, she could indeed be a lucrative investment. I acquired her for a mere 30 taels, and it would be unjust for me to bear a loss. Madame Hu, with a knowing smile, regarded her and remarked that our camaraderie pales in comparison to the value of silver. Feng Zi was acutely aware that Madame Hu's affections were solely for wealth, not for individuals. In truth, her acquaintance with Madame Hu spanned only a few months. Their bond was hardly profound, and the only reason for her kindness was rooted in the fact that Feng Zi had once rescued Xiao Tao. Coughing slightly, she noted that Madame Hu harbored an interest in Manager Huang, extending her goodwill to Xiao Tao as an extension of that affection. This connection had granted her the opportunity to sell cosmetics at Qingfeng Tower, while others attempting to do so were swiftly dismissed. At this juncture, she realized that Madame Hu would not relent. It was a choice between relinquishing hope or seeking funds. Did she truly wish to exhaust herself for a mere acquaintance? She glanced at the battered young lady in the woodshed, meeting her beseeching gaze. Aside from laboring at the docks or wandering the streets as a peddler, she also set up a scallion pancake stall at the night market, where business flourished, particularly when she sold her pancakes at the dock during idle hours. Infusing a hint of her spiritual energy into the pancakes not only enhanced their flavor but also invigorated those who consumed them. This was her inaugural attempt at such an endeavor. Having just learned to manipulate her spiritual energy, she had unexpectedly revived a wilting flower, unlocking a new realm of possibilities. Xiao Zi's scallion pancakes were exceptionally delectable. I find myself indulging in 3 daily, never feeling it too much, as if all my weariness dissipated with each bite. Indeed, in the past, I would often succumb to slumber at noon, yet now I labor until dusk, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Is it truly that miraculous? It is merely a scallion pancake. Why not give it a try yourself? Very well, bring me one. Thus, this individual who wished to experiment became a new patron of the scallion pancake stall. Feng Zi could barely keep up with the daily demand. In the evening, she would sit on her bed counting her earnings. Despite her relentless toil, the goal of 50 taels still seemed a distant dream. For Madame Hu had only promised her a month's time to gather the funds. Lying on the bed, Xin Xianglan could no longer bear to watch. Xiao Zi, you are not related to that girl. Why must you exert yourself so? If I do not help, my conscience will not allow me to rest. Feng Zi fell back, rolling on the blanket. Oh heavens, why must I possess such a conscience? Would it not be better to be a heartless woman? Shen Xianglan chuckled softly. She rose and retrieved a small box from the nightstand, containing 15 taels, savings accumulated over many years, which she offered to Feng Zi.
Feng Zi embraced Shen Xianglan tickled.
Exclaiming with excitement, Sister Xianglan, you are truly wonderful. From the adjacent room, Luo Shi's voice echoed, at this late hour. Why are you two still awake?
Get some rest.
Feng Zi and Shen Xianglan exchanged a knowing smile. Sister Xianglan, I promise I will repay you the silver. Enough, I have no doubt about your sincerity, Shen Xianglan replied. Settling back down. Feng Zi tucked the silver away, and with her own savings, she was now nearing 40 taels. Recently, Feng Zi has not been carrying burdens as much, as selling scallion pancakes at the dock proves to be more lucrative. However, the endeavor demands considerable spiritual energy, restricting her to a limited daily production. Upon arriving at the dock with her load, she was soon surrounded by eager customers, each clamoring for her delicious pancakes, swiftly selling off a substantial portion. Ling Yu and Shu Qing approached the bustling scene, drawn by the commotion. What is happening over there? Ling Yu inquired of the steward, who was at a loss and glanced towards He Zhong for clarification. Shu Qing, skeptical, remarked, is it truly necessary to fight over scallion pancakes? He Zhong chuckled. Ordinary pancakes need not incite such frenzy, but hers are exceptionally delectable, invigorating those who partake. Upon catching sight of the pancake-selling maiden, Ling Yu's remarkable memory kicked in. He instantly recognized her. A mere ordinary person could engage in combat with a corpse spirit for an extended duration, and his curiosity had once led him to consider using his mind-reading abilities to learn more about her. However, she had fainted unexpectedly, and subsequent distractions had caused him to forget the incident. Ling Yu instructed He Zhong, please procure 2 scallion pancakes. Without hesitation, He Zhong dashed to Feng Zi's stall, managing to squeeze through the crowd. Xiao Zi, I would like 2 scallion pancakes, please. Feng Zi would typically refuse anyone cutting in line. Yet being familiar with He Zhong and having received his consideration, she promptly made 2 pancakes for him, of course, collecting payment in return. Ling Yu divided 1 pancake with Shu Qing, taking a bite for himself before quickly finishing it, his gaze shifting to the pancake in Shu Qing's hand. Shu Qing initially had no inclination to eat, but upon noticing Ling Yu's unwavering gaze upon her pancake, she hastily stuffed a piece into her mouth and subsequently widened her eyes in astonishment. This pancake. Shu Qing turned to Feng Zi, her surprise palpable. While an ordinary person might not perceive it, they were cultivators. This pancake contained spiritual energy, though minimal, it was sufficient to invigorate an ordinary person's vitality. Recently, with little to occupy her time, Ling Yu had taken it upon herself to address this matter. After a thorough investigation, it was determined that a newly transformed fish demon was responsible, likely still lurking at the dock. Within the span of an hour, Feng Zi's scallion pancakes were sold out. Discontent murmurs arose among the crowd. Little vendor, can't you prepare a few more? We've waited in line for so long and still haven't managed to purchase any. Feng Zi refrained from responding. She too wished to produce more, yet the supply of spiritual energy was insufficient. She shouldered her burden and departed. Unbeknownst to her, in a shadowy corner, a pair of eyes watched her retreating figure, captivated by the rich aura she exuded, truly enticing. Chapter 36. Confronting a pair of dead fish eyes, Feng Zi navigated the familiar path into a grain store. Shopkeeper, I wish to purchase some flour. The shopkeeper at the counter looked up, responding, certainly, the usual, 20 pounds of medium flour, correct?
Yes.
Very well, that will be 50 coins. But I shall charge you only 48.
Thank you, shopkeeper.
Do you require anything else? Not for now. In the afternoon, she ventured out, traversing the streets as a peddler. Despite her efforts, her earnings for the day were meager. Among all her endeavors, the income from peddling was the least lucrative. It was solely the supplementary revenue from Qingfeng Tower that prevented her financial situation from appearing too dismal. After today, she has no intention of selling anymore. Although the texture of the scallion pancakes is inferior, without the infusion of spiritual energy, a lower price still attracts buyers, and the income surpasses that of a traveling vendor. She hurried to the entrance of the clinic, straining to push her way inside. A well-dressed middle-aged man was pointing accusingly at Dr. Shi. Dr. Shi, we are from the magistrate's office. Do not mistake our courtesy for weakness. We are doing you a favor by inviting you to come with us. Be sensible and comply at once. Dr. Shi replied unhurriedly, and if I refuse to be sensible, what will you do? The man's expression darkened menacingly as he seized Dr. Shi's collar. I will have your clinic smashed to pieces. At that moment, Feng Zi burst in, forcefully shoving the middle-aged man aside. In broad daylight, the magistrate's office certainly carries a significant presence. Should you dare to cause destruction, I will report you to the authorities. Report us? The middle-aged man laughed triumphantly. Do go ahead and report. Let's see if the officials dare to interfere in matters concerning our office. Feng Zi pressed her lips together tightly. I refuse to believe that there is no law in this world. Dr. Shi noticed Feng Zi's sudden arrival to defend him, a look of surprise crossing his normally indifferent features, which now held a hint of amusement. The law does not apply to lowly commoners like you, the middle-aged man sneered, his patience wearing thin. Bring him here. The magistrate has commanded that he be taken to the estate to treat the young master. As the guards brought by the middle-aged man prepared to act, Feng Zi stepped forward to block their path. Underestimating her, they were taken aback when she swiftly defeated them with remarkable skill. Feng Zi, with her hands firmly placed on her hips, exclaimed indignantly, as long as I am here, none of you shall harm Dr. Shi. The middle-aged man, his expression grim, retorted, very well, daring to oppose the magistrate's office, we shall not let you off easily. After delivering his menacing words, he departed with his subordinates. Dr. Shi, are you all right? Feng Zi inquired with concern, deftly untying the ropes that bound him. I am fine, Dr. Shi replied with a smile. Feng Zi, patting her chest in a display of loyalty, declared, if they come again, just call for me, and I shall drive them away.
All right.
Once Feng Zi had left, Dr. Shi closed the door of the clinic ahead of time, and Mrs. She emerged from the back room. Young Miss Zi is truly a warm-hearted girl. Indeed, she is quite remarkable. Mrs. She was taken aback, for it was the first time she had heard her husband praise anyone, especially a young woman. My dear, I cannot stay by your side forever. You may take another concubine to accompany you. Young Miss Zi would be an excellent choice. She is so pitiable and alone. I would not mind her presence. With a resounding thud, Dr. Shi slammed his palm onto the table, causing it to collapse, his usually serene face contorted with intensity. I do not wish to hear such words again. I will cure you. We shall remain together for a long time. Tears brimmed in Mrs. Shi's eyes as she replied, My dear, do not deceive yourself. My illness is beyond cure. She tore away the scarf from her neck, revealing her long, fair neck covered in repulsive serpentine scales. With glistening tears, Mrs. Shi lamented, they have spread to my neck. Soon, my face will be marred by these scales as well. It is well known that the demon and monster clans possess the means to transform humans into their kin. However, it is less understood that many have failed in this endeavor, gradually devolving into mindless beasts, ultimately meeting a swift demise. She is one such unfortunate aberration. In her moment of grave illness, her husband, through immense struggle, discovered a method of transformation, hoping to convert her into one of their kind to prolong her existence. Yet it ended in failure. From that day forth, she was condemned to live in a state of neither human nor demon, unable to control the demonic essence within her, which led to relentless pursuit by various cultivators until they found refuge on Peace Street, where they finally enjoyed a semblance of stability. She remained unaware of how much longer she could accompany her husband. On a moonlit night at the docks, a young woman named Feng Zi remarked, "Why are the scallion pancakes this evening not as delectable as those in the morning? Have you skimped on the ingredients?" "I sell them at a lower price than in the morning," came the reply. "For the morning, scallion pancakes are crafted using a special recipe, hence their superior flavor." "Why not use it in the evening?" "The special recipe is laborious to prepare," Feng Zi replied with a hint of pragmatism. "I must conserve it for the morning." As she walked, her ears perked up at the faint sound of footsteps behind her, prompting her to quicken her pace, only to hear the footsteps hastening in response.
Suddenly,
A figure as swift as lightning lunged from behind, attacking Feng Zi. Upon glimpsing the shadow on the wall, she dropped her burden and swiftly erected a barrier, sending the assailant sprawling. With a sigh of relief, she realized her barrier was indeed robust. Turning to face her attacker, illuminated by the moonlight, she discerned the creature's form, a monster with a human body and a fish head. Good heavens, this world is truly filled with the extraordinary. As the fish-headed monster lunged once more, Feng Zi felt a surge of panic. Closing her eyes, she hastily formed a seal with her hands, summoning her sword in a frantic attempt. And then, silence ensued. After a prolonged moment without any sound, she opened her eyes, only to find herself staring into the lifeless, bulging eyes of the deceased fish creature. The monster lay sprawled on the ground, a gaping wound pierced through its body by her sword. Good heavens! Feng Zi dared not linger, mustering her courage to flee. Not long after her departure, Ling Yu and his companions arrived. Shu Qing scanned their surroundings with a watchful eye. Their comrades had lingered at the dock for an extended period, with no sign of the fish demon. Following the lingering scent of fish, they had traced their way here. Before they could inspect their surroundings further, they stumbled upon the lifeless fish on the ground. As practitioners of the Xian arts, they recognized at a glance that this was the corpse of the fish demon. The atmosphere grew somber. "Your words are far from humorous. They only evoke a sense of disgust," Shu Qing remarked sternly, though curiosity flickered within her. "Who could have done this?" Ling Yu silently stowed the fish demon's body into his Qingquan bag. In a world teeming with extraordinary talents, not every practitioner of the Xian arts had aligned themselves with the divine palace. It was entirely plausible that a fellow practitioner, dismayed by the fish demon's cruelty, had taken it upon themselves to enact justice. The nature of the wound suggested it was dealt by a sword cultivator, which would undoubtedly pique the interest of the young master. Meanwhile, Feng Zi, having slain a fish demon, felt her heart racing with exhilaration, yet also a tinge of gratitude. Her sword had proven remarkably reliable at the most critical moment. The demon had evidently targeted her, displaying a formidable level of skill. Had her strike not been precise, she surely would have perished. Now, with her dwindling spiritual energy, exhaustion washed over her. As I approached the threshold of my home, I beheld a man clad in resplendent robes standing outside. At that moment, Shen Xianglan emerged with a vacant expression. "Xianglan, it has been far too long." Chapter 37, Resurgence from Death. The man in splendid attire stood at the entrance, gazing affectionately at Shen Xianglan, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. "Xianglan, it has been far too long." Despite the gentleness of his tone, Feng Zi was overcome with goosebumps, immediately recognizing him as young Master Tao. After such a lengthy absence, she had assumed he had abandoned Shen Xianglan, yet here he was. Shen Xianglan resembled a marionette, her body stiff as she approached the man, her eyes vacant. "Sister Xianglan," Feng Zi exclaimed, abandoning her burden. Shen Xianglan exhibited no reaction, continuing her approach toward young Master Tao. Upon noticing Feng Zi rushing toward him, young Master Tao's previously tender expression darkened, muttering, "You again, here to thwart my intentions." Without hesitation, Feng Zi lifted Shen Xianglan and hurled her inside, slamming the door shut. "You foul creature, leave this place at once, or I shall make you regret it. I have just vanquished a fish demon." Young Master Tao scrutinized Feng Zi for several moments, disdain evident in his tone. You believe mere words can intimidate me? While you do not align with my aesthetic preferences, I suppose you could serve as a diversion. Such words were deeply hurtful and laden with insult, prompting Feng Zi to storm toward young Master Tao, engaging him in combat. Having learned a few martial arts techniques from the old bodyguard, combined with her raw strength, she found herself evenly matched against young Master Tao, who unleashed his demonic power in response. Feng Zi had just begun to master the use of her spiritual energy, and her proficiency was still lacking. Today, while selling scallion pancakes, she had nearly exhausted her energy, and later, in her confrontation with the fish demon, her spiritual energy was completely drained.
Now,
She was left to rely solely on her brute strength to contend with young Master Tao. As he unleashed his demonic power, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage, sent flying by a powerful strike that left her bruised and bleeding. Just as she saw young Master Tao leap into the air, poised to deliver a devastating blow imbued with formidable strength, she realized that if it struck her, her life would surely be forfeit. In a moment of desperation, she attempted to summon her sword. Yet, this time, the sword failed to respond. How could this be? With her life hanging by a thread, the sword remained inert, which was utterly disappointing. Was she truly destined to perish? In despair, Feng Zi reflected on her brief and tragic life. She had never committed any wrongdoing, and instead, had foolishly devoted herself to good deeds. Why was it always her who suffered misfortune? Moreover, she was on the verge of saving enough silver to redeem a person from Qingfeng Tower, but now that was no longer an option. She wished the young woman good fortune. Finally, she cursed the wretched system that had led to this calamity. Had it not misidentified her, she would still be living a peaceful life in the civilized world, free from such torment. In that moment, when death seemed imminent, Feng Zi's mind raced with thoughts. Yet the anticipated pain never came. A familiar figure slowly collapsed before her. To everyone's astonishment, in that critical moment, the awakened Shen Xianglan rushed forth, shielding Feng Zi from the lethal blow. Sister Xianglan, Feng Zi cried out as she reached to embrace her. Young Master Tao, taken aback by Shen Xianglan's unexpected intervention, could not retract his hand in time. That strike contained 90% of his power, a force that most practitioners would struggle to withstand, and for an ordinary person, it would be fatal. He gazed at Shen Xianglan in stunned silence for a long while, closing her eyes, for reasons unknown. She surprisingly refrained from delivering the final blow and instead turned to leave. No one noticed when she departed. Sister Xianglan, why are you so foolish?
Feng Zi exclaimed.
Observing the continuous flow of blood from Shen Xianglan's mouth, her heart racing with panic. Shen Xianglan, on the brink of death, murmured, "Yes, I'm sorry. It was I who nearly brought you harm." The members of the Shen family rushed out upon hearing the commotion, joined by their neighbors, Mr. Huang and Mr. Hong. "Xianglan, what has happened?" Luo Shi suddenly dashed forward, tightly embracing her daughter. Feng Zi felt a sharp pain in her head, realizing that Xianglan had shielded her from the blow of the peach blossom demon. Just as she finished her thought, Shen Xianglan's hand fell to the ground, her eyes closing, her breath extinguished.
Xianglan,
Sister. Mr. Huang and Mr. Hong silently beheld the scene unfold. Luo Shi suddenly shoved Feng Zi forcefully, knocking her to the ground, leaving Mrs. Shen and others in shock. "What are you doing?" they exclaimed. Luo Shi pointed an accusatory finger at Feng Zi, scolding. "It is all because of her that Xianglan is in this state. She has brought about Xianglan's demise. She is nothing but a jinx. Ever since she came to our home, misfortune has struck. First, it was De Lang's near-fatal incident, and now Xianglan. Leave. My family does not welcome you. Go away." Mrs. Shen moved her lips but refrained from speaking, silently weeping as she held her granddaughter. Shen Wenshu tried to console his distraught mother, saying, Mother, this was an accident. If we must assign blame, the peach blossom demon was attracted by my sister. I do not wish to hear it. It is she who has harmed my daughter. At this moment, Luo Shi was unable to absorb anything. Her sole desire was to find an outlet for her pent-up emotions. Dr. Shi arrived, prompting everyone to make way. Having just witnessed Shen Xianglan lying on the ground, drenched in blood, kind-hearted neighbors hastened to seek the doctor. Lady Shen lamented, "It is too late. Xianglan has already passed away. I apologize for troubling Dr. Shi with an unnecessary visit." Suddenly, Feng Zi exclaimed in agitation, "Sister Xianglan is not dead. She is merely unconscious." The crowd turned their attention to the figure cradled in Lady Shen's arms. Although her breath was faint, there was a discernible rise and fall in her chest, and her eyelids fluttered. Dr. Shi approached, crouched down, and swiftly applied pressure to several acupoints on Shen Xianglan's body. Then, he extracted 3 needles and inserted them into her forehead, momentarily preserving her life. The Shen family was overwhelmed with joy, expressing their gratitude to Dr. Shi profusely. Lady Shen, however, wore a worried expression, fretting over the late hour and the whereabouts of her daughter. Where could a young lady go at this time? Surely. The eldest daughter-in-law's earlier words were spoken in anger and not to be taken seriously. "Wen Shu, you must go and search for her." For the time being, the Shen family's concerns shifted away from Feng Zi, as Shen Xianglan's life had been saved, though her condition remained precarious. Feng Zi, carrying a burden on her shoulders, walked alone along the street. Having lived in the western city for several months, she had grown somewhat familiar with her surroundings and swiftly located an inexpensive and tidy inn. Requesting a room, she unconsciously brushed her fingers against the corner of her eye. At the moment of Shen Xianglan's death, she had felt a profound sadness, and a single tear had escaped her eye. It is noteworthy that she had never cried throughout her life. This solitary tear fell upon Shen Xianglan, and miraculously, her breath returned, and her pulse resumed its rhythm. She was convinced that Shen Xianglan's resurrection was a result of her tear. Unbeknownst to her, her tears held immense value, which explained why she had never wept throughout her life. She attempted to cry once more, yet no tears would come forth. Chapter 38. Wrongfully imprisoned in the divine hall of Lingzhou City, an elderly man, dressed in tattered garments, entered while yawning and inquired, "What do you summon me for at this late hour?" Ying Rongqi, Ling Yu, and Shu Qing stood within the hall. "We have a task at hand. A newly transformed fish demon awaits your inspection." Ling Yu pointed to the ground. The old man looked down to find a 2-meter-long fish demon's corpse, and his eyes instantly sparkled with vitality, dispelling his fatigue. Judging by the wounds, it was slain with a single stroke. The assailant must possess extraordinary prowess. Even after this time, the residual sword energy and killing intent lingers strongly at the site. Remarkable. Though this fish had only recently attained its demonic form, it bore traces of the bloodline of a dragon, granting it a significantly sturdier constitution than ordinary demons. Its skin was exceptionally tough, impervious to most blades. If you require it, I could craft you a set of protective attire from its hide for merely 5 spirit stones. 5 spirit stones! Ling Yu exclaimed, leaping up in shock. Master Jin, why not resort to theft? I only receive 10 spirit stones per month. Master Jin rolled his eyes. If you find it too expensive, you need not purchase it. I will not compel you. Ying Rongqi chuckled. I shall cover the 5 spirit stones. Please make Ling Yu a set of protective clothing. Ling Yu, filled with gratitude, declared, Your Highness, I shall serve you with utmost dedication, laying down my life if necessary. Ying Rongqi paid little heed to his subordinate's expressions of loyalty. Instead, he inquired, You mentioned that the scallion pancakes you had at the dock contained spiritual energy? As the conversation turned to serious matters, Ling Yu's demeanor became grave. Indeed, Shu Qing also partook of them, he affirmed. Shu Qing interjected with excitement. The effects of that pancake surpass even that of the spiritual pool water. I believe we ought to investigate the ingredients and water source used by the vendor. We may uncover the location of a spiritual energy vein. Typically, spiritual energy cannot linger on inanimate objects for extended periods unless near a spiritual energy vein, where prolonged exposure allows such objects to harbor spiritual energy. For instance, spiritual mines capable of yielding spiritual stones and the waters of spiritual pools. Remnants of abandoned spiritual energy veins are becoming increasingly scarce in our world as the spiritual energy itself wanes. Ingrongchi was equally pleased, instructing, "Tomorrow, you should first seek out the vendor of the scallion pancakes and inquire further." After a night's rest, Feng Zi's spiritual power had fully replenished. She felt an abundant flow of energy within her, while she was uncertain about others. Her experience of exhausting her spiritual energy one day only to be restored to her former self the next was decidedly unusual. Yet, with no master to consult, she pressed on. The ingredients for the scallion pancakes were still with the Shin family, compelling her to return to the shop to purchase more for the morning. "Little Miss C, haven't you just bought a bag of flour? Have you used it all already? Your business seems to be thriving," remarked the grain shopkeeper. Feng Zi merely smiled in response and proceeded to the market to procure some scallions, oil, and salt, borrowing the kitchen from the inn to knead the dough. Infusing it with her spiritual energy. Recalling the previous night when her spiritual energy had been entirely depleted, she realized that the essence she had infused had diminished further. Early in the morning at the dock, her business continued to thrive as usual. A group of officials approached, and at the forefront stood Captain Wang. Spotting a familiar face, Feng Zi greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Captain Wang. Good morning, Officer Wang. Would you like to have a scallion pancake?" Captain Wang, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Someone has accused you, claiming that an elderly person consumed your scallion pancake and subsequently bled to death. There are suspicions regarding the integrity of your pancakes. How could that be possible?"
Feng Zi exclaimed in disbelief.
The customers gathered around her stall, upon hearing this, recoiled in fear, while those who had already tasted her pancakes hastily discarded them. Officer Wang furrowed his brow. Could there be a mistake? I often enjoy Miss Xiaoji's scallion pancakes, and I've never encountered any issues. Let me go. I am innocent, Feng Zi shouted, gripping the iron bars of her confinement. After calling out for what felt like an eternity without response, a woman sharing her cell, unable to bear the noise, interjected, "Stop shouting. Once you enter this place, no one cares about your innocence. If you have money, you can leave. If not, you must remain here quietly." Feng Zi held her head in distress as a headache began to throb anew. Yet this pain brought a sense of clarity. She knew her scallion pancakes were beyond reproach. In fact, they were beneficial to health. Even if she doubled the price, numerous customers would still eagerly purchase them. Someone must be scheming against her. But who could it be? Could it be those vendors at the dock selling food? No, those stall owners were merely ordinary folks, toiling day in and day out to make ends meet. They lacked the means to orchestrate such a costly betrayal against her. She had not been in this world for long and had not offended many people, among whom the most formidable and the one she had recently crossed was only the master of the bureau. At noon, when the jailer brought meals to the inmates, Constable Wang took her portion to deliver and discreetly informed her that his uncle mentioned someone was targeting her. The steward of the master of the bureau had visited his lord to discuss matters the previous day. There was no need for further elaboration. She understood implicitly. "Thank you, Constable Wang. You need not concern yourself with this matter," she replied. At this moment, his act of conveying such information was fraught with risk. A mere officer of the court could not be compared to the master of the bureau. If discovered, he could very well lose his position. "I am sorry," Constable Wang murmured before hastily departing. His apology was for his own helplessness, while Feng Zi had aided him in locating his sister's remains and facilitating her release from suffering. He was unable to assist Feng Zi in seeking justice. He could not afford to act recklessly, for he had a mother to consider, and he could not implicate his uncle. Feng Zi's meal was quite appetizing, featuring fried fish fillets and braised pork, clearly not prepared by the prison. Remembering the fish demon she had slain the previous night, she found herself unable to eat the fried fish, opting instead for the rice and braised pork. Even in the confines of her cell, she remained discerning about her food. From the same cell, a woman murmured softly, lamenting that her own meal was far inferior to Feng Zi's, consisting of coarse, dark rice with merely a few vegetable scraps atop.
Hey,
"If you're not going to eat that, may I have it?" the woman inquired, her throat swallowing hard at the sight of Feng Zi setting down her utensils. Feng Zi cast a glance at her. The woman appeared disheveled and unkempt, and judging by her voice, she was likely young. "Take it, you may have it," Feng Zi offered as she extended the bowl containing the fried fish fillets towards her. The woman snatched the food, disregarding the chopsticks, and stuffed it into her mouth with her hands, savoring the delightful flavors after a long absence from such indulgence. Feng Zi averted her gaze, quietly seated upon the pile of grass. In this world, she found herself utterly alone, left with no choice but to seek her own salvation, her only means of escape being a prison break. However, this path would condemn her to a life of evasion, perpetually shunned from the light of day. And perhaps one fateful year, she might be captured by someone more formidable and taken to the authorities for a bounty. She yearned to live with integrity. She had never harmed anyone, so why should she be unjustly drenched in the filth of others' accusations? If she fled, it would only solidify the charges against her. Yet, if she remained, what if the officials chose to keep her imprisoned indefinitely without ever interrogating her? Chapter 39. Dismissal and escape. The morning sun radiated warmth and gentleness. Ling Yu and Xu Qing arrived at the dock, but found no sign of Feng Zi's scallion pancake stall. Ling Yu inquired with the foreman about the young lady who usually sold the pancakes here. The foreman, worried about Feng Zi, recounted the situation. "Miss Zi has been selling pancakes here for quite some time, and I frequently enjoy her fare. I've never seen anyone come to harm. Yet it is peculiar that her family should face such misfortune. Sir, can you assist her?" The foreman, aware of Ling Yu's extraordinary status, hoped for his intervention, as he felt powerless in the face of the situation. After the foreman departed, Ling Yu and Xu Qing stood at the dock, braving the chill of the wind. Xu Qing furrowed her brows and remarked, "What unfortunate timing! Just as we were about to seek her out, she was taken away by the authorities. We have all savored her scallion pancakes, and they are undoubtedly delectable, even beneficial to one's health." In the prison cell, Feng Zi felt a sense of ennui and struck up a conversation with a woman sharing her confinement. "What brought you here?" Perhaps due to Feng Zi's earlier act of kindness in sharing fried fish, the woman's demeanor had noticeably softened. "I killed my husband." Noticing Feng Zi's lack of surprise, the woman found it peculiar. "Aren't you astonished? Don't you think my crime is heinous? Murdering one's own spouse is a capital offense deserving of the most brutal punishment." Only then did Feng Zi exhibit a hint of astonishment. As someone who had traversed through time, the act of killing a husband seemed rather trivial. There were instances of individuals plotting against their own kin for the sake of a mistress, which had long ceased to astonish her. However, she had not anticipated that in this world, the crime of murdering a husband carried such grave implications. "Why did you kill him?" she inquired. "He sold my child and intended to sell me as well. I took matters into my own hands first. I do not regret killing him. I only lament that I did not act sooner. I have no knowledge of where my child was sold, or whether they still live in this world." The woman covered her face and began to weep softly. Once the woman regained her composure, Feng Zi continued their conversation, gleaning much information. There had originally been 4 individuals in this cell. The other 3 had languished here for many years, unable to withstand the torment. Not long ago, one had succumbed to illness, while 2 others had taken their own lives. Like Feng Zi, these 3 had been wrongfully accused. But lacking the means to bribe their way out, they ultimately met with a tragic fate. A rogue has taken a life, and his family has paid a sum of silver, resulting in his release without consequence. The family of the deceased, however, has been accused of falsehood and subjected to 50 lashes, spending 7 days in prison. Upon their release, they find themselves relentlessly harassed by the very rogue who is set free, leaving them no choice but to relocate. The more one hears, the more chilling it becomes. Feng Zi listened in stunned silence, realizing that this governor was clearly not a man of integrity. She contemplated her escape. Notions of innocence are meaningless without a just official to validate them, and this governor was evidently not that man. Remaining would be sheer folly. I intend to flee tonight. Would you care to join me? She yearned for survival, for the chance to find her son. She added, "You dig, and I shall keep watch." Dig what? Feng Zi inquired, perplexed. The woman, brimming with excitement, replied, "A tunnel? How else shall we escape? There are many guards outside, each one formidable." "No need," Feng Zi asserted, as she forcefully grasped the iron bars, which soon twisted and contorted to reveal an opening large enough for a person to pass through. The woman stared in astonishment. "You possess remarkable strength. However, you need not bend this. It's far better to pry open that window. It connects to the outside, allowing for a direct escape." Feng Zi blinked, following the woman's pointing finger and finally noticing a vent at the top of the cell, also barred with iron. That night, a constable hurried into the rear courtyard and approached a door, knocking as he announced, "My lord, the heir has arrived." Wang, the governor, was enjoying a deep slumber in his concubine's chamber when he heard his subordinate's report. Startled, he sat up, momentarily believing he had misheard. "Who did you say has come?" "The heir has arrived." Wang Zhoumu hurriedly arrived at the front hall, where he beheld a tall man with his back turned, hands clasped behind him, adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Your Highness, I apologize for not welcoming you properly," he said as Ing Rongqi turned around. In the presence of his trusted subordinate, he appeared affable. However, before the avaricious Wang Zhoumu, his demeanor shifted. With a graceful flourish of his robe, he took a seat at the head of the table and spoke directly. "I have heard that you captured a young lady." Ling Yu and Xu Qing stood on either side of him. "Which young lady?" Wang Zhoumu instinctively inquired. "It seems you have apprehended quite a few," Ing Rongqi replied, his expression impassive, eschewing any pretense. "This morning, you sent someone to the docks to seize a girl selling scallion pancakes." Wang Zhoumu felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Might I inquire about the relationship between this young lady and your Highness?" Ing Rongqi gazed at him, radiating an imposing authority. "That is not for you to know. The case remains unresolved. I have not harmed the girl, merely detained her temporarily. Yet, if the investigation is incomplete, why was she apprehended?" "Your Highness, I." Under the scrutiny of the Prince of Lingzhou, Wang Zhoumu's stammering grew more pronounced as perspiration dripped from his forehead. Ing Rongqi, having exhausted his patience, interjected, "If you cannot articulate it, allow me to elucidate. It is because you accepted money from the Ministry of Revenue to settle scores with those who have offended him, is it not?" Wang Zhoumu trembled involuntarily. "Wang Zhoumu," Ing Rongqi's voice turned frigid, "your official career has come to an end." With that, he commanded the guards accompanying him to take Wang Zhoumu away. Ling Yu said, "Young master, is it truly wise to dismiss the position of Wang Zhoumu? It may not be easy to explain to Prime Minister Wang." Ing Rongqi scoffed, "I am of royal blood, a direct descendant of the first emperor, and the young master of Lingzhou. Why should I account for my actions to a mere subject? Wang Guodong is but a hound at the side of Empress Wang. What power does he possess over me?" His trepidation towards the current emperor does not imply he will allow others to act with impunity. Pests like Wang Zhoumu only serve to corrode the governance of Lingzhou. It is better to eradicate such filth at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, a constable rushed in, his expression one of alarm. "Sir, there has been a prison break." Who has escaped? Ing Rongqi inquired immediately. The young lady we just apprehended, along with the widow who shared her cell, accused of murdering her husband. Ling Yu's eyes widened. Is the young lady named Feng Zi? Indeed it is. Chapter 40. The wealthy heiress and the poor scholar in a shadowy alley. Two figures darted swiftly, twisting and turning through the narrow passage until they finally came to a halt. Feng Zi produced 10 taels of silver from her pocket and handed them to the woman. She had a habit of keeping her silver on her person, which allowed her to leave without delay that night. The items she left behind at the Shun residence were of little value. Fortunately, it was Captain Wang who apprehended her, and he did not search her for valuables, believing her to have been thoroughly stripped of her possessions. The jailer, seeing her tattered clothing, deemed her unworthy of further inspection. The woman's lips curled slightly. Her gratitude distilled into a single word: thank you. She knelt and bowed her head to Feng Zi in reverence. Feng Zi was startled, stammering, What are you doing? Hurry. Get up. After a moment's contemplation, she turned and walked towards the Qingfeng Tower. Sir, do come again. Sir, come in for a drink. Sir, stay and listen to a tune. A group of alluring women stood at the entrance of Qingfeng Tower, the least esteemed among them welcoming guests. Those of slightly higher status were inside attending to patrons, while the renowned beauties, such as Kai Dai and Fen Dai, were adored by their clients. Having visited several times, Feng Zi was somewhat familiar with the establishment. She found an unoccupied corner and glanced up at the second floor, aware that it was Kai Dai's room. With a light step, she leaped up, grasping the windowsill, performing a full rotation before gracefully entering the room. Chana was stewing bird's nest when she saw the figure climbing through the window, nearly letting out a scream. Before she could utter a sound, Feng Zi hurriedly interjected, Chunner, it's me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chanu's excitement subsided, and she furrowed her brow, asking, Xiao Zi, why did you come in through the window? With a serious expression, Feng Zi replied, Chunner, please pretend you didn't see me. I don't want to drag you into this. She smiled softly, crouching down to nudge the girl. Wake up. The girl opened her beautiful eyes, and through the moonlight, she recognized Feng Zi's face, murmuring, Heroine, am I dreaming? This is no dream. Hurry, come with me. Feng Zi whispered rapidly, Can you walk on your own? Hearing this, the girl stood up with a jolt, her eyes sparkling, and declared, I can. At this moment, the Qingfeng building was bustling with activity. The grand hall was filled with melodious songs and dances, leaving the courtyard unnoticed. She led the young woman to the back door, delivering a swift blow to the gatekeeper, rendering him unconscious. She then opened the door and hurriedly pulled the girl outside. As the second bell tolled, signaling closing time, the hall was left empty. Suddenly, she noticed 30 taels of silver lying on the bed. Just as she pondered the origin of this money, a knock echoed at the door. Upon answering, she found a servant from the courtyard, who hastily informed her, Madam Hu. The girl locked in the woodshed has escaped. Madam Hu's expression darkened. The sight of the 30 taels on the bed left little room for doubt. It was undoubtedly the doing of Feng Zi. She resolved to confront Feng Zi the following day. Meanwhile, Feng Zi had taken the girl to a dilapidated temple in the northern city. She built a small fire, and they sat together in its warm glow. How did you end up sold to Qingfeng building? Feng Zi asked, feeling a twinge of guilt. It had taken her considerable mental struggle to decide to save the girl, especially considering the sum of 50 taels. Where is your home? The girl replied, My home is in Huaixian Yong'an town. Noticing Feng Zi's confusion regarding the name, the girl elaborated, explaining that it was a town under the jurisdiction of Lingzhou, several hundred miles from the city itself. Feng Zi, uninterested, simply responded with a casual "oh." As night fell and with nothing pressing to occupy their minds, the girl, now in a lighter mood after her escape, continued, When I left, I traveled by horse-drawn carriage. But midway I was robbed. I managed to escape after much hardship, only to encounter a black shop where most of my remaining silver was taken. I seized the opportunity to flee, but then fell victim to a swindler who tricked me out of the little money I had left. After several days of wandering, I finally arrived in Lingzhou City. Feng Zi was left speechless for a moment, finally managing to utter, "Your experiences are indeed quite tumultuous. Yet your fortune is remarkable, as you have managed to escape each time." The young lady, filled with empathy, replied, "Indeed, while home may be a safe haven, it is only upon venturing outside that one truly comprehends the treachery of human nature. Had I not encountered a valiant heroine this time, my life would have surely come to a tragic end." Suddenly, Feng Zi recalled something and inquired, "By the way, your home is quite distant. What brings you to Lingzhou City?" The young woman's tone grew somber as she recounted, "I came in search of my sister. She once aided a destitute scholar in his studies, and as time passed, they fell in love. My sister was resolute in her desire to marry him, but my family, being quite affluent in Yong'an town, did not approve. Consequently, she eloped with the scholar." Upon hearing this, Feng Zi felt a sense of familiarity wash over her, reminiscent of a tale from a storybook about the romance between a wealthy heiress and a poor scholar. She perked up, sitting upright to listen intently. "My father was exceedingly furious and severed ties with my sister. Soon after, she married the scholar, and fortunately my brother-in-law proved to be ambitious. He attained the degree of Shiozai 4 years ago and came to Lingzhou Academy to pursue his studies." "And then?" Feng Zi eagerly pressed on. "Did your brother-in-law not achieve the esteemed title of Jinsher? Time ebbs and flows. Do not underestimate the youth in their struggles. Perhaps your father now regrets his initial decisions, but finds himself too proud to reconcile, and sends you to seek out your sister and brother-in-law." The young lady shook her head in dismay. "I visited the address my sister mentioned in her letter, but the neighbors informed me that they moved 3 years ago. When I inquired about their new whereabouts, they were unaware, stating that they left without so much as a farewell. I even visited Lingzhou Academy, only to learn that there is no record of my brother-in-law as a student there." Chapter 41. A Reward of 100 Taels. Feng Zi listened quietly, as the pink bubble before her burst with a soft pop. This matter seemed undeniably bizarre. She speculated whether her brother-in-law had, upon arriving in Lingzhou City, allied himself with a more formidable young lady, thereby plotting against her sister, or perhaps even selling her. In this world, a wife is regarded as her husband's private property, subject to arbitrary transactions. Yet, those of some standing would not sell their wives. They would only trade concubines. However, ordinary folk are less discerning, particularly those addicted to gambling. She had encountered 2 such individuals. One was the husband of a woman from the Li family, and the other, the spouse of a fellow inmate. Yet, she sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. The couple seemed to have vanished from existence, leaving no trace behind. It was also plausible that they had fallen victim to bullies, both meeting a tragic end, leading to the obliteration of evidence and the erasure of all signs of their existence. The governor of Lingzhou City was not a benevolent figure. He would spare no expense in his pursuits. Judging by the young lady's beauty, it was evident that her sister must have also been a striking woman. Deciding to put her thoughts aside, Feng Zi yawned, feeling the weariness of a long night's journey settle upon her. After speaking for quite some time, the young lady suddenly realized she did not know the name of the heroine before her. "Heroine, I am Chen Yanran. What is your name?" Feng Zi rubbed her eyes and replied, "I am Feng Zi. You may call me Xiao Zi. Please refrain from calling me heroine. It makes me feel quite embarrassed." Chen Yanran gazed at her with a look of adoration. "Yet I find you truly remarkable. You embody the very essence of the heroine I so deeply admire. Regrettably, my father forbids me from pursuing martial arts, insisting that a young lady must cultivate gentility and grace to secure a suitable marriage. No noble family would desire to wed a boorish woman skilled in combat. Instead, he compels me to study the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, pursuits that do not captivate my interest and seem dreadfully mundane. As Feng Zi drifted into slumber, Chen Yanran paused her discourse. Typically, she is not one to speak at length. However, after enduring such prolonged confinement and torment, the sudden taste of freedom feels surreal, igniting a surge of exhilaration within her. The dilapidated temple gradually fell into tranquility. The following morning, Madame Hu, accompanied by several enforcers, stormed into the Shun household, only to find it deserted. As the family had gone to labor that night, everyone presumed Xin Xianglan would not survive. To their astonishment, not only did she endure, but the next day she was up and about, lively as ever. This fueled further admiration for Dr. Shi's remarkable healing prowess. Only Dr. Shi himself understood that he had performed no extraordinary feats. He merely applied acupressure to staunch her bleeding and administered needles to safeguard her heart. He had not witnessed Xin Xianglan's last breath, thus he harbored skepticism toward the claims of her miraculous revival. Yet, seeing her walk the following day, fully recovered from her grievous injuries, piqued his curiosity. Such extraordinary restorative abilities could only be attributed to copious amounts of divine spring water, which the Xin family, being ordinary folk, could not possibly procure in abundance. The sole anomaly within the Shun household was Feng Zi, who, despite being a refugee, bore none of the traits typical of one in her position, not in her attire, but in her demeanor. She resembled a child raised in a life of comfort and security, harboring an innocent goodwill towards the world.
Feng Zi undoubtedly harbored secrets.
Could it be that she possessed the waters of a mystical spring capable of reviving Xin Xianglan? If so, could it also cure his wife? Yet, in such a desperate situation, where would she procure the spring water without arousing suspicion? Dr. Shi found himself perplexed. Since her brush with life and death, Xin Xianglan had grown tranquil. Once she was able to walk, she accompanied Master Shen and Madame Shen to sell wontons at the market. Although Mrs. Luo complained that her daughter was oblivious to her parents' hardships and only cared for her grandparents, she secretly felt a sense of relief. Xin Xianglan wished to seek out Feng Zi to apologize, for it was her own misfortune that had caused the trouble. In truth, Feng Zi had saved her. Yet her mother had unjustly blamed Feng Zi, uttering many harsh words. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed Madame Hu approaching, flanked by several henchmen, exuding an intimidating presence. "Where is Feng Zi? Bring her to me," she demanded. Master Shen and Madame Shen were taken aback, as were the patrons enjoying wontons at their stall, who quickly rose to leave. Madame Shen steadied herself and approached with a conciliatory smile, saying, "Madame Hu, is there something you need? If little Z has erred in any way, I apologize on her behalf. Please, have a forgiving heart and do not hold it against a young girl." "What use is an apology?" Madame Hu retorted. "She has stolen my newly bought girl from the building, for which I paid 50 taels. Madame Hu deliberately inflated the amount by 20 taels while conveniently omitting the fact that Feng Zi had provided 30 taels. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. 50 taels was indeed a considerable sum. Madame Hu observed the shopkeeper Huang emerging from his establishment, and after clearing her throat, her tone softened considerably. "Madame Shen, you cannot assist with this matter. It would be prudent to fetch Feng Zi promptly, or else I shall hold you accountable for her debt of 50 taels." Madame Shen was unaware of Feng Zi's whereabouts, but she knew the latter had been selling scallion pancakes at the docks recently. Upon their arrival at the docks and through some inquiries, they discovered that Feng Zi had been apprehended by the authorities the previous day. Madame Hu expressed her astonishment. "Captured yesterday, yet she came to my building last night to steal a man. Has she escaped from prison?" Madame Shen's complexion paled. Her family were honest and straightforward folk, and the notion of escaping from prison struck her as a grave matter, even more significant than the 50 taels. Xin Xianglan was deeply concerned for Feng Zi. Feng Zi, with her face wrapped in cloth, stealthily made her way onto the street. Throughout her journey, She encountered neither her wanted posters nor any officials in pursuit of her. Could it be that the authorities had yet to discover her escape? Chen Yanran waited anxiously in the dilapidated temple. Since Feng Zi's departure, her heart had been a tumult of anxiety. She longed to accompany her but recognized that her presence would only complicate matters. This morning, Feng Zi had informed Chen Yanran of her recent escape from prison, suggesting that if she wished to leave, she should do so immediately to avoid implicating herself. Yet, Chen Yanran resolutely refused to depart. As they walked, fear gripped her. She was utterly defenseless, and where could she possibly flee? For quite some time, only Feng Zi had shown a willingness to rescue her. Suddenly, Feng Zi's voice resonated from outside the temple, prompting Chen Yanran to rush out to greet her. "Have you purchased so many buns?" Chen Yanran was taken aback to see Feng Zi carrying a large bundle of steamed buns. "I cannot frequently venture into the streets, and you are too afraid to go out. These buns keep well, and purchasing in bulk will sustain us for several days." Feng Zi offered her a steamed bun and seated herself on the ground to partake in the meal. Chen Yanran received the bun and devoured it voraciously, consuming 5 large buns before feeling satiated. Noticing Feng Zi's astonished gaze, Chen Yanran bashfully remarked, "I apologize for my excessive eating. I have been quite famished lately and couldn't resist. I promise I won't eat so much next time." Feng Zi waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's perfectly fine. If you are still hungry, continue to eat. I'm satisfied now." With that, Feng Zi ceased her nibbling on the bun. Chapter 42. You are innocent. Chen Yanran felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing that Feng Zi might refuse her request. However, Feng Zi readily acquiesced without hesitation. As she pondered her remaining resources, she realized that aside from the 30 taels she had given away, less than 10 taels remained in her possession. If they were frugal, the funds should suffice for their journey. Now branded a fugitive, staying in Lingzhou City was no longer an option. With the dynasty's control over the various prefectures waning, the 36 prefecture lords governed independently, embroiled in open and covert conflicts. If she fled to another prefecture, she would no longer need to worry about the bounty in Lingzhou City. Once she secured the promised 100 taels, she could choose her place of residence freely. She could even fulfill her original intention of retreating to the countryside, constructing a thatched cottage, and embracing a pastoral life of tranquility, akin to gathering chrysanthemums by the eastern fence and gazing leisurely at the southern mountains. Reflecting on her status as a fugitive seemed trivial. Seizing the opportunity before the authorities discovered her escape, she shared her plans with Chen Yanran. Chen Yanran had long yearned to leave this place. Disguised, Feng Zi and Chen Yanran made their way to the city gate. Chen Yanran required little more than a transformation. Her current appearance was akin to that of a beggar. Feng Zi procured 2 ragged outfits from a vagrant, and they donned the garments, further disheveling their hair and soiling their bodies to complete the disguise. They queued to exit the city. Throughout their journey, she noticed no wanted posters nor officials in pursuit of her. A sense of unease began to creep in. It would have seemed normal if she had not noticed anything in the morning, but now that it was midday, the officials delivering breakfast and lunch could not have overlooked their escape. Could it be that the jailers, fearing punishment, chose to remain silent? Yet, upon reflection, such a deception could hardly endure for long. The longer they delayed, the greater the penalties they would incur. After a considerable time, their turn finally arrived. Chen Yanran was filled with excitement, while Feng Zi, anxious that she might inadvertently reveal their ruse, gently squeezed her arm as a reminder. They proceeded towards the city gate.
Halt!
The 2 of you stand still. The voice of Ling Yu grew more insistent as he called out. Feng Zi tightened her grip on Chen Yanran and quickened their pace. Ling Yu leapt from his horse, landing deftly in front of them after a few agile bounds. "Why do you not respond?" he inquired, a grin on his face. "Do not play the fool, Miss Feng Zi." Upon hearing her name, Feng Zi realized her cover was blown and ceased her pretense, urging Chen Yanran to flee the city with haste. Lingyu once again intercepted their escape. Feng Zi found herself at a disadvantage after mere exchanges of blows with Lingyu, who was accompanied by several subordinates. He escorted Feng Zi to the Temple of the Divine, while Chun Yanran was taken to a different location. Chun Yanran was not a fugitive, and Feng Zi harbored no concerns for her safety. Her predominant worry was for her own predicament. Lingyu addressed Ing Rongqi, saying, "Your Highness has not misjudged. Indeed, Miss Feng Zi has made her way to the city gate, seemingly intent on departing. I managed to intercept her just in time, for she was on the verge of escaping." Feng Zi, devoid of any inclination to admire the magnificent hall, fixed her gaze upon the young master of Lingzhou, who sat prominently at the head of the chamber. With neither subservience nor arrogance, she inquired, "What is it that you desire? Do you intend to imprison me once more?" Ing Rongqi turned his attention to the individual standing at the center of the hall. "If I wish to confine you, what purpose would there be in bringing you here? I have already dispatched individuals to thoroughly investigate your circumstances. It has been revealed that the governor and the chief scribe conspired to frame you, inflicting harm upon innocent elders. Both have been stripped of their positions and imprisoned, thus you are exonerated." Feng Zi, taken aback, immediately adopted a cheerful demeanor, extolling, "Your Highness is indeed sagacious. The citizens of Lingzhou are fortunate to have a prince of your caliber." Ing Rongqi smiled faintly. His focus was primarily on cultivation and vanquishing malevolent beings, and he seldom interacted with women. Despite having several half-sisters whom he found unappealing, this young lady piqued his interest. "I summoned you to inquire about a matter." "Please, Your Highness, go ahead. The scallion pancakes you sell contain a trace of spiritual energy. I wish to ascertain the origins of the ingredients and the water you use." Feng Zi hesitated momentarily, feigning ignorance regarding the spiritual energy within the pancakes, and candidly recounted the sources of her ingredients and water. "The flour is purchased from a common grain shop, the scallions are bought for a mere coin at a vegetable stall, and the water is drawn from the well located at the entrance of Ping and Street. None of these places appear to possess any spiritual energy. Nonetheless, Ing Rongqi promptly commanded his subordinates to investigate those locations. Xu Qing fixed her gaze on Feng Zi, causing an unsettling sensation to creep within her, making her feel quite uncomfortable. "Why do you keep staring at me?" she inquired. "Is she lying?" Xu Qing asked Lingyu. Lingyu, however, furrowed his brow, responding, "I cannot discern her thoughts, but I sense she is not being dishonest." Lingyu's mind-reading ability is such that those of higher cultivation cannot perceive it, while those of lower cultivation reveal their thoughts clearly to him. Xu Qing exclaimed, "I told you, she must have some ulterior motive. She might be a spy from the demon or monster tribes. The absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations suggests she could be concealing herself with some form of cloaking artifact. We should utilize the revealing mirror and the spirit-testing jade plate to ascertain the truth." Lingyu frowned but did not contest her words. From their first encounter, he found this girl exceedingly peculiar, riddled with enigmas that he could not unravel. Testing her would be prudent to prevent any infiltration by foes. "Spies from demon and monster tribes? I am human, truly human. Do not speak recklessly," Feng Zi retorted, visibly irked. Xu Qing scoffed, "If your intentions are pure, you need not fear the shadows. Are you willing to undergo the test? If it proves you are innocent, I shall apologize. Let us proceed with the test." "I fear no one," Feng Zi responded defiantly, though anxiety brewed within her as she harbored myriad secrets that might be exposed. Yet, she realized that irrespective of her consent, they would likely compel her to undergo the examination. Soon, 2 guards brought forth a 2-meter-tall bronze mirror. Feng Zi slowly approached the mirror, and upon seeing her reflection, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. After gazing for a considerable time, the image in the mirror remained unchanged, prompting Ing Rongqi to instruct the attendants to remove the mirror. Lingyu approached with a jade plate, and Feng Zi placed her hand upon it as instructed. Slowly, Feng Zi rested her hand on the plate while Shu Qing observed intently, yet after a lengthy pause, the plate remained unresponsive. Feng Zi turned to Shu Qing with a light-hearted tone. "I told you I am fine. Now you must apologize to me." Shu Qing's face flushed, yet she managed to utter an apology. Mimicking Shu Qing's earlier demeanor, Feng Zi huffed, "I am magnanimous and have forgiven you." Chapter 43. The unfilial son. The outcome was, of course, fruitless. Ing Rongqi felt a twinge of disappointment, but did not press Feng Zi further. He instructed his attendants to escort her for a meal, saying, "It was presumptuous of me today. Please dine before you depart." "Thank you, young master," Feng Zi replied, her steps lighter now that her name had been cleared, free from fear and anxiety. Once Feng Zi exited, Shu Qing remarked, "Young master, I still find this Feng Zi to be somewhat peculiar. Since the test has been conducted, let's not dwell on this matter any longer." The lack of fluctuation in the spirit-testing jade plate confirmed that Feng Zi was indeed an ordinary individual, devoid of any cultivation talent. Although Shu Qing felt reluctant, she acquiesced very well. Feng Zi was led by the guards to a chamber where Chen Yanran awaited, rising with excitement upon her entrance. "Heroine, I am so relieved to see you well." Feng Zi replied with exasperation, "I have told you not to call me heroine. You may refer to me as Feng Zi or Xiao Zi." Feng Zi sat down at the table and poured herself a glass of water before speaking again.
No.
"The young master is indeed wise and formidable. He has thoroughly investigated the matter and restored my innocence. I have been exonerated, and those who conspired against me, the provincial governor and the chief clerk, have been stripped of their positions and imprisoned." Soon, someone entered with a spread of food. The table was adorned with 6 dishes and a soup, a delightful array of both meat and vegetables, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, making both Feng Zi and Chen Yanran's mouths water. They devoured the entire feast, leaning back in their chairs, clutching their full bellies. With Feng Zi present, Chen Yanran felt considerably more at ease, even finding the leisure to remark on the meal. "The food here is exquisite, far surpassing what is served in the taverns of our town. This has been the finest meal Feng Zi has ever had. No wonder so many aspire to nobility. Alas, such feasts may not be within reach in the future." After lunch, Feng Zi and Chen Yanran felt a wave of drowsiness and took a brief afternoon nap in their room. By evening, someone came to escort them out of the Fengshan Palace. Shu Qing and Lingyu stood at the entrance, gazing at the retreating figures of the two. Lingyu tilted her head and said, "Now she is disheartened. After consuming such a substantial dose of the visible manifestation medicine, her body shows no signs of change." Shu Qing retorted, somewhat exasperated, "They truly have remarkable appetites." According to the guards, they licked their plates clean. They might as well not wash them. Lingyu looked at her in surprise. "Why are you so upset? Do you wish to indulge in their leftover food? What nonsense are you spouting?" Shu Qing exclaimed, stamping her foot before turning to walk inside. Meanwhile, Feng Zi was in no hurry to leave the city. She merely wished to collect her belongings left at the Shen residence and bid farewell to the Shen family. She first made her way to the wonton stall, where Mr. and Mrs. Shen were taken aback upon seeing her. Shen Xianglan anxiously scanned her surroundings, her voice laced with urgency. "Xiao Zi, you must leave at once. How dare you wander about in broad daylight? Be careful not to get caught." Feng Zi paused in surprise, then replied with a smile, "Sister Xianglan, the authorities have already clarified the situation. I have been wrongfully accused. I am unharmed." Shen De Yi and Shen De Nyang exhaled in relief. "Xiao Zi, who is she?" Shen Xianglan inquired softly. Initially saddened by the thought of Feng Zi's departure, possibly never to see her again, her expression quickly shifted to one of realization. She wouldn't be the girl who escaped from Qingfeng Tower, would she? Feng Zi, taken aback by her knowledge, soon deduced, "Madam who has come looking for you, hasn't she?" Shen Xianglan nodded. "Yesterday, She brought people to create a disturbance at my family's wonton stall. We had no choice but to take her to the dock to find you. Upon discovering you had become a fugitive, she insisted that my family repay the money. It was no wonder that, today, Shen Denyang and Shin Deyi appeared so forlorn. Feng Zi remarked, "Do not worry. I will handle this matter." The Zhu family was raided, and the Zhu family members were paraded through the streets, from the east city to the west city. As the townsfolk jeered and hurled rotten eggs and vegetable scraps at them. Meanwhile, Ing Rongqi entered the city lord's study. Upon entering, he barely dodged a flying inkstone, shifting aside just in time, only to have a teacup thrown at him moments later, which he also managed to evade. After 2 near misses, the city lord of Lingzhou, furious, pointed at his eldest son, his anger manifesting as a twisted smile. "You, very good." Ing Rongqi remained unfazed by the city lord's ire, standing tall and coolly addressing him, "Father." The lord of Lingzhou slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "Do you even acknowledge me as your father? Do I exist in your eyes?" Ing Rongqi scoffed, "A father, a living, breathing man, is not akin to an insignificant insect. How could a son possibly overlook him? You dare to defy me? While I may overlook Wang Zhou, the head clerk is a person I have personally nurtured. You have dismissed him, cast him into prison, and paraded him before the public. Did you consult me on this matter? Ing Rongqi, do not presume that being the direct disciple of the national master, overseeing the Lingzhou Fengshan Palace, grants you the liberty to disregard me. I am the lord of Lingzhou, and I possess the power to elevate or depose you at will. The one who elevated me was my grandfather. It is evident that you desire to depose me in favor of your beloved third son, Ing Rongjiwa, to become the heir. Unfortunately, once an heir is established, such a designation cannot be easily altered unless I commit an egregious crime or perish, thereby clearing the way for your cherished son. You wretched fool! How did I come to father such a disgrace? Kneel before the ancestral hall. Without my command, do not dare to emerge. You are a disgrace, indeed, akin to your mother, who speaks nothing but deceit, cursing your own brother to death. Ing Rongqi's expression turned icy. I have no brother. My mother bore only me. She is your lawful wife, and you should not insult her. The lord of Lingzhou, infuriated, retorted, Have I spoken amiss? Were it not for her deceit, I would never have married such a lowly. Before he could finish, Ing Rongqi interrupted, Father, mind your words. The lord of Lingzhou paused, swiftly regaining his composure. Get out of my sight. Ing Rongqi departed without a trace of reluctance, just as he encountered Ing Rongjiwa, who was poised to enter. Elder brother, you have once again provoked father's ire. Look how agitated he is. Your actions are most unfilial. As the heir, you should set an example for the common people. The words that followed seemed to lodge in his throat. Ing Rongjiwa trembled as he spoke. What have you done to me? Why can I not move my entire body? Ing Rongqi smiled faintly, a delicate dimple gracing his cheek. It is not for you to admonish me. It is merely a binding technique. Stand here for 2 hours and reflect upon your actions. With that, he strode away. Chapter 44. Restoring sight, she still felt a sense of familiarity with this place, yet it no longer felt like home. After all, she was ultimately an outsider. Luo Shi, having spoken too harshly last time, felt an undeniable unease in the presence of Feng Zi, her smile distant and formal, reminiscent of that snowy day when they had sat together, engaged in light-hearted banter while working on needlework. The camaraderie they once shared seemed to have vanished. Madame Shen and Luo Shi prepared an extravagant farewell feast for her, the Shen family, being of ordinary means, likely spent half a month's worth of their household expenses on the spread. Thus, she had no grounds for complaint. They were not relatives, yet they had treated her with remarkable kindness. She feigned nonchalance, joyfully eating as if nothing had transpired, engaging in laughter and conversation with the Shen family as she always had. Madame Shen, growing impatient with the conversation, turned to Feng Zi. Little Zi, do you two maidens feel safe embarking on your journey? Feng Zi replied with a smile. Madam, have you forgotten how strong I am? I have also learned some skills from the old bodyguard. Common ruffians stand no chance against me. Madame Shun expressed her concerns, saying, no matter how capable you are still two young ladies, and the world outside is rather turbulent. Feng Zi smiled gently, replying, even in these trying times, it is still preferable to the days of being a refugee. We need not worry about food and drink, and we possess martial skills and magic. Hearing her grandfather reminisce about hardship, Shen Xianglan grew increasingly curious about the outside world. Xiao Zi, I have never left Lingzhou City in my life. May I accompany you to Huaixian, Tiong'an Town? However, this budding thought was abruptly cut short by her mother, leaving her visibly disappointed, her cheeks puffed with frustration. Madame Shin pondered for a moment before speaking again. Xiaozi, allow me to refund your rent for this month. You will incur expenses while traveling, and though I cannot assist you in other ways, I can at least waive the rent. Luo Shi glanced at her mother-in-law, but chose to remain silent. She was not fond of having an outsider living with the family. Even if the rent was a source of income, it did not sit well with her. However, with the girl preparing to leave, she decided not to dwell on it, recognizing that life had not been easy for her. Feng Zi shook her head resolutely.
There is no need for that.
I have stayed here for a considerable time this month, and the meals tonight must have cost you quite a bit. Consider it my contribution. She firmly refused to accept the offer, leaving Madame Shen with no choice but to acquiesce. After dinner, Feng Zi tidied up her belongings, taking what she could carry and gifting the rest to the Shen family, including her burden as a peddler and the utensils she used for making scallion pancakes, all of which would be useful to them. Initially, Feng Zi had planned to stay at an inn, but Madame Shen insisted she remain at their home, and Shen Xianglan also urged her to stay. Feng Zi, mindful of her limited funds, thought it wise to save whatever she could. That night, Feng Zi, Shen Xianglan, and Chen Yanran shared a room together. The luggage was all packed, and Feng Zi planned to venture out, first to bid farewell to Aunt Wang, and then to clarify matters with Aunt Hu at Qingfeng Tower to prevent any future troubles for the Shen family. Chen Yanran, noticing her departure, hurriedly followed, calling out, "Heroine, where are you going?" Despite repeated requests, Chen Yanran insisted on referring to her as heroine, and Feng Zi decided to indulge her. I have some matters to attend to. You wait here for me. Sister Xianglan, please look after Sister Yanran for a bit. Feng Zi first arrived at the Wang residence. Upon learning of her impending departure, Aunt Wang's face was filled with reluctance. The constable, Wang, felt that Feng Zi bore a resemblance to his younger sister, a sentiment echoed by Aunt Wang. Even though she could not see the girl's face, she sensed that Feng Zi was as diligent and kind as her own daughter. Is it that Luo is displeased with your stay at her home? If you don't mind, you're welcome to stay at Auntie S' house. I won't charge you rent. Stay as long as you wish. I have vacant rooms. You can have one all to yourself. She groped around the bedside table and pulled out an old pouch, placing it in Feng Zi's hands. This is the dowry I saved for my younger sister, 20 taels of silver. It is of no use to me now. Take it for your travels. The constable, who had been standing quietly by, suddenly flushed. Aunt Wang insisted on giving it to her, asserting that he was capable of earning enough to marry, and that all of this was for her. Feigning anger, Feng Zi retorted, Aunt Wang, if you continue this way, I shall leave at once. Don't go. Stay a little longer, Aunt Wang pleaded, grasping Feng Zi's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Feng Zi looked at Aunt Wang, who was of a similar age to Luo, yet seemed to belong to an entirely different generation. Feng Zi bit her finger, smearing her blood upon Aunt Wang's eyes. She longed to test the efficacy of tears, yet lamentably, she could not summon them. Ever since that fateful night when she wept for Shen Xianglan's demise, she had exhausted every conceivable method, even resorting to the pungency of onions, but not a single tear emerged. Indeed, she was unlike others, a fact that had eluded her for the first 15 years of her life. As Constable Wang observed her actions, he opened his mouth to speak, but Feng Zi silenced him with a finger to her lips. He complied, watching her in silence, while gently applying her blood to Aunt Wang's eyes. She fervently prayed in her heart for the restoration of Aunt Wang's sight. Whether it was the potency of her blood or the sincerity of her prayers that worked, Aunt Wang's eyes gradually regained focus, fixing intently upon Feng Zi. "I can see," Aunt Wang uttered in disbelief. Constable Wang, overwhelmed with joy, rushed to his mother's side, exclaiming, "Mother, can you truly see?" "Yes, I can see. Little Z is indeed as I imagined. A beautiful girl," Aunt Wang replied, caressing her son's face. "Delang, you have endured so much over the years." The mother and son reveled in their shared joy. Feng Zi sensed it was time to depart. Rising, she earnestly instructed Aunt Wang and Constable Wang that if anyone inquired about the restoration of Aunt Wang's sight, they should attribute it to a folk remedy. Without uttering a word about her involvement, Constable Wang, accustomed to the darker realities of his work at the Yamen, grasped the wisdom in Feng Zi's request and assured her that he would keep her secret. Feng Zi then made her way to Qingfeng Tower, deftly leaping through the window into Miss Kaidai's chamber, only to fortuitously encounter Chunu. "I saw nothing," she declared. As Chunu turned to walk outside, the chapter titled "The Tree Demon" unfolded. The establishment, Qingfeng Tower, which had been lively throughout the night, finally succumbed to silence as the lights extinguished and the revelry came to an end. Aunt Hu made her way to her quarters, but just as she reached the door, her gaze sharpened and an air of vigilance enveloped her. Prepared for confrontation, she flung the door open and was met with the sight of Feng Zi seated at the table, a wave of relief washing over her. Aunt Hu closed the door behind her and remarked, "You possess quite the audacity, stealing my person and daring to confront me. Do you presume I would not take action against you? Even the favor of Manager Huang is insufficient to spare you this time." With a cold smirk, she continued, "That girl is undeniably beautiful. With a touch of embellishment, she would be a rare gem. If I were to sell her, I could earn a handsome profit. 50 taels is already a concession on my part, yet you wish to further your demands, insisting that not a single coin less than 50 taels will suffice." Feng Zi understood that Aunt Hu was not easily swayed. With a calculated glint in her eyes, she feigned mystery and said, "Do you know who cleared my name? Why should that concern me? Call for someone." Seeing Aunt Hu about to summon aid, Feng Zi quickly interjected, "It was the young master who helped vindicate me. Should you insist on making this difficult for me, I shall have no choice but to seek assistance from the young master at the Fengshan Palace." Aunt Hu paused, her expression shifting between skepticism and contemplation. "Do you think the young master is someone you can simply request an audience with? I just left the Fengshan Palace this evening, having dined with the young master at noon. Should you doubt my words, feel free to inquire. If this matter escalates, it would be you who finds no support, and I trust you wish to avoid unnecessary trouble." Aunt Hu's countenance fluctuated with uncertainty. After a long pause, she finally said, "Consider it my misfortune. From now on, you shall not set foot in Qingfeng Tower again." Feng Zi understood the implication of Aunt Hu's words, which meant she was no longer allowed to sell cosmetics within the establishment. Feng Zi opened the door, preparing to leave. The more Aunt Hu contemplated, the more her anger swelled. She extended a crimson thread towards Feng Zi, attempting to penetrate her being. Suddenly, it ignited into ashes, the flames threatening to scorch Aunt Hu's fingers. In haste, she tore away the red thread, her expression one of shock as she stared at Feng Zi's retreating silhouette. Unbeknownst to Feng Zi, she exited Aunt Hu's room and leaped through the window into the room of Miss Kaidai. After a moment, she hurried to Aunt Hu's door and exclaimed, "Aunt, just now, Miss Xiao Zi jumped out of my window." From within, Aunt Hu's impatient voice replied, "I know. Are you not going to do anything?" Feng Zi pressed, inside, and who retorted with irritation, "I said I know." Xin Xianglan and Chen Yanran had not yet retired for the night, and she eagerly shared the good news with Xin Xianglan. "Aunt who promised she would not trouble us again. Though she is not a virtuous person, she does keep her word." With a hint of melancholy, Feng Zi replied, "I do not know. I have no kin in this world, and anywhere could be my home. Xiao Zi, I cannot bear to part with you. Do you feel the same about us?" Xin Xianglan's voice quivered with emotion. Whether one wishes to or not, separation is inevitable. Not only is she not a child of this family, but even Xin Xianglan cannot remain here for a lifetime. The following day, Ping and Street was as usual. As dawn has yet to break, the streets are lined with various food stalls. Despite the weather, the elderly couple from the Shen family, who faithfully set up their stall every day, have not yet arrived. At this moment, Feng Zi and Chen Yanran stand at the city gate, each carrying a small bundle, bidding farewell to the Shen family, who have all come to see them off. Madame Shen hands her a cloth bag, saying, "I made some steamed buns for you last night. Take them with you. The journey is not like home. In some places, there are neither villages nor shops, and you may find it difficult to buy anything." Feng Zi, aware that Madame Shen means well, accepts the bag without hesitation and expresses her gratitude softly. Madame Shen gently ruffles her hair, saying, "I apologize for the discomfort you experienced that night." Luo's expression is somewhat awkward. Feng Zi shakes her head, assuring, "I have always been very happy at the Shen household." Madame Shen smiles. "All right, go on and join the queue." Feng Zi and Chen Yanran proceed to stand in line. They had anticipated a light crowd at this early hour, but to their surprise, the queue stretches for several meters, compounded by those entering the city. "Heroine, this family has treated you well. Indeed, they are all good people." A few days later, Feng Zi and Chen Yanran arrive at a grove, a place she had visited during her escape, where she had rescued several children and a dog. "We shall rest here tonight."
All right.
Chen Yanran listens to whatever Feng Zi says. After days of roughing it, she has grown accustomed to it. Feng Zi retrieves the steamed buns from the cloth bag, and they share a meal. As the buns prepared by Madame Shen are nearly finished, she realizes that once they reach a town with accommodations, she must purchase additional provisions for their journey. On that night, Feng Zi dared not succumb to a deep slumber. She remained vigilant, teetering between wakefulness and sleep. It was thanks to this vigilance that, in the dead of night, she heard the rustling of leaves. Groggily, she opened her eyes and beheld the sight of Chen Yanran, ensnared by countless branches of the tree, suspended in midair, swaying helplessly. Chen Yanran's face turned a ghastly shade of blue and purple, yet she showed no sign of response, appearing to be in a state of unconsciousness. Startled, Feng Zi sprang to her feet. The ancient tree spirit, noticing her sudden movement, revealed a blurred visage upon its trunk, displaying a hint of astonishment. "You're not unconscious?" Without uttering a word, Feng Zi soared upwards, alighting upon the trunk, endeavoring to pry apart the branches that ensnared Chen Yanran with sheer force. Futile effort. "My branches are unyieldingly robust. Even an iron sword cannot sever them. How could you possibly hope to break free? Such folly! You shall all become my feast," jeered the tree spirit, relishing the moment as it reveled in its own prowess.
Time dragged on.
"Oh, tree spirit, do you happen to know a profound adage?"
What?
The tree spirit was clearly perplexed. Villains perish through excessive verbosity. With that, Feng Zi summoned her sword and pierced the tree spirit. Having successfully summoned her weapon numerous times, she had developed an acute sense of whether her summoning would succeed. It was this intuition that prompted her to feign an attempt to pry the branches, diverting the tree spirit's attention and buying herself a precious moment.
Ah!
The tree spirit shrieked in agony as countless branches flailed wildly, casting Chen Yanran downwards. In a swift motion, Feng Zi soared to catch her. Chapter 46, The Wild Blacken, Part 1. On a desolate, yellow earth path, two weathered men, clad in coarse cotton garments, were guiding an ox cart forward. It was early spring, and the air still held a chill. With nothing pressing to occupy their minds, they engaged in casual conversation. The elder of the two chuckled. "You may rest, but I cannot. You have but one wife to support, while I have 3 children to care for, and my sister-in-law is expecting another." The younger man, his face awash with envy, replied, "Your sister-in-law is truly capable, bearing 1 child each year, unlike my wife, who, after several years of marriage, has yet to show any signs of pregnancy." "Is that true?" the elder inquired. "I have only heard it from the villagers." Both men toiled as farmers in their village, where life was arduous, burdened by heavy taxes and labor. They were compelled to engage in trade during the off-season, transporting local specialties to places where such goods were scarce. Though each journey promised considerable earnings, it was fraught with toil and peril. The elder man, filled with anticipation, remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall finally return home. I miss my wife and children dearly. When I left, my little one had just learned to call me father. I wonder if she still remembers me." After a long day of travel, they finally spotted an inn. The younger man suggested, "Brother, nightfall approaches, and traveling in the dark is unsafe. Let us seek shelter at the inn for the night." The elder hesitated. In this desolate wilderness, not a soul in sight. How could an inn be operating in such a remote location? "Brother, you are overthinking it." The younger man dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. "Perhaps the inn is exclusively intended for itinerant merchants. If you choose not to go, I shall certainly venture forth, for I am quite famished." The older man had no choice but to accompany her. Ever since encountering the treacherous tree spirit, Feng Zi harbored an aversion to lingering within that forest. Feeling an inherent discord with the woods, as misfortune seemed to befall her each time she entered. Thus, they hastened their journey through the night. Days passed, and they encountered neither civilization nor settlements, their provisions depleted. Chen Yanran, accustomed to a life of affluence, found the wild vegetable soup exceedingly unpalatable, her face turning a shade of green after consumption. "Xiao Zi, how can you possibly drink that? It's utterly dreadful. When one is famished, anything tastes delightful. During my escape, I encountered a harsh winter, and even such wild vegetable soup was a rarity." Chen Yanran gazed at her with concern, saying, "Once we reach my home, I shall treat you to delectable feasts every day." After finishing the wild vegetable soup, the two continued their journey. At last, as dusk approached, they spotted an inn. Both Feng Zi and Chen Yanran were filled with excitement, and they hurriedly made their way to the inn's entrance, only to find the door firmly shut. A cart was tethered outside, indicating that someone was within. Feng Zi knocked forcefully upon the door, calling out, "Is anyone there? We seek accommodations." Inside the hall, 2 men were bound hand and foot upon a slaughtering rack, their mouths gagged with cloth. Beneath them were 2 basins of scalding water. A woman wielding a butcher's knife hovered over them, her voice soft as she pondered, "Where shall I commence?" The 2 men shook their heads desperately. Their eyes filled with despair, the woman relished in the slow torment of her victims, deriving pleasure from their hopelessness and suffering. 4 fellows, arms crossed, stood behind the woman, each wearing a malicious expression as they glared at the 2 burly men. One of the fellows remarked, "Mistress, cease the dilly-dallying and commence with the deed. Lest more patrons arrive anon." The woman, incensed, delivered a sharp slap to the fellow's face, retorting, "Must I be instructed by you in my own affairs? This forsaken place barely sees 2 patrons in as many days. Who would arrive at this late hour?" Having sufficiently intimidated the 2 men, the woman was poised to act when the sound of knocking echoed from the entrance. "Is anyone present? We seek lodging," a voice called out. One of the fellows chuckled. "Patrons have arrived, and a young maiden's voice, I surmise." The woman, with a coquettish smile, declared, "Remove these 2 and their belongings hence. I shall attend to our guests with utmost care. The two men, along with the butchering rack and 2 basins of scalding water, were swiftly relocated, and the inn was restored to its original state. The woman, swaying her lithe waist, proceeded to open the door. Feng Zi was about to knock again when the door swung open, revealing a captivating woman who greeted them with a smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Pray, enter within." The woman ushered them inside, effusively inquiring, "I am the proprietress of this humble inn. From whence do you hail, and whither do you journey?" Feng Zi and Chen Yanran, having agreed beforehand, presented themselves as sisters, orphaned and en route to distant relatives. As Feng Zi spoke, she discreetly assessed the inn, noting its emptiness and the absence of both patrons and staff. The proprietress, her face etched with sympathy, lamented, "Poor dears, you must have endured considerable hardship along your path." Feng Zi, disinclined to elaborate, inquired, "Madam, we require a chamber for the night. What is the tariff?" 30 coins, with the meal charged separately, and hot water provided for bathing. Upon hearing that they could take a bath, Feng Zi and Chen Yanran were both delighted. Feng Zi readily paid the amount. At that moment, 4 attendants emerged from the backyard, all of them panting and drenched in sweat. One tall, thin attendant chuckled, "Boss, we have guests." The female proprietor shot him a sidelong glance. Indeed, it's rare to have guests throughout the day. "Where have you all been slacking off? I see that with no guests, you've been idling in the backyard." She continued, "All right, prepare to work. You go to the kitchen and get hot water ready for the guests." The female proprietor turned to Feng Zi. Despite her youth, it was evident that she held the authority in this situation. "Do the guests require meals?"
Yes.
"Please bring the meals once we finish bathing." The female proprietor nodded and instructed another attendant to escort them to their quarters. As they ascended the stairs, Feng Zi noticed that this attendant seemed to be surveying them discreetly. Once they reached the upper floor, the female proprietor revealed a sinister demeanor and coldly inquired, "What about those 2? To avoid causing a commotion, we have incapacitated them with a soporific and locked them in the backyard. We will act when the time is right." A chilling grin spread across one attendant's face. The female proprietor cast him a disdainful glance. "Do not act recklessly. 2 young girls traveling alone must possess some form of support. They claim to be sisters, but I suspect they are lying. They are certainly not siblings. We shall ascertain their true identities before taking action." Chapter 47, The Wilderness Blacken, Part 2. That night, the dense forest appeared particularly silent and eerie, devoid of the chirping of insects or the songs of birds in such a vast expanse of trees. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves shattered the tranquility of the surroundings. Ing Rongqi, accompanied by Ling Yu, Shu Qing, and 5 cultivators, rode into the woods, seeking the area thick with demonic energy. Yet they found no tree demon. Only a ground strewn with branches and trunks emanating residual demonic power. Ling Yu's expression was somewhat intricate. Ing Rongqi dismounted and began to search the area diligently, eventually discovering the main trunk. He crouched down to scrutinize it carefully and after a long moment, remarked, "Another one struck down in a single blow." Shu Qing exclaimed in astonishment, "This tree demon boasts over 200 years of cultivation. Our dispatch members have repeatedly returned empty-handed. Who could possess such formidable strength to slay it with one strike? Could it be the esteemed individual who vanquished the fish demon last time?" Ling Yu countered.
How could that be?
Lingzhou City lies so far from here. How would that venerable person venture into such desolate wilderness? In recent years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been dwindling, making cultivation increasingly arduous. Even a demon with 500 years of experience was considered ancient, while those with 700 or 800 years were regarded as mighty overlords. Those exceeding 1,000 years were indeed rare, with the likes of the Demon Lord and the Devil Lord each possessing merely 800 years of cultivation. This particular tree demon had appeared just a month prior. specifically preying on passing travelers, and fortunately, due to the remoteness of this area, few ventured here. Ing Rongqi mounted his horse once more, and the group hurriedly departed. Xiao Zi, what troubles you? Chen Yanran inquired upon noticing Feng Zi seated at the table, her gaze cast downward in silence. Nothing, Feng Zi replied, sensing an oddity about this and knowing Chen Yanran's timid nature, she refrained from expressing her concerns, as she possessed no evidence, merely wild conjectures. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted them. Esteemed guest, hot water has been delivered. Upon hearing the news, Chen Yanran's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Come in." At that moment, her gaze was met by Feng Zi's. Unperturbed, Chen Yanran joyfully declared, "At last, I can take a bath. Shall you go first, or shall I? Or perhaps we could bathe together." "Let us bathe together," she suggested eagerly. "If we hurry, we can enjoy dinner soon." The sound of water flowing filled the air as the two young ladies settled into the bathing tub. Chen Yanran sighed with contentment. "This feels exquisite. I had never realized that bathing could be such a luxury. I feel as though I might start to smell if I don't wash soon." Feng Zi remained silent, seemingly lost to her thoughts, the rising steam casting a rosy glow upon her fair complexion. They hastily completed their bath and called for the attendant to drain the water and bring them their meal. The attendant swiftly delivered 3 dishes and a soup. The same tall and slender figure as before, who couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Yanran. This time, Chen Yanran noticed and lifted her head, asking, "Why are you still standing there? We are about to eat." "Please take your time, honored guest," the attendant replied, retreating respectfully. As Feng Zi prepared to eat, her gaze fell upon the table, which bore the marks of age, its surface marred with stains and scratches, suggesting that this inn had been in operation for many years. Her eyes then wandered to a spot on the wall as she began to scrutinize the room more closely. Setting down her chopsticks, she observed Chen Yanran, who was enthusiastically devouring her meal. Noticing that Chen Yanran had already consumed a substantial portion of her rice and a good amount of the dishes, she felt a lump form in her throat, unable to voice her thoughts. "I am not hungry. Please continue eating," she finally managed to say. A quarter of an hour passed. The individuals downstairs were growing increasingly impatient. Why were they still eating? It felt as though they were starving spirits reincarnated. The sky was nearly darkening, and one of the men yawned, expressing his desire to finish his work and retire for the night. The female proprietor, standing at the counter, believed that to capture the finest prey, one must possess ample patience. Observing the anxious demeanor of her employees, she assured them that their rewards would not be meager. Upon hearing her words, the 4 men exchanged sly grins. As the time approached, the proprietor decided it was time to act. She ascended the stairs, followed closely by the 4 workers. They tread lightly, quietly reaching the corridor on the 2nd floor, standing before the door of Feng Zi and her companion's room. Inside, Chen Yanran, having finished her meal, was about to set down her bowl and chopsticks when she suddenly felt lightheaded and collapsed onto the table. "Yanran, Yanran." Feng Zi called out several times, but received no response. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside, with an attendant asking if the guest had finished eating and if they required additional dishes. Feng Zi contemplated for a moment before mimicking Yanran, resting her head on the table. The female proprietor forcefully kicked open the door and rushed in, followed closely by the 4 men. She slapped Chen Yanran's face, initially thinking there was some form of resistance, only to discover that they were merely 2 naive young women. She ordered them to bind both of them and take them to the hall, where they would be dealt with alongside 2 others in the backyard. In the dimly lit hall, the flickering lights cast shadows upon the scene. Feng Zi and Chen Yanran were unceremoniously thrown to the ground, while the 2 men were bound to a pig slaughtering rack, beneath which 2 pots of boiling water bubbled ominously. The proprietor sat in a chair, observing the miserable state of the 4 individuals, a sense of unexplainable satisfaction swelling within her. She intended to douse them with water to awaken them. Only then would it be entertaining to proceed with her plans. Why go through all this trouble?
Just end it swiftly.
With this time, we might as well indulge ourselves first, the assistant murmured as he went to the backyard to fetch water, soon returning with a bucket of cold water. The two men who were doused awake shivered in shock, recalling the events before their unconsciousness, their faces filled with terror as they begged for mercy. Please spare us. We are but humble farmers, with families depending on us. We implore your kindness. I am willing to give you all my possessions. The female innkeeper paid no heed to their pleas. Her gaze shifted to the two young women lying on the ground, blooming like flowers in their youth. Strikingly beautiful and innocent, evoking a pang of jealousy. If they were awakened, the men could have their way. Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, the assistants grew excited.
Feng Zi,
unable to feign unconsciousness any longer, swiftly opened her eyes and dodged the splashing cold water. Chun Yanran had already been roused by the water, slightly dazed, wondering what had happened and why she found herself on the ground. As she took in the scene in the hall, she noticed the two men bound like pigs on the slaughtering rack, while four assistants watched them intently, finally realizing their dire predicament. Heroine, save us. Upon seeing Feng Zi awaken, the innkeeper was taken aback. You're not unconscious, she remarked, covering her mouth with a laugh. You're quite perceptive. You must not have eaten. Yet how did you notice the issues with our inn? The table, the edge of the bed, and the walls bore marks of knives. And there were dried bloodstains on the table, which they had failed to clean. It was indeed here that the truth was revealed. Thank you for the reminder. We shall be more vigilant in the future. You did not fall for the trap, which only adds to my amusement. The female shopkeeper remained unconcerned, as her opponent was merely a single girl, while she commanded four subordinates. With a wave of her hand, she signaled her men to act. The four henchmen, displaying their ferocity, charged directly at Feng Zi, who stood her ground without flinching. Initially, they underestimated her, but as she delivered blow after blow, leaving them battered and bruised, and dispatched one with a single strike, the smile faded from the shopkeeper's face, prompting her to join the fray. I restrained her, urging the others to fetch their weapons. The shopkeeper's prowess was on a different level compared to her subordinates. Feng Zi felt the strain when facing her. The shopkeeper, confident in her skills, also sensed the difficulty of the encounter.
Who are you?
State your name. Are you feigning to be an innocent passerby with ulterior motives? Are you attempting to engage in a black market scheme? Black market, you say? Nonsense. Feng Zi retorted, her frustration mounting as she struggled to summon her treasured sword. Was it reluctant to harm ordinary folk? At that moment, the four henchmen brandished their blades and charged at Feng Zi without a hint of mercy. She spread her arms wide, conjuring a barrier that enveloped her entirely. The blades clashed against the shield, but the henchmen's desperate attempts to breach it left no mark. With a triumphant lift of her chin, Feng Zi reveled in her safety. The shopkeeper's expression turned grave. Who on earth are you? Feng Zi ignored her, feeling secure within the protective barrier. If you do not emerge, I shall slay your companions, the female shopkeeper coldly stated, signaling to a subordinate with a glance. The assistant, understanding her intent, brandished a knife and lunged at Chun Yanran, in such dire circumstances, who still cared for beauty. Feng Zi was anxious, though she had slain two demons. She had never taken a human life. While feigning unconsciousness, she had overheard their conversation clearly. This nefarious establishment had harmed countless individuals and was undoubtedly deserving of its fate. Summoning her treasured sword once more, she fervently intoned in her heart, "Sword, emerge swiftly. I seek to uphold justice." This was her first true contact with the sword, as it had always been hastily summoned and just as swiftly vanished. The preceding scene had left all present in stunned silence. The assistant's anguished cries reverberated, shaking the morale of everyone present. In an instant, He collapsed, lifeless and unblinking. Feng Zi sensed the sword's elation and its yearning for her acknowledgement. Her eyes glimmered as she realized the sword possessed a life of its own. The last remaining assistant, terrified beyond measure, immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Heroine, spare my life. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 3-year-old child. I am forced into this trade. Please, do not take my life." The very same words had been uttered by another man earlier. These individuals showed not a shred of compassion, and she, naturally, would not either. Such villains must be eradicated completely. A flicker of malice crossed the kneeling assistant's eyes as he suddenly produced a pouch of powder from his sleeve and flung it towards Feng Zi's face. Fortunately, Feng Zi was prepared, quickly erecting a barrier to thwart the attack, and with a decisive kick, she sent the assistant sprawling. The final thrust of the sword was delivered by her own hand. She turned her gaze towards the female shopkeeper, who was now devoid of the calm demeanor she once possessed. "Do not take my life. We can collaborate. You may take the role of the master, while I shall be your subordinate. I possess a considerable amount of silver." Wen Zi, having learned from her previous experiences, did not grant her any further opportunity to speak. With unwavering resolve, she thrust her sword downwards. Once the crisis had been averted, the sword vanished once again. Wen Zi felt utterly drained, her body collapsing weakly to the ground. Had it not been for Chen Yanran as timely support, she would have fallen. On the following day, Wen Zi set fire to the inn. This establishment had once belonged to a young couple, whose lives had been tragically taken by the 5 individuals who had sought refuge there, seizing control of the inn under the cover of night. How did she know this? It was the spirits of the couple, lingering in the inn, that revealed the truth to her. In the dead of night, she had faintly heard weeping and witnessed the couple in the backyard. After avenging their untimely demise, the couple wept tears of joy, their resentment dissipated, having been liberated by her intervention. The guardians of the ghostly gate were once again the same 2 spectral officials from last time. Upon recognizing her, their expressions soured. It was only when she promised them a generous offering of gold and candles that they managed to muster a faint smile. Wen Zi felt a deep sympathy for them. Given her frequent summons to the ghostly gate, it was evident that these 2 officials were bound to their duties without respite. Unable to contain her curiosity, she posed a question to them. Having accepted her offering, their mood initially brightened, but upon hearing her inquiry, their expressions darkened once more. "Who said we work year-round? We have 1 day off each month. It is merely unfortunate that we always coincide with your visits." With that, the ghostly gate swiftly closed and vanished. A cart drawn by oxen ambled along the muddy road. Wen Zi and Chen Yanran climbed aboard the sturdy cart of the man. Throughout the journey, Chen Yanran frequently stole glances at Feng Zi. After Chen Yanran's 18th surreptitious observation, Feng Zi finally demurred. "Sister Yanran, why do you keep looking at me?"
Xiao Zi.
"You are even more formidable than I initially surmised. I feel that 100 taels is insufficient recompense. I would also like to engage you as my personal bodyguard." Chen Yanran avowed. Chen Yanran had personally witnessed Feng Zi's dispatch of the 5 villains at the inn. The techniques employed were unprecedented, particularly the conjuration of a long sword from thin air and the manifestation of a transparent protective shield. Utterly miraculous. Upon hearing this, Feng Zi's spirits were immediately buoyed. "There is no need to augment the remuneration. 100 taels, as agreed, shall suffice. However, the matter of being a bodyguard warrants consideration. What is the monthly stipend?" "Our household guards receive 1 tael of silver per month. I shall grant you 2 taels of silver monthly, inclusive of room and board, in addition to 3 sets of garments annually." Feng Zi's eyes grew increasingly luminous. Although she had amassed a small fortune through the ephemeral sale of spiritual scallion pancakes, she would not disparage 2 taels of silver. The principal maids in the city lord's manor only receive 3 taels of silver per month, and ordinary maids merely 5 chien. She exclaimed loudly, "I accept." The two men driving the ox cart ahead, upon overhearing this, were filled with envy. They toiled in the soil and peddled goods for an entire year, earning only a dozen taels or so. To be a bodyguard and earn 24 taels annually, with room, board, and clothing provided, was enviable. However, they could not emulate her. They did not possess the abilities of Miss Zi. "Miss Zi, we shall arrive at our village this evening. Will you be lodging in the town tonight, or at my home?" Feng Zi deliberated for a moment. In this unfamiliar town, she harbored a psychological aversion to inns, fearing the possibility of encountering the haunted guest house or a nefarious establishment once more. "Please, stay at your home, my friend. I appreciate your kindness." The elder man chuckled warmly. "It is no trouble at all. Were it not for you, we might have perished in that inn. This small favor is insignificant. My village is quite close to the town. Tonight, you shall stay with me, and tomorrow I will guide you into town to procure some provisions." The ox cart ambled along at a leisurely pace. Throughout the journey, Feng Zi engaged in light banter with the two men, learning that the elder was called Wang Laoda and the younger Wang Laowu, although not brothers. They hailed from a village named Wangjia, where it was customary to name individuals based on their birth order. Chen Yanran, despite her gentle demeanor before Feng Zi, maintained an inherent reserve and pride befitting her noble upbringing. Wang Laoda, accustomed to travel, accurately estimated their arrival time, and indeed, the ox cart reached Wangjia village by dusk. This picturesque hamlet, nestled amid mountains and streams, resonated with the sounds of crowing roosters and barking dogs, as it was mealtime, and wisps of smoke curled up from various hearths. At the village entrance flowed a small river, where several children frolicked. Feng Zi glanced over casually, but her gaze suddenly fixated. A layer of dark mist hovered over the water as surface, and a small girl with a blue-tinged complexion stood a short distance from the playing children, her eyes devoid of color, fixated intently upon them. Feng Zi's heart raced with an unsettling intensity. The little girl seemed to sense her gaze, turned towards her with a toothy grin, and then dove into the water,
disappearing from sight.
Feng Zi's emotions were quite complex. She pondered whether this world was peculiar, making such occurrences commonplace, or if her own constitution was unusual, attracting strange events wherever she went. "Sister Yanran, did you see what happened by the river?" Feng Zi inquired tentatively. Chen Yanran nodded. "I did. Just a few children playing by the river, and they seem unbothered by the cold." Indeed, she was the only one who could perceive it. Noticing that she had startled her, the little girl smiled triumphantly before submerging herself again. As the ox cart came to a halt before old Wang's home, two elderly men approached with several robust villagers, their expressions brimming with suspicion as they scrutinized Feng Zi and Chen Yanran. "Old Wang, why have you brought outsiders into our village?" the two elders queried, their demeanor softening slightly. The village chief and his entourage quickly departed.
"Zi,
"Something about this village feels off," Chen Yanran whispered, drawing closer to Feng Zi. "Off is an understatement. There are indeed strange things in the water," Feng Zi replied gravely. "Stay close to me. Do not stray, even a step." Chen Yanran was not only her employer but potentially her future livelihood, and she could not afford any mishaps. Old Wang's wife, heavily pregnant, warmly welcomed the guests, leading her daughter while guiding her two sons. She offered each of them a chicken leg, leaving the three children to salivate in envy. The three children of the Wang family appeared quite frail. Indeed, the adults were no better off. Wang's wife was all belly, with slender limbs and sunken cheeks, suggesting a lack of vitality. Feng Zidao said, "Sister-in-law, please allow the chicken legs for you and the children." Wang Deseo smiled and replied, "No need. You all enjoy it, and whatever is left, I will boil some noodles for them." The three children, obediently, lowered their heads upon hearing their mother's words. Even the youngest girl remained silent. Unable to bear the sight, Feng Zi took pieces of chicken from the basin and filled the bowls of Wang Deseo and the children generously. Wang Deseo's lips moved, yet she refrained from speaking. Wang Laoda felt a pang in his heart and pulled out a purse, saying, "My dear wife, I earned quite a bit on this trip."
He sighed.
"If I do not venture out, the meager harvest from the fields barely suffices to pay the taxes. Our family would struggle to eat." Feng Zi inquired, "Are the taxes really that high?" Wang Laoda nodded. "Aside from what we owe to the prefecture, there is also a portion destined for the imperial city. Our Lingzhou is considered fortunate, for our taxes are among the lowest. In many other provinces, the taxes are exorbitant, leaving the common folk with no means to survive. Our town has seen many refugees fleeing from Jingzhou." It then struck Feng Zi that she too had escaped from Jingzhou. However, she was not originally from there, merely having fortuitously found herself in that place. Presently, she remained an undocumented refugee. Not wishing to receive special treatment, she distributed the entire basin of chicken among everyone, ensuring that each person was thoroughly satisfied. After the meal, as dusk descended, Wang Deseo's demeanor shifted abruptly. She hastily rose to lock the gate in the yard. Wang Laoda, perplexed, asked, "My dear wife, why the rush to lock the door?" "I was hoping to take Miss Zi and Miss Chen for a stroll." Wang Deseo exclaimed with fervor. "It is already dark. Why linger any longer? You have traveled all day and must be fatigued. It would be wise to retire early." She hesitated, casting a glance at Feng Zi and Chen Yanran, but Wang Laoda waved his hand, reassuring her that the two young ladies were not strangers and could speak openly. It was revealed that over a month ago, peculiar occurrences began to unfold in the village. Every 7 days, someone would inexplicably perish, without illness or calamity, succumbing to sudden death. After the decease, the body would be laid to rest for 7 days, but on the 7th day, the deceased would rise. Their countenance transformed into a ghastly visage, with sharp claws and a ravenous appetite for the living. In response to the dread that ensued, families, fearing further loss, opted to cremate their loved ones on the 6th day rather than the 7th, which brought an end to such tragedies. However, as night fell, monstrous entities disguised as the departed would knock upon the doors of the living, preying upon their grief. Consequently, villagers would secure their homes at dusk. Chapter 50. The Monster at the Door. Knock. 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 As if on cue with Wang Deseo's warning about the looming night and the deception of the monsters, a knocking sound echoed from the courtyard. Chen Yanran, startled, covered her mouth and clung tightly to Feng Zi's arm, trembling uncontrollably. Feng Zi comprehended her fear, recalling her own initial encounters with this world's darker side, which had been no less daunting than Chen Yanran's current state. She detected a familiar scent, reminiscent of the New Year's Eve, the same aura emitted by the demonic beings. This must be the essence of demonic energy. Thus, the entity knocking at the door was indeed a monster. The knocking persisted, growing increasingly insistent. Wang Dazhao and her 3 children huddled closely around Wang Laoda. Though he too felt fear, as the head of the household, he could only muster his strength, tightly embracing his wife and children, nervously gazing towards the door.
Bang, bang, bang.
The knocking grew, increasingly insistent. Wang Dazhao's complexion turned even paler, her face a mask of panic and confusion as she murmured, "Something is amiss. How could this be?" Wang Laoda, filled with concern, asked, "My dear, what troubles you?" In other homes, the knocking would last but a quarter of an hour. If no one responded, the creature would depart in search of its next victim. Yet here it was, relentless for a full quarter, showing no signs of leaving. Wang Dazhao's anxiety deepened. Suddenly, Feng Zi interjected, "Sister-in-law, do you think the monster could disguise itself as the deceased, knocking to deceive the living?" Wang Dazhao nodded, perplexed by the question. However, Wang Laoda seemed to grasp the implication. Seizing his wife's shoulders in a sudden fit of agitation, he exclaimed, who in our family has passed away?" Wang Dazhao's expression darkened, and with a heavy heart, she replied, "Our father was the first to die in the village. He nearly took our mother's life as well. Fortunately, the villagers restrained him in time. Wang Laoda's family was impoverished, burdened with many children to raise. His brother, Wang Laoer, sold pork in town, and having only one son, the elderly couple chose to live with him to avoid adding to Wang Laoda's responsibilities, often discreetly providing financial support to Wang Laoda's family, fostering a strong father-son bond." "Oh, father." Wang Laoda cried out in anguish, his head in his hands, tears streaming down his face. "I am an unfilial son. I never had the chance to see you one last time." Feng Zi, though unfamiliar with the sorrow of losing a loved one, could deeply sense Wang Laoda's profound grief in this moment.
Bang, bang, bang.
The relentless knocking continued unabated. Wang Laoda's eyes lit up, and he instantly sprang to his feet and dashed outside. No one had time to react. Wang Dazhao, clutching her abdomen, was about to pursue him when Feng Zi intercepted her. Wang Laoda flung open the door, and there stood his father. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed, "Father, please come in." With a cheerful smile, Wang Laopei replied, "What a good son I have." As he spoke, he reached out his claw towards Wang Laoda's chest. Oblivious to the danger, Wang Laoda remained unsuspecting until a delicate hand intercepted his father's claw just before it made contact. Wang Laopei's kindly visage darkened, his gaze turning predatory as he focused on the one who had thwarted his intentions. "Ah, the delightful fragrance emanates from you," he mused, captivated by the rich aura surrounding Feng Zi. Without hesitation, Feng Zi retaliated with a swift kick, sending Wang Laopei sprawling backward. "Why did you kick my father? You're a villain, and I shall vanquish you." Wang Laoda, his mind ensnared by dark forces, lunged menacingly at Feng Zi. Realizing the peril, she struck him with a palm, rendering him unconscious before turning her full attention to the malevolent entity. A fierce battle ensued outside the door. Initially, Feng Zi found herself at a disadvantage, but as the confrontation progressed, she adeptly harnessed her spiritual energy, incorporating it into her techniques. Having learned ordinary moves from the old escort, she infused them with her own brute strength and spiritual prowess, significantly amplifying their potency. This malevolent creature seemed more adept at deception than combat, and soon, Feng Zi triumphed, forcing it to dissipate into a wisp of black smoke. The exhilarating clash left her blood racing, igniting a fervent desire for more such encounters. The sensation of battling with spiritual energy is unexpectedly exhilarating. In her previous encounter with the Peach Blossom Demon, she had been overwhelmed due to the demon's formidable power, leaving her with little chance to retaliate. Now that she has mastered the art of combat with spiritual energy, she wonders if she would fare better against the Peach Blossom Demon should they cross paths again. "Xiaozi, are you alright?" Chen Yanran was the first to rush out upon noticing the silence outside, signifying the end of the conflict. "I'm fine," she replied. "Brother Wang has been ensnared by the creature's enchantment. We must secure him with ropes first." Sister Wang hesitated to bind her husband. Yet after witnessing Feng Zi's decisive actions against the monster, her faith in Feng Zi's words solidified, prompting her to resolutely bind old Wang. Despite the uproar of battle moments earlier, not a single villager emerged to witness the commotion, as fear of the recent bizarre occurrences had gripped the entire village. Leaning against the bed, old Wang was tightly bound and, upon awakening, fixed his blood-red gaze upon Feng Zi. "You have harmed my father. I shall kill you." He lunged forward, but his bindings rendered him immobile. He turned to Sister Wang, pleading, "Release me at once, or I shall divorce you." "Father."
Ah.
"Let me go." Old Wang's demeanor turned wild as he struggled against his restraints. "Father, what has become of you?" Sister Wang wept, attempting to approach him. "Do not go near him." Feng Zi urgently pulled her back. "Old Wang is under the influence of the creature. We cannot know if he has been tainted by malevolent energy. It is best for you, being pregnant, to keep your distance. What shall we do now, Feng Zi? Chen Yanran lamented. We cannot simply leave him like this. Feng Zi turned her back, stealthily retrieving an embroidered needle from her shoulder bag, and pricked her finger. The sting elicited a sharp intake of breath, though it was a lesser pain than that of biting through her skin. Fortunately, she had prepared for this moment. She pivoted, pressing her finger against Wang Laoda's forehead, intending to smear the bead of blood upon him, silently praying for his return to normalcy. The crimson hue in Wang Laoda's eyes gradually faded, clarity returning as he looked at the others in confusion, inquiring why he was bound. Wang Dezhao, filled with joy, rushed forward to untie her husband, recounting the events that had transpired. Feng Zi suggested, it is possible that Wang Laoda, overwhelmed by grief from his father's passing, succumbed to excessive emotions, allowing the malevolent creature to exploit his vulnerabilities. Chen Yanran expressed her astonishment to be able to deceive one's mind from such a distance. This malevolent entity must be formidable indeed. Wang Laoda's face was etched with remorse. It was all my fault. I nearly brought harm upon myself and upon you. I am indebted to you, Miss C. You have saved me once more. I can find no words to express my gratitude, so please allow me to bow in reverence. With that, he rose from the bed and bowed deeply before Feng Zi. Wang Laoda, what are you doing? I cannot accept this. Feng Zi hurriedly assisted him back to his feet. The creature's peculiar behavior that night might be related to her, possibly implicating her in the Wang family's plight. The entity was not the first to mention the fragrant aura surrounding her, claiming she emanated a rich spiritual energy, yet she herself could not perceive it. After much commotion, everyone was fatigued. Wang Dezhao took the children to her own quarters, offering Feng Zi and Chen Yanran the room of the little ones. Exhausted, Feng Zi collapsed into slumber. Chen Yanran contemplated discussing with Feng Zi the possibility of departing early the following morning, for this place was exceedingly frightening. Noticing that she had fallen asleep, she too closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 51. The infant demon in the Lord's manor, within a certain courtyard. Ing Rongqi reclined upon a soft couch, engrossed in the pages of a book. His demeanor reflected utmost concentration and seriousness. This tome was authored by the esteemed national master, Yun Zhongheng, and it contained insights on cultivation. Nearly every member of the sacred palace possessed a copy, and although he had perused this book countless times, each reading granted him fresh revelations. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would retrieve it to study anew. Unconventionally, Ing Rongqi, despite his noble lineage, led a life of simplicity. He eschewed lavish garments, fine wines, and alluring courtesans, favoring instead the art of swordplay, the pursuit of demon hunting, and a deep immersion in his cultivation. He never frequented the opulent brothels favored by most young lords, dedicating his remaining hours to resolving the perplexing issues faced by the sacred palace. A smile involuntarily graced Ing Rongqi's lips as he recalled a recent epiphany, which had providentially resolved a pressing challenge in his practice. He anticipated the prospect of ascending to a higher realm within the month. Just as he reveled in this joy, a knock resonated from beyond the courtyard. Disliking interruptions while engrossed in his reading, he typically found few would seek him out at such an hour. A servant approached the door, and in hurried strides, Ling Yu and Xu Qing entered, their expressions tinged with urgency. Ling Yu, in a tone of resignation, declared, "Young master, calamity has struck. Your respite has been disrupted once more." "What has occurred?" Ing Rongqi inquired, sitting upright. Ling Yu replied, "In a small mountain village to the south, an atmosphere of resentment pervades. Our personnel, upon investigation, encountered an infant demon, along with other malevolent creatures that protected it, and they barely managed to escape." An infant demon. Ing Rongqi's expression turned grave. The infant demon, classified among the lesser demons, possesses a power that nearly rivals that of the greater demons, rendering it a source of fear for most. This creature is not born, but rather forms under extraordinarily harsh conditions. It requires numerous infants to perish in the same location, harboring resentment at the time of their death, which must occur in a place steeped in darkness. The site of its discovery is not far from the forest where we last captured the tree spirit, as reported by our scouts, who found the river teeming with the decaying corpses of infants. Such brutality is heart-wrenching, and Lingyu felt a pang of reluctance to speak of it. They initially intended to investigate further, only to be ambushed by the infant demon. It is said that this particular demon has yet to fully mature. They could have captured it, had it not been for the appearance of other monsters that came to its defense. Overmatched, they sustained severe injuries, with one still in a state of unconsciousness, as Master Jean strives to provide aid. Ing Rongqi remained silent for a moment. "Thank you, Your Highness. Please wait a moment while I change my attire. We shall then proceed to the village." Today, Ing Rongqi is clad in casual attire, a light yellow robe adorned with golden trim. He retreated to the inner chambers and soon emerged dressed in his customary deep blue dragon-patterned robe, fastening a cloak around him and securing his long sword at his side before striding out. "Let us go," he declared. Wang Family Village. Feng Zi awoke with the dawn, feeling refreshed after a deep slumber, stretching languidly. Turning, she encountered the sorrowful visage of Chun Yanran, with dark circles prominently under her eyes. "Sister Yanran, did you not sleep well last night?" Feng Zi inquired, her voice laced with concern. She sat silently on the bed, wrapped in her blanket, staring blankly at the wall. "Xiao Zi," Chen Yanran urged with urgency. "Sister Yanran, what will happen to the people in this village if we leave? Last night, had it not been for my presence, Brother Wang might have perished, and sister-in-law Wang and the others were also in grave danger. Why should we concern ourselves with their fate? You drove away that malevolent creature last night. What if it has companions? If they come, Xiao Zi, your fists alone cannot contend against their numbers. I wish for your safety, but there is no but. Once you finish your breakfast, we shall depart." For the first time, Chun Yanran exhibited a forceful demeanor. She was genuinely frightened and wished to avoid entanglement in such matters. Feng Zi entered the kitchen, scooping some warm water from the small pot on the stove to wash her face. The comforting towel draped over her visage allowed her to relax completely. Sister-in-law Wang was in the courtyard mixing pig feed, and upon seeing Feng Zi freshly washed, she remarked, "Xiao Zi, your meal is warming in the large pot." "Thank you, Sister-in-law Wang." Feng Zi then lifted the lid of the large pot, revealing a bowl of corn porridge and 2 whole grain buns. She served herself and found the taste quite satisfactory. After finishing her meal, Chun Yanran inquired of sister-in-law Wang, "Where's Brother Wang gone?" "He mentioned he would take us to the town to buy supplies today. There's no need to wait. We shall go ourselves. After we procure our items, we will leave directly." "Sister-in-law Wang, we are grateful for your hospitality, and we must bid you farewell." Sister-in-law Wang regarded them, hesitating as if she wished to say something. Chun Yanran pretended not to notice and pulled Feng Zi towards the exit. However, they encountered the clan leader and his group at the door. In stark contrast to their previous indifference, today they were exceptionally warm. The clan leader humbly addressed them. "The old man was unaware of your esteemed status, young lady. I sincerely apologize for any disrespect shown yesterday. I hope you can forgive us. There is no need for excessive formality. We take it lightly. It is simply that my sisters and I have been away from home for quite some time, and we genuinely miss it. With that, we bid farewell, hoping to meet again." After exchanging a few pleasantries with the clan leader, Chun Yanran was prepared to depart. However, to her astonishment, the clan leader suddenly knelt down, accompanied by his entourage, who followed suit. Feng Zi was taken aback. "Clan leader, what are you doing? Please rise. Esteemed one, I implore you to save our village." The elder said, his voice trembling. I am aware that this request may seem presumptuous, but we are at our wits' end. One after another, villagers are inexplicably perishing, and every night, malevolent creatures come knocking, wreaking havoc. If this continues, our village will surely face extinction. It is said that you drove away these fiends last night. I beseech you. Feng Zi took a deep breath. You, at such an advanced age, kneeling before me, are you attempting to shorten my lifespan? The clan leader immediately rose. His eyes filled with earnest supplication. I promise to assist you, not because of your kneeling, but because I cannot bear to witness further suffering caused by these creatures.
Sorry?
Chen Yanran interjected, a disapproving expression on her face. Feng Zi raised her hand to silence her. Sister Yanran, if I had not seen it, I could pretend to be unaware, but having witnessed it, I cannot turn a blind eye. Otherwise, my conscience would be troubled. I am merely an ordinary person. I do not wish to be plagued by guilt. Furthermore, I possess the strength to help. Should more malevolent beings arrive, if I find myself outmatched, I will flee rather than be reckless. Chen Yanran sighed. Indeed, your heart has always been so kind. Were it otherwise, you would not have spent 50 taels of silver for someone like me, a mere stranger. Very well. Having agreed to offer assistance, Feng Zi and her companions decided to remain in the village a few more days. The villagers were filled with joy, eagerly preparing their finest dishes to host them for lunch. Feng Zi and Chen Yanran wandered through the village, where numerous children frolicked outside. In stark contrast to the darkness that shrouded the closed doors of the night, the village appeared more vibrant in daylight. As Feng Zi strolled, she observed a plethora of boys but noticed the scarcity of girls, attributing this disparity to the likelihood that the girls were confined at home, assisting with chores. Chapter 52. Mistaken Identity. Young lady and elderly woman clutched Feng Zi's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Dear grandmother, you have mistaken me for someone else. Feng Zi attempted to withdraw her hand, but the elderly lady's grip was unyielding. Chapter 53. A calamity. The wailing of a tiny infant pierced the silence of the dark night, causing a family hidden within the inner room to tremble in fear. Chapter 54. A curse. With a resounding splash, a swaddled infant fell into the water, sending ripples across the once boisterous riverbank, which was abruptly silenced. Chapter 55. The little dragon king Ing Rongqi sat astride his horse, his gaze tranquil as he swept his hand before him, casting his eyes toward a small village nestled at the foot of the mountains. Chapter 56. Another malevolent creature. She flitted about like a headless fly for a considerable time without finding an exit. Realizing that this realm was akin to her previous encounter with the ghost of the inn, without unraveling the mystery, there would be no escape. Chapter 57. The Green Demon. The night deepened, and a group of villagers outside Wang Laoqi's home engaged in a fierce battle with a creature enveloped in green. This creature is extraordinarily formidable. Chapter 58. The Divine Forging Palace. Feng Zi gradually found her strength waning. The Green Demon, relentless and unyielding, pursued her without respite, intent on extinguishing her life to alleviate its deep-seated resentment. However, Chapter 59. Another daughter is born. Sister Wang has given birth to another daughter. The little girl has matured into a young lady, while the newly born infant has taken her place as the little girl. Wang Laoda cradled his daughter, overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 60. The Wild Hen Spirit. The night had deepened. Ultimately, the moment of parting had arrived. Long Xiaohong reluctantly stepped into the river, waving farewell repeatedly as she slowly drifted away. Chapter 61. The Goddess of the Temple. Feng Zi dashed out of the temple. The throbbing pain in her head subsided instantly, reinforcing her belief that her headaches were linked to the temple, though she had experienced similar discomfort in Lingzhou City. Chapter 62. The Chun family in Yong'an Town. At midday, the mule cart arrived in Yong'an Town. The early spring sun was warm and pleasant, and the town bustled with activity, appearing significantly larger than the village of Wangjia. Chapter 63. The Possessed Young Mistress. It was incomprehensible. Master Chen waved his sleeve dismissively. The servant belonged to Aunt Hu's courtyard and, after receiving a reprimand from Master Chen, retreated with her head bowed. Chapter 64. Sibling Quarrel. Chen Yanran sat at the bedside, her expression filled with concern as she gazed upon the frail woman lying there. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" "I am fine." Chapter 65. Revealing the Fangs. Last night, a malevolent creature appeared at the Chen residence. The events that transpired in Chen Yanran's courtyard swiftly spread, causing a wave of anxiety among the Chen household. Aunt Hu also. Chapter 66. Clash of Wives and Concubines. Madam, Aunt Hu has arrived. A maid rushed in, flustered. Upon hearing this, Mare instinctively gripped her comb tightly, pulling. Chapter 67. Going out to offer incense. The maids and young servants bowed their heads. Young Master Chen covered his face in disbelief as he gazed at young Madam Chen, exclaiming, "You dare strike me? So be it, then." Chapter 68. A libertine encounters a flower demon. Upon arriving at the temple, two palanquins halted at the entrance. This was a Buddhist temple, sprawling far larger than the shrine in Wangjia village, attracting. Chapter 69. Offending by rejecting marriage. The group spent a night at the temple. Chapter 70. Chaos in the Chen residence. A few days later, a piercing scream echoed through the back garden of the Chen residence. It turned out that a servant responsible for cleaning had stumbled upon a hidden corner. Chapter 71. Turmoil in Yong'an Town. Part 1. Miss Xiao Zi. Feng Zi was in the courtyard feeding the chickens when she heard a familiar voice calling from outside. Turning to look, she saw the village chief's daughter-in-law hurrying. Chapter 72. Turmoil in Yong'an Town. Part 2. Chen Yanran climbed over the wall to enter the courtyard. Observing the maids and servants wandering about the courtyard, she dared not relax for a moment, lightly treading on her toes and occasionally glancing from side to side. Chapter 73. The Chaos of Yong'an Town. Part 2. The village lay in profound silence, interrupted only by the sporadic chirping of insects and the barking of dogs. As she reached a certain spot, she suddenly halted. Chapter 74. When necessary, the heavenly fire burns. A slender figure stealthily traversed the street. It was Chen Yanran, clad in soiled garments, her face obscured by a tattered cloth, evading detection. Chapter 75. Entering the manor to rescue aghast, Feng Zi exclaimed, "No. There are still many normal people in Huai County. The majority of those in my village are perfectly ordinary." Ingrong. Chapter 76. The rescue. Upon hearing the term spiritual eye, Feng Zi's interest was piqued. "Master, where can the spiritual eye be found?" The young Mrs. Chen, in a jovial mood, did not mind. Chapter 77. The Spiritual Eye. Part 1. Who is outside? Aunt Hu's expression turned icy. Immediately, a figure dashed out from the room, aiming to strike Feng Zi with a palm, but Feng Zi. Chapter 78. The Spiritual Eye. Part 2. Bang.
Bang! Bang!
The young Mrs. Chen and the great python engaged in a fierce battle. The cave echoed with violent collisions and explosive sounds.
Feng Zi waited.
Chapter 79. The Spiritual Eye. Part 3. You appear quite surprised to see me, don't you? Entering the realm of spiritual energy, Feng Zi discovered that her power was surging exponentially. Simultaneously, she could sense the presence of Qin Shaofu. Chapter 80. The Disappearance of the Child. Young Lady Zi. Feng Zi was in the courtyard feeding the chickens when she heard a familiar voice at the entrance. Turning her head, she saw Ing Rongqi standing at the door, prompting her to approach him. Chapter 81. Discordant Elements. A couple de Bao. Erniu. Sayaguzi. The villagers called out loudly as they ascended the mountain. Suddenly. Chapter 82. The Malice of the Demon. As Feng Zi was about to fall, Ing Rongqi swiftly caught her, lifting her unconscious form and placing her gently on the bed. He sat beside her. Chapter 83. Responsibility. Conception in the pitch-black night. Torrential rain poured down. Large raindrops relentlessly pelted Feng Zi, her eyes dampened by the rain, nearly unable to open. Chapter 84. Escape from captivity as the sun dipped in the west. The two shared laughter and were just about to enter their courtyard when suddenly, a loud bang. Chapter 85. The gift of an identity token in a secluded area of the mountains. Tao Hua had waited for a long time. A mass of black mist appeared in the sky. Tao Hua's eyes brightened, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "My lord, the realm of Lingzhou." Chapter 86. The theft of the Qin family ancestral tomb. Feng Zi, the aunt being questioned, paused for a moment, then realized, "Are you referring to young Lady Zi? You are here to seek her for exorcism, aren't you?" Chapter 87. The loss of the soul. Feng Zi shook her head. Quickly cast aside the trivial affairs of young Master Qin, she resumed her conversation with Chen Yanran regarding recent occurrences within the Chen household. Chapter 88. The rescue. A group of house servants desperately tugged at a young woman. Despite her seemingly frail appearance, she possessed considerable strength and resolutely refused to accompany them. Chapter 89. The rogue and the desecrated grave. Upon returning to the Chen residence, she collapsed onto her bed, utterly exhausted, and drifted into a dream filled with ominous crows relentlessly pursuing her throughout the night. Chapter 90. The accusation reversed. As Feng Zi walked, an unsettling sensation crept over her. Maintaining her composure, she continued forward, deliberately veering into a secluded alley, aware of her pursuers. Chapter 91. The token of authority. The confrontation culminated with Li Qianhu being sent sprawling by a kick from Feng Zi. "My lord! Uncle! Sir!" cried Mrs. Li. Chapter 92. A narrow escape. With a resounding thud, Feng Zi executed a spinning kick, toppling the encircling corpses. At some point, the moon had vanished from the horizon. Chapter 93. The unveiling of the puppeteer. The sudden demise of the third young lady of the Qin family sent shockwaves through the entirety of Yong'an town. Renowned as the fairest maiden in the town, countless suitors lamented her loss. Chapter 94. The high priestess of the southern wilderness. To know a person's face yet remain unaware of their heart, murmured Feng Zi softly. The gentleman clad in brocade spoke with a gentle demeanor, a smile gracing his face. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly perceive him as possessing a warm disposition. Chapter 95. The destruction of Wangjia village. Upon arriving at the courtyard of the Qin elders, they expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Feng Zi, however, displayed no semblance of her former intimacy with them, merely offering a faint smile. Chapter 96. Her blood can restrain the goo worms. Feng Zi greeted her with a smile. "Hello, little one. I held you when you were born. Do you remember me?" Chapter 97. Framing Xindalong. A piercing scream echoed. Just as Shen Wenshu intended to rise and investigate, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Chapter 98. The case is revealed. Tears welled in Liang Ruo's eyes. "Wenshu, did you truly do this?" Chapter 99. Purchasing the residence. Liang and was rendered speechless. Shen Wenshu wished to avoid further entanglement, casting a glance at a horse-drawn carriage parked nearby before departing with her family. Chapter 100. Dining together at Tailai Tavern. The guests had yet to depart, and the Shun household remained lively. Upon learning she could become a constable, they all regarded her with envious congratulations. Chapter 101. A master of deception. Settling into a new home. The expression on the brocade-clad youth shifted. His father, already timid, had been frightened by their recent appointment as governor, constantly advising the family to tread carefully, had he known. Chapter 102. Little Hong comes to seek refuge. When she awoke again, night had fallen. The food in the lunchbox could not be preserved. It had to be consumed entirely this evening. As she prepared to heat the dishes, she discovered. Chapter 103. The recognized sister in the courtyard. Feng Zi was getting ready to wash the clothes that Long Xiaohong had changed out of. Upon unfolding the garments, she found them not only filthy but also tattered and worn, leaving her bewildered. Chapter 104. The malice of Dr. Shi. Long Xiaohong felt a sense of unease. She possessed a profound sensitivity to the emotions of others. Upon her first encounter with Feng Zi, she sensed an overwhelming aura of kindness emanating from her. Chapter 105. The Dog Mother and the Enchantment. As dusk settled, two figures, one large and one small, walked hand in hand down a disordered street in the West City. Sister Xiao Zi, are you truly going to? Chapter 106. The Zhang family. Feng Zi employed the newly learned incantation on the Dog Mother. In an instant, the Dog Mother regained her senses. Gazing at the familiar yet strange maiden before her, she. Chapter 107. Following and teaching a drunken man. Once the dog father had calmed his emotions, the Zhang family began to inquire about Feng Zi's recent appointment to the magistrate's office. Xiao Zi, you have joined the. Chapter 108. The Arrogance and the Case of the Abducted Child. On the road, Feng Zi stepped into the shadows and remarked, I've encountered an acquaintance from our days of fleeing together. Chapter 109. Reporting to the Yamen. Feng Zi followed Constable Wang to the Yamen. The Yamen was located in the South City, quite a distance from the West City's P Street, prompting Constable Wang to set out early each day. Chapter 110. Rescuing the child. The case remains unsolved, and Feng Zi heard it all too clearly. These individuals are indeed traffickers. Estimating the location of the inner room, she delicately lifted a few tiles, contemplating. Chapter 111. Never seen their parents. All eyes turned towards Feng Zi. Clearing her throat, she stated, All the children I have rescued are boys, but this time the child has been abducted. Chapter 112. The porridge stall couple. Watching the juggler. Tomorrow, the duties at the Yamen will likely be quite demanding. She had promised to take Long Xiaohong to enjoy 8 treasure porridge last night, and sensing the time was nearly upon them, she led Long Xiaohong out. Chapter 113. The three constables. Niumago. Early the next morning, Feng Zi reported to the Yamen. At the entrance of the alley, she encountered Constable Wang, who was waiting there. She greeted him with a smile. Chapter 114. Baiting the trap. We have come to inquire about certain matters, Constable Wang said. Your Yamen has visited numerous times, repeatedly touching upon my wounds and provoking my grief. Chapter 115. The young lady becomes a little girl. Throughout the morning, Feng Zi and her companions continued to visit the homes of the victims. Feng Zi treated those ensnared by the enchantment, while also conducting her routine inquiries. Chapter 116. Uncovering the den. As dusk approached, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. The little girl, still drowsy, rubbed her eyes and softly murmured, Sister, I am tired. Chapter 117. The grown heir in the city lord's residence. The lord of Lingzhou spoke coldly. Tomorrow, your mother has arranged a garden party for you, attended by the esteemed young ladies of Lingzhou. Pay careful attention. Chapter 118. A journey to capture a fugitive. Suddenly, the Wang family was filled with the sound of a child's wailing. Sister Xiaoji, I cannot bear to part with you. I have only just arrived, and now you must leave again. Chapter 119. The Sinister Woods. The group set off towards Huai County. The 4 constables took turns driving the carriage. Along the way, whenever they encountered signs of civilization, they would disembark to inquire whether there were. Chapter 120. The bully is the county magistrate's nephew. The 5 arrived at an inn. They casually found a vacant table and Constable Go shouted, Waiter, bring us 4 home-style dishes and a jug of wine. Chapter 121. Finding Ruyi. Constable Wang sternly commanded, We are officials from Lingzhou, acting under the orders of the provincial governor. On what grounds do you detain us without cause? Chapter 122. Birds of a feather. After much deliberation, the 5 decided to split into 2 groups. Constable Wang and his companions went to the county office to capture Ri, while Feng Zi disguised herself as a vegetable vendor. Chapter 123. Seduction. Young Master Tianba in the front courtyard. An official expressed concern. Sir, if you detain those constables and the provincial governor finds out, it may not end well. Wang. Chapter 124. Breaking into the county office, Wang Tianba approached them. Continuing, they beheld a scene that left them utterly astonished. Wang Tianba gradually transformed into a young woman, a girl whom they. Chapter 125. The death of Ruyi County Magistrate Wang burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 126. The people's defense. A gust of wind swept through, and Ruyi's form completely dissipated. Constable Wang and Constable Ma approached. Constable Wang glanced around and inquired, "Where is Ruyi?" Chapter 127. I am sent by the young master within the inner hall of the county office. Constable Feng spoke. I, having failed to recognize the great mountain, have greatly offended. I beg your forgiveness. The captain of 1,000 offered a respectful apology. Feng Zi expressed concern about the outside. Chapter 128. Magistrate Wang faces justice. The return journey. Constable Wang was in a state of frantic agitation.
Feng Zi.
Chapter 129. A torrential downpour. The rugged fish-head monster. The rain poured down in torrents, accompanied by booming thunder that sent chills through the hearts of the people. The sky darkened, and the rain continued to fall. Chapter 130. Slaying the serpent demon. Young master, so you have come for those villagers. The massive black serpent swayed its enormous body, its lantern-sized eyes fixed upon the cultivator before it. Chapter 131. Nursing injuries. A familiar encounter. Rest well. I shall not disturb you. After Feng Zi finished her medicine, Constable Go, holding the bowl, prepared to leave when Feng Zi called out to him, inquiring, "Is Wang Da?" Chapter 132. The friendship of Tian Rui. You certainly cannot linger in the village for long, can you? After much difficulty, Tian Rui found herself with a friend, yet her heart felt heavy with reluctance. However, the understanding young lady chose to remain silent. Chapter 133. The disappearance of Tian Rui, the wolf demoness. In the early morning, a sharp cry resonated through the quaint farmhouse. Aunt Tu, busy in the kitchen, hurried over. Chapter 134. Human women favoring pretty boys. As dusk approached, 2 wolf demon subordinates made their way to a hillside, where they encountered a woman roasting wild chicken, the aroma tantalizingly exquisite. The woman's face bore. Chapter 135. The slaying of the mother wolf demon. Feng Zi spoke sternly. Do not act foolishly. Tian Rui softly replied, marrying anyone is the same. I am willing to become the wife of a demon. I shall instruct the demon to send you. Chapter 136. The unfortunate peach blossom. The white-clad cultivators. A group of white-clad cultivators emerged at the cave's entrance. Each bore an expression devoid of emotion, while the leader glanced at the compass in his hand, pondering. Chapter 137. Punishment. An uncommon identity. In a secluded wasteland, Aunt Tu and her daughter awaited news with anxious expressions. Ever since the report of the young lady's disappearance, the matron had remained coldly distant. Chapter 138. A white-clad woman summons at midnight. Despite Tian Rui's repeated entreaties, Feng Zi was resolute in her departure. Shao Tu speaks harshly. I have defended you before. Please stay a few more days. I am frightened. Chapter 139. A continuous wave of bandits. Having endured a sleepless night, the 5 individuals displayed weary visages. Especially Feng Zi, who had just engaged in a fierce battle with the mother wolf demon yesterday, was already fatigued. During the night. Chapter 140. The false Long Xiaohong, the puppet. A carriage came to a halt at the city gates of Lingzhou. Others remained silent, yet. Chapter 141. searching for a person, the second and third young masters in the northern city. Feng Zi employed her tracking skills to locate the area. It was desolate, devoid of life, and apart from passing travelers, even the homeless beggars shunned this place. Chapter 142. The City Lord's Wife, a lead discovered crash. The teacup shattered against the floor. Ing Rongjue's countenance darkened as he exclaimed in fury, "You are all useless." 4 skilled guards failed too. Chapter 143. Old sir, I will not let you leave me. What did you see? Feng Zi reiterated her inquiry. Her fists clenched tightly, and the stall owner's gaze turned fierce. With resolute determination, he acted swiftly, while the stall owner's wife attempted to intervene. Chapter 144. Dr. Shi has lost his mind. Just as he reached the doorway, Dr. Shi abruptly halted. He turned back, and Mrs. Shi, who had just begun to relax, felt her heart race again. Forcing a smile, she said, "My dear." Chapter 145. A twist of fate, an unjust mishap in the stillness of the night. The words "I might be able to save your wife" served as a pause button, causing Dr. Shi to cease all movements instantly. Chapter 146. A cry for help. Familiar neighbors flocked to congratulate, while Aunt Wang held Dragon Xiaohong tightly, reluctant to let go. Chapter 147. The Lost Forest, Part 1. The next day, Feng Zi was troubled about how to request leave from Lord Wu when he approached her first, his expression grave, announcing that the heir had encountered trouble. Chapter 148. The Lost Forest, Part 2. Where is the county magistrate? Xu Qing dismounted and inquired of the guarding officers. Chapter 149. The Lost Forest, Part 3. Hiss. The snake swarm slithered forward, hissing as they prepared to attack. While Xu Qing engaged in battle, she instructed her disciples to watch their footing and be cautious. Chapter 150. Slaying the Millennium Python in the face of the thrusting sword, the great python exhibited no fear. Its skin was remarkably tough, impervious to any blade, and soon, these individuals would become its prey. Chapter 151. Pollen Manipulation. The Millennium Demon Bee King. The 3 stepped out of the tent. In the Lost Forest, there was no distinction between day and night. The towering trees obscured the sun, casting the surroundings in dim light, while a noxious black mist lingered in the air. Chapter 152. Possess Me. The Demon Bee King, filled with enthusiasm, paused upon hearing the request, doubting whether he had misheard, and turned to regard the speaker. Chapter 153. Devouring demons to gain power. The Demon Bee King was slain, entirely consumed by Feng Zi. As her strength continuously ascended, the divine bloodline within Feng Zi grew increasingly pronounced. Compared to Chapter 154. The pair merely running errands, lacking the talent of a mentor. Crash. The small mirror slipped from her grasp and shattered upon the ground. Observing Feng Zi's incredulous expression, Kaijin gently retrieved the mirror, speaking with utmost caution. Chapter 155. Chaos in the Imperial City. The Female Demon. A gentle breeze tousled Feng Zi's hair as she regarded the 2 individuals before her with an impassive demeanor, reluctantly acknowledging her true lack of talent for mentorship.